Sherman's checked me with the sound again. How are we looking now for sound? Are we doing okay for sound? Let me know. Oh, I've been smashing the bag recently, you know. I did 3 rounds bag this morning. Went for a walk. Just did a few push-ups. Look at this, look. We're getting closer to getting back into that boxing gym. We're getting closer. We're getting closer to getting back into that boxing gym. Wow, I'll tell you what. I paid fucking 25 quid for this shit and I haven't even watched it. I haven't watched it. The entire card has been on the screen since for the last hour. It's been on this side of the screen. I've paid for it. I've got the pay-per-view running and I ain't watching it. What does that say about the state of British boxing in a minute? I didn't watch the undercard. You had Campbell's tomato soup can Hatton getting what looked like a gift decision. The whole internet is absolutely up in fucking arms about what's going on with that Campbell Hatton fight. Apparently the judging for that was a fucking disgrace. I haven't missed too much of that, but I've just seen a Cole knock over somebody that I've never heard of or seen of before. The usual sort of Lawrence Okole performance. It is what it is there. I don't think I've missed anything. And now we're just getting ready for we're just getting ready for the main event. Let me just check something. Hold on. Getting swole. I wouldn't say I'm getting swole. If you guys ever see Shevin, yeah? That's what I call swole. Look, hold on. That's the max I can do at the minute. But if you look at someone like Shevin is what you call swole. I'm not swole at all, but do you know what I mean? But it is what it is. I have my moments. Do you know what I mean? Not a great looking guy, but and again, you know, I have my moments. But obviously I'm taken, so it is what it is. Right, brutal KO from Callum Smith. I've heard about this. Let me tell you something very quickly about Callum Smith. All week we've had people on Twitter, particularly on Michael Benson's page, calling fighters cowards. We've had fighters making fun of Caleb Plant's dead mother and making fun of Caleb Plant's dead daughter. These same individuals are now coming out and telling you bullshit about, oh, we care so much about fighters. We care so much about fighter safety. Oh, we hope Leonard Castillo's okay. So, you know, it's a bunch of fucking BS at the end of the day, isn't it? It's like these fans can't make up their minds. Do you think professional boxers are cowards and quitters? Or, you know, are you interested or care about fighter safety? You know, the whole thing is a fucking disaster. Imran H says, Uncle Ultra looking like he's been in that Eddie Reynoso gym. Yeah, of course, mate. Work hard, as Eddie Reynoso would say. That's how you get to this stage, isn't it? All you got to do is work hard. The less than we say that, the better. Richard from Twitter says, on Sky they gave Campbell Hatton 1 round. Let me tell you something, right? If you're Oleksandr Usyk right now, and you and your handlers are sitting backstage, and you've seen them fucking Campbell Hatton cards come in, your ass will be fucking sweating right now, won't it? Can you imagine? If you're in Oleksandr Usyk's gap right now and you've seen them Campbell Hatton cards come through, and you know, yeah, that Howard Foster is a legitimate judge tonight, you just be sitting there thinking, boy, we need a knockout. Usyk needs a knockout. There's no question about it. He needs a knockout to win. Do you know what? I'm not being funny. Maybe a knockout might not be enough. We'll have to wait and see. Smoke Me a Kipper says, Campbell Hatton decision was an absolute disgrace. Usyk got no chance of winning via decision with these bent judges. Like, I think Anthony Joshua is going to get Usyk out of there. If Anthony Joshua is the fighter that we all think he is, and most importantly, if he's the fighter that his fanboys claim he is, then he should be getting guys like Usyk out of there. I'm not saying Usyk's not a top opponent, but Anthony Joshua is a top level heavyweight, yeah? And Usyk is not a top level heavyweight. He's an elite level cruiserweight. Usyk has never shown that he's an elite level heavyweight at all in any of his performances. Anybody asking for the... Oh, by the way, a few people will be losing mod privileges. Not today, but a few people will be losing mod privileges. It's nothing personal, but we need mods who are actually going to mod. So when we see stuff like this, people asking for the fight link, they just need to get eradicated ASAP, yeah? So like I said before, there will be a few changes to the modding at some point because we can't keep going on, yeah, and having like people coming into the chat and people posting crazy stuff in the chat and, you know, nothing happening. Mods are mods for a reason. William Angel says, if this main event is a stinker, this will be one of the worst pay-per-views ever. Listen, I think this fight with Usyk and AJ has the potential to be a very, very cagey fight. Get rid of this cunt as well. I think has the ability to be a very, very cagey fight, particularly if Usyk gets hurt and goes into survival mode. There might be long periods of the action where he's doing a Joseph Parker. So I'm not convinced that this fight is going to catch light. I've never been convinced this fight's going to catch light. What I am convinced about is that Anthony Joshua is probably going to win this fight and win this fight by knockout. Now, let me tell you who I spoke to on Twitter. I've been a little bit active on Twitter today. I managed to get a very, very quick word from Scotty Cardle. You guys know Scotty Cardle, former British champion. I think Scotty Cardle was one fight away from bringing the outright Lonsdale belt winner. And obviously, Scotty Cardle was a very, very good amateur, boxed in Team GB, so he knows all about Anthony Joshua, boxed with the Five Brothers, he boxed in the same team. I asked Scotty tonight about, what we're talking about how to deal with southpaws and orthodox. I just quickly asked him, Scotty, what did you do when you got in a ring with southpaw fighters, which is what Anthony Joshua was doing tonight? I said to Cardle, what did you look to do when you stepped to the ring with southpaws? Did you look to get your lead foot on the outside and try to set up the left and set up the right hand? And he came back and he said, that is exactly what I tried to do. And he said, I also looked to get the jab over the top of their jab. So all the things that we talk about on this channel, yeah? So I have been corroborated, and I shit you not. He then tweeted me and said, you know your boxing. So I really respect that. Scotty Carter, who's a guy I've got a lot of respect for. You guys know that I've been... I've been following Ingram for a while. Yeah, I've followed Ingram for a while. I'm not following Ingram. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm not following Ingram. What the fuck's going on there? Ingram's going to be hit. Listen, if you're Campbell Hatton, you don't want to be listening to our post-fight for this, because Ingram's going to rip into Campbell Hatton. Now, I'll tell you that now. That's going to be worth tuning in for alone. Ingram's going to rip Campbell Hatton a new one. So, like I said before, I hope when Campbell Hatton's in his Peugeot 205 on the way home, I hope his car has no 4G signal, because he might tune in to himself getting an absolute ripping. James Law says Sports and Campbell Hatton. I didn't watch it. I haven't really watched much of the undercard, to be honest. I paid 25 quid for it. The only reason I've paid 25 quid for this fight tonight is to basically cover the fight live for you guys. Basically, all I've been doing today is doing a little bit of training, a lot of sleeping, and listening to Jenny Akio. Period. That's it. Training, sleeping, and listening to Jenny Akio. Come on, Ultra. You know what? This is nothing. That's nothing. I used to be a lot have a lot more muscle definition than that. MJ Cracker says, is Spencer coming on Ultra? Spencer Fearon is not coming back on this show, unfortunately. We did everything possible to get Spencer Fearon back on the show. We tried to move earth, wind, and fire, but that will not ever happen. He's not going to come back on the show. No fault of my own. The funny thing was, he was the one who brought it. He was the one who said, he specifically said, let me know when you're doing the AJ Usyk preview. But those of you who listen to the Spencer Fearon interview, do you remember when he said like, when it comes time, let me know and we'll do it. Yeah. Now, I did mess him around a bit, so some of that's my fault. But I tried heaven and earth to get him on the show. It couldn't happen. It's not going to happen. It is what it is. Going forward, we're going to be sticking in with we're going to be sticking with me, Shevin, Ingram, Riku, Sonny Singh is going to be the lineup going forward. I'm not reaching out to any more people trying to get them on the show. I've had my time with that, and that's it. I'm not doing any more reaching out to get people onto the show. I nearly had a replacement for Spencer Fearon. I nearly had an ex-world champion as a replacement for him, but that one didn't come off either. But going forward, me, Riku, Ingram, Shevin, Sonny Singh in the story. That's just the way it goes. Sonny Singh says, I think he didn't like how the interview went. You caught him out on a few things. I thought, well, I don't know. Look, I've got a lot of time for Spencer Fearon. I just think he's busy. I don't think Spencer's ducking me. I think he's busy. He's got a lot of better things to do. He's been doing interviews with DAZN, Matchroom Boxing, Tunde, Ade, all those people. Why would he have time for a small channel like this? It is what it is. But like I said before, if people ask the question, I answer the question. I did everything on the planet to get him to come back, but we couldn't make it happen, unfortunately. But he's a good guy, man. I've got no problem with him. He's a good guy. Genuinely good guy. Genuinely good guy. So it is what it is. Right, let's have a look. What other comments have we got here? Ultra could be a heavyweight champion 5 years. For those of you who don't know, I'm training to fight Billy Nelson. Yeah. So Billy Nelson, if you're watching, you're listening, let's give the fans what they want. Me and you, 60,000. We can do it at Ibrox. We can do it at Hampden Park, yeah? But me versus Billy Nelson. Let's get the people what they want. At the minute, yeah, I'm eating loads of curries. I'm eating loads of masalas. And I'm trying to get up here to £350, yeah? To Billy Nelson's weight. Let's get this fight on, Billy. Let's get the fans what they want. What about Dean? Dean is way too dangerous. Do you not know about Dean White? Dean White would fucking fold me like a pretzel. Do you know? Dean White's like, what is he? I was going to say something now, but yeah, Dean White's one of them. Like, you know, with Steve Blackman in WWE. Steve Blackman come out doing all them nunchucks and all the kendo sticks and shit. That'd be Dean White. MJ Cracker says the Twitter war's back on with Ultra Billy. I love Billy Nelson. Let's get it on. I want Billy Nelson on the show, man. I want Billy Nelson on the show. That'd be the funniest. And the funny thing is, if he came on, it'd be funny. Like, I wouldn't like rip him at all. I think having Billy Nelson on the show would be fucking amazing. He's not on Twitter in a minute. I've been trying to contact him for some time, but it is what it is. Palmer Parade says, Ultra, I put money on you beating Campbell Hatton right now. Campbell Hatton would put me to sleep. Let's not get twisted here. There's levels to the game. There's levels to this game. Campbell Hatton would put me in a body bag, man. Let's get it real. But let's put it this way. One thing about me and Campbell Hatton is we're both going to win the same amount of world titles during our career. 0. All right. That's the only comparable thing, yeah, for me and Campbell Hatton. All right. Campbell Hatton will put me in a body bag, but we're both going to end up winning the same amount of world titles, and that is 0. For those of you who are just joining, look, this is why I made the decision I made, yeah? Normally with these cards, I cover them from start to finish, and then I get burnt out and dead by the end. But today I went for a different approach, you see. I've only really come off from the main event. As you can see now, the fighters aren't due out for another half an hour, 40 minutes. So basically, there's a 40-minute lull in the action now where there's nothing going on. Unfortunately, the tomato cans they stacked the card with have all been buzzed out of there, yeah, inside 1 or 2 rounds. Can you imagine if Campbell Hatton could actually punch a lick? If Campbell Hatton could actually punch a lick and this fight didn't go 6 rounds, we'd be sitting here waiting an hour and a half for this main event, you know? We'd be sitting here waiting an hour and a half for this main event. But like I said, Campbell Hatton is relatively feather-fisted, and they managed to buy some time on the card. Let me get something up. I can't show you this, but let me get this up in the meantime. The one good thing that Sky do really well is that they have, for those of you who don't know, they have backstage footage of the fighters. And I always like watching Anthony Joshua backstage because if you see Anthony Joshua backstage before he gets ready for a fight, you can see all the fucking hangers-on. You know, honestly, it's incredible. You can see all the hangers-on coming in to wish him well, like football players. One time, who was it we saw? Like Zlatan Ibrahimovic was sort of hanging around him. You get all kinds of these. You've got Tony Sims hanging in the back, trying to pretend he's still coaching AJ. You can just see all the hangers-on all over him. There's rather a lot of people. Obviously, you've got Eddie Hearn in the background as well, running up and down. Then you've got Frank Smith on his little dog lead. You see Emily Eubanks, walking Frank Smith around on his little dog lead. So you see some very, very interesting things backstage. There's I wouldn't say a lot of commotion, but there's always a lot of activity when Anthony Joshua fights, It's interesting. And you see him do his skipping, and you see him do his warming up and everything. To me personally, yeah, I mean, I'm not a fighter or anything, but I would only want me like 1 or 2 people in the locker room and just keep the locker room as quiet as possible. But he has a lot of people around him. A lot of people coming in the room, a lot of people coming out the room. It's a lot of pressure, It really is a lot of pressure. Let me see if I can get that, see what's going on with that. But that's very, very interesting, that backstage card. Let me see if Sky Sports is still doing it. They're doing the same for Usyk as well. So I'd like to see like the how they're looking. Let's have a look. Anna Sambor says, yeah, nice one for getting Riku on the show. Top man on boxing knowledge. Even though I disagree with his opinion on Usyk, I think this goes the distance and maybe another dodgy decision. Riku is at the fight. So shout out to Riku. Riku's at the fight right now. So he's in the crowd. And Riku might be coming on Sunday. So the next time you hear from Riku might be Sunday. There is a plan for the Aftermath show. Yeah, Ingram's coming on tonight. So Ingram, I've just retweeted Ingram. Ingram's confirmed that he's coming on tonight. Ingram's going to be laying into some people tonight, man. Campbell Hatton's getting it, man. Let's have a look. Is Joe Markowski there? I fucking hope not, because he's the kiss of death. AKA Mr. Skins. Listen, Leon, what's his name? Leon Skinner. I tell you, he must have the best hair on a light-skinned person I've ever seen. Like, he's obviously not fully black, yeah? He's obviously like legit mixed race, because you don't have hair like that, you know, if you're pure black. But I've never ever seen such good hair on a light-skinned person. You can't see here, but I'm bold as a fucking coot right now. I've got no headline, you know? I've got no hairline whatsoever, man. You know, what I would trade in this world to have Leon Skinner's hairline, you know? Listen, make no mistake, that guy absolutely cleans up when he goes to the club. TMT says, Campbell Hatton is the ultimate cheap undercard filler. He will never have his career properly driven so he can progress because it ain't the goal. No, all about fucking Campbell Hatton is getting him to sell tickets. That's all they fucking care about. I mean, look, it's quite clear, isn't it? Campbell Hatton doesn't have it. And, you know, he might have it later on in his career. That's fine. To be fair, we were led into Conor Benn at the start of his career, and he, quote-unquote, improved, right? He's, quote-unquote, improved now to the point where they're calling for him to fight Sean Porter and stuff. But, look, realistically, it is what it is, isn't it? You know, he's just, Campbell Hatton doesn't have it. He shouldn't be fucking, you know, so high up on the card or on pay-per-view events. But this is what happens when you get into boxing off your dad's neck. Like, I never watched the guy in the amateurs, right? But I heard from people who'd seen him in the amateurs, they were saying, look, no disrespect, but Campbell Hatton, from what we see in the amateurs, is nothing special. Do you know what I mean? And there's a reason why he's turning pro and they're going to try and cash in on him now. That's what I heard from somebody on Twitter. I saw it somewhere on Twitter. People were saying, we've seen this guy in the amateurs. He ain't amazing or anything. And that's probably why they're going to, you know, cash in on him now. So it is what it is. You know, fair play to him, you know. I'm sure he's a nice guy and stuff, but it is what it is. I ain't got time. I don't give a fuck about Florian Marku. People keep asking about Florian Marku. I don't give a damn about Florian Marku. Like, I don't care. And it's not being disrespectful, but people always ask me about Florian Marku, and my answer's always the same. I do not care about Florian Marku, period. Harry Goddard says, how many tickets can Campbell Hatton really be selling, though? I've seen better quality in my fucking local gym. So I've seen better quality in my local gym, and I live in fucking Norfolk. And Norfolk's got good boxers. Norfolk, you've got the Walsh brothers. You've got Michael, who could fucking whack. Liam, who was one of the most talented fighters in the country until he was done dirty. And Ryan. Norfolk, stand up. Stand up for Norfolk. Everybody in Norfolk, stand up. Walsh brothers, stand up. Anna Sambor says, Campbell tomato soup can Hatton. Yeah, that's my one. People are nicking my jokes. People need to stop nicking my shit, man. Do you know what it is as well? I say some stuff on this channel, and then like next week it end up on somebody else's channel, man. Stop nicking my shit, man. Please, get your own fucking material, man. Get your own fucking material. Let's have a look. Let's see if I've got some of these comments coming through. Jesus, let's have a look here. More like Audi suit. TMT says Jake Paul has more skills than Campbell Hatton. I don't know about that. What do you guys think? Jake Paul or Campbell Hatton? Who's got more skills? Fucking hell. That is what can you say about that? Talking about Johnny Nelson, people are bringing up Johnny Nelson in the comment section. Johnny Nelson has literally come out and justified, saying that Bellew is more skilled than Usyk. He's justified it by saying that at the time of the stoppage, Bellew was up on the cards, so that proves that Bellew was more skilled than Usyk. Johnny Nelson's still in a fucking job. Can you believe this? Mind you, I'm not joking. I'm making a bit of a comeback because it wasn't too long ago that my gut, which is still terrible, look, my gut's still terrible. Oh, I've just eaten. Hold on. Can you see? It's still terrible. See, by boxing standards, that's fat. That's fat, okay? But I have eaten about an hour ago, so I'm a little bit bloated, all right? I had a homemade curry. But listen, it was a couple of weeks ago, I was beating Johnny Nelson in the Battle of the Bulge. Well, if you look at Johnny Nelson's stomach these days, like I said before, I said Johnny Nelson looks like he's got one of them aliens about to come out of him, the size of his stomach. Johnny Nelson looks like a face hugger's impregnated him. It looks like an alien's going to burst out of him any bloody minute. Bloody hell, absolutely unbelievable. He looks absolutely... Johnny Nelson, honestly, right? He needs to get back in the gym, yeah? And he needs to get back on them lyrical weights and start spitting some proper bars instead of that company bullshit, that he'd be out of there spreading. And speaking of company bullshit, right? We've got 96 people in the room. You know what? Back in the day, I would have laughed at 96 people in the chat, Things are so desperate now. We're looking at 96 people live and we're saying thank you. Hey, if you're new here, hit the like, hit the subscribe. The one thing about me, whether you like me or don't like me, is this, yeah? I will always tell it how I see it. Now, watch tomorrow now. See when it comes to this Campbell Hatton card, you know what you're going to hear, don't you? You're going to start hearing, well, you know, these referees could be seeing different things. Oh, these referees could be seeing different things. It's not corruption. It's not a hometown decision. Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea. Do you know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Ultra needs to go to the Ingle gym to lose that weight and get Ingle shape. No, like I said, there's worse out there. There's worse out there. Thomas says, what's your actual prediction? I've given it loads of times. Anthony Joshua to win tonight by KO. Simple. If he's the fighter that we think he is, he's going to win by KO. And let's see how many likes we've got. I get you, people aren't going to be hitting the likes. Let's just see. Sonny Singh's trying to get people to hit the likes. I guarantee they won't be. But it is what it is. I'll tell you one thing, target we did hit. Well, close to hitting. I wanted to get to 400 subscribers by this date, and we've got kind of close. We're on 390 at the minute. So we've got to 390 in about 3.5 weeks. So that's not too bad. 35 likes. There's nearly 100 people in here, 35 likes. Do you know what I mean? It's just taking the piss, isn't it? Nearly 100 people in here, 35 likes. Just hit the fucking like. I don't understand, innit? It's crazy, isn't it? It is what it is. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look for some comments. Just come on the channel now. Are you wearing a balaclava? No, that's my actual skin color. Are you being racist? Let's have a look. Blah, 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 blah. Right, so, yeah. If anybody's got any comments, I mean, we're doing quite good at killing time here. Just trying to see Usyk's backstage area. If anybody has a link, if any mod has a link to Usyk's backstage show on Sky, that would be great. That would be absolutely great. I'm trying to find it and I can't see it. But yeah, the fighter should be coming out in around about the next 20 minutes. In around about the amount of stupid questions I get asked, you just fucking, what can you do, man? Do you know how hard it is to be a YouTube content creator? People don't understand. Do you know how hard it is to be a content creator on YouTube? Do you know what I mean? You'd be surprised, man. It ain't fucking easy. Yeah, so guys, what we saying? What are we scoring this card out of 10 tonight? Basically, I've been out for 25 quid tonight because I've paid 25 quid for a card that I haven't even watched. So Sky have done me up the arse nice and swiftly with no Vaseline. What are we scoring the card tonight so far? Not a lot of people are talking about world champion Lawrence Okole, which I think kind of tells you all you need to know about world champion Lawrence Okole. The fact that he's just defending his WBO title and we've got nearly 100 people in the fucking room and fuck all people are actually talking about him. What does that fucking tell you? What does that fucking tell you? Innit? What does that tell you? It tells you that things ain't too hot. Things ain't too hot at the minute. Let's go through here. So I'm just looking at my tweets because I've got people tweeting me. Right, let's have a look. Nikola Mikunovic. Is that right, Nikola? Nikola Mikunovic. One hit Usyk round 3. What, you think Usyk's getting knocked out in round 3? It could happen. It could happen. All right, I'm having a look backstage. Anthony, see what I'm saying? Anthony Joshua is now backstage. He was surrounded by people. He's even got Johnny Nelson watching him getting his hands wrapped. Now, for me, like I said before, the one thing I say about Anthony Joshua is normally he appears to handle the pressure well. But I do think, like I say, he could take a little bit of pressure off himself, yeah, by having less people in the changing room. Because you see him in there, in that backstage, he's having his hands wrapped. He had all kinds of people around him looking at him. He's got a whole entourage of people. Jesus Christ, it's unbelievable. Right. Image Man says, who's winning so far? Fight's over. Fight's over. That's it. It's over. Usyk just beat AJ. One punch. That was it. It's over. Vinyl Pugilist says, I was doing a crossword with the mother-in-law during the... Let me tell you something. I'm not even joking. Do you want to know how much of a new man that I am? Right? Shall I prove to you how much of a gentle, caring, modern-day man with feelings that I am? My wife, yeah, has gone to go and see her mother-in-law, so she's not here today, right? She's actually gone around to go and see the mother and father-in-law, right? I'm not joking. I had to call her up to ask her how to operate a dishwasher. That's terrible, isn't it? I had to call up my wife to ask her how to operate a dishwasher. It's bad, man. It's real bad. She could do so much better than me, man. She could do so much better than me, man. I'm shit you not. I had to phone her to ask her how to operate the dishwasher. She was on the phone walking me through. She's like, yeah, okay, turn it on. And then hit that button. Fucking hell. It is what it is, isn't it? Right? Usyk looks zoned in. Usyk looks absolutely zoned in. We've seen pictures of Usyk backstage. Usyk looks absolutely zoned in. Let's have a look. JRP says the zone stream is like the Tony Bellew show. If he says Usyk drained me mentally one more fucking time. Let me just come out and say it, because look, tonight this is it. For all we know, there might not be another YouTube channel again after this, so we've got to give it everything tonight. I'm going to come out and say it. The Zone's coverage is garbage. The Zone's punditry is garbage. End of story. Top to bottom. I don't care who it is. Their punditry's garbage and their commentary's garbage. And that's the end of it. I don't want to hear no other talk about The Zone. It's a clown show. As where's Maya Jama anyway? They spent all that money on Maya Jama, right? She's fucking disappeared and never came back. Where's Maya Jama gone? Johnny Nelson, still in the job. I don't know how Johnny Nelson does it, you know. Still in the job. Do you know what I mean? Johnny Nelson, like, survivor, isn't he? He's like do you know what I mean? Every time you see Johnny Nelson on the TV screen, I start hearing Kelly Rowland and Beyonce in my head saying, I'm a survivor, I'm not gonna give up, I'm a survivor, I'm a work harder. How is this man still on TV screen? So, with everything that's happened, coronavirus couldn't get this man off our TV screens. All right? Matchroom leaving Sky couldn't get this man off our TV screens. There's literally nothing that can get this man, Johnny Nelson, off our TV. I'm convinced if China, said we're going to drop a nuclear bomb on some Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in the next fucking 5 minutes, Johnny Nelson would still find a way to be on TV. You can't get him. He's impossible, isn't he? He's like television's answer to herpes. You can't get rid of Johnny Nelson. Every time I see this guy on the screen, I'll be like fucking smearing a cyclovir all over my fucking TV. Get this guy away. I'm putting STD medication all over my damn screen. Get this guy out of here, man. The fuck? Johnny Nelson more persistent than genital warts. Jesus Christ. Somebody get this man off my TV screen. You know, what could he possibly say that nobody has heard before? Do you know what I mean? The man's already on record as saying that Bellew is more skilled than Usyk. It's unbelievable how this man continues to get airtime. Unbelievable, man. Hey, listen, by the way, if Sky are looking for all these like ethnic people, if Sky are so interested in diversity, why can't they hire me? Do you not think so, innit? If they're so interested in diversity of skin colour and diversity of opinion, then why can't they hire me then? Hey, I'll tell you what, I do a better job than Johnny Nelson, and you guys know that full well. Final pugilist likes my joke there. I'm on form tonight. There's no question about it. I'm on form tonight. I've been holding back a little bit in the last. I told you guys. Last couple of shows, man, just been ticking over. You guys don't understand. I've just been ticking over, man. The last couple of shows, they just tick over fights, man. Do you know what I mean? They've been like them the zone undercards, man. Just ticking over. Imran H says, look at all these celebrities. Jermaine Jennings, Fraser Clark. Yeah. Have they shown Jake from EastEnders yet? He'll be fucking there watching it as well. Because we know, obviously, like these, the superstars always come out to watch these big UK boxing nights. Trust me, you'll be seeing Jake Wood's ginger mug here at any time soon. Jake Wood. Who else normally turns up? Jake Wood. But only fucking matter of time before they switch pick and show Michael fucking Barrymore in the audience as well. I mean, it's just, you know, a joke. In America, of course, for the big fights, who do you see? You see Shaquille O'Neal. You see Denzel Washington. Yeah, you see Floyd Mayweather, right? You see like Beyonce and Jay-Z. When it's like America, you get like the triple A-listers. Do you know what I mean? You get like triple A-listers, yeah, in the front seats, MGM Grand. But these big 60,000 events in the middle of Tottenham Court Road, who you get? Jake Wood, Jermaine Jennings. Well, what would you, if you had to rate Jermaine Jennings by alphabet, what would you give Jermaine? Jermaine Jennings ain't even a fucking Z. We'd have to start talking about, we'd have to start talking about hieroglyphics. You could, if you wanted to get how low Jermaine Jennings is, A to Z wouldn't do it. You'd need more than 26 letters in your alphabet. We'd have to start talking about hieroglyphics out here. This card is almost as boring as a Frank Warren card. I see what you tried to do there. Very, very clever. Now hold this ban. 1 second. There you go. Hold this ban. But I do see what you tried to do there. Very clever. Let's have a look here. Just have a look. Anna Woolhouse is wearing someone's jacket. Typical Anna Woolhouse, isn't it? Turns up here to an open air stadium, still has no clothes on. Has to wear someone else's jacket to keep warm. That's Anna Woolhouse all over, isn't it? Let's put it this way, you know. You got to be careful what I say, but you have to worry about, you know, what's in here. Do you know what I mean? What's in here? You know, we know what's here, but we don't know what's in here. I've got a feeling in here it's a little bit, you know, bit like this, look. Bit hollow, isn't it? Like, anybody there? I'm not sure. Turns up to an open air arena wearing no clothes. Always a good one, isn't it? Mark D says, Ultra Tech crawling up Al Heyman's backside again. So, Mark, why the fuck are you listening then? Mark, it's 20 to 10 at night. Why don't you go and listen to something else? It's funny, that, isn't it? Who's the Mark, Mark? Who's the Mark? Because I ain't listening to you right now. You're listening to me. So who's the Mark, Mark? You the Mark. Imran H says, get the zone top 5 heavyweights. Oh, fuck this stuff, man. Let me get rid of this. Mods, see, this is why. Let me just check if the mods actually are modding. Let me just make sure that these comments are okay. Fair enough. I can see Shevon's modding, but I'm not sure who else is modding because I can see some comments coming through. Okay, all right. I'm just checking because I can see a few. Do you know what I mean? A few clowns there. So it is what it is, isn't it? We got a few clowns there. Praise be to Al Heyman. Exactly. You know, we're fully subscribed to the Church of Al Heyman here. Righty ho. Richard from Twitter says, Barry from EastEnders and that guy that does impressions of footballers, or Dave Chappelle and Mark Wahlberg. Jesus Christ. Let's have a look. Palmo Parade says, I went to Hartlepool Seaside to pick up a pizza in a t-shirt, so I can't slag off Woolhouse. Fair play, fair play. Yeah, the zone's top heavyweights. I mean, what are we saying? I think they had Tyson Fury at number 1, didn't they? That'll upset a few of the you-know-who's. So I believe they had Tyson Fury at number 1, Anthony Joshua at number 2, and I think they had Dillian White at number 3, and then they had Usyk at number 4. Can somebody explain how Oleksandr Usyk is the 4th best heavyweight in the world after beating Chaz Witherspoon and Derek Chisora? Can somebody explain how that makes Oleksandr Usyk the 4th best heavyweight in the world? He's only had 2 fights at heavyweight, Chaz Witherspoon and Derek Chisora, and he's number 4. Number 4. Number 4. Do you know what I mean? Can somebody just do me a favor and block this guy? Please come and make me shut up. You guys are so fucking tough. These guys, these tough talkers are so tough. Please come and make me shut up. That's what I want to start saying. Please come and shut me up. Please. I'm begging for you to come and try. I'm begging for you guys to come and try. Fuck me. You be hearing fucking Fireman Sam in the background to come and pick you up, son. You be hearing Fireman Sam in the background coming to pick you up. Nino. That's what you be hearing. Nino. Right. Oh, get rid of this fucking dumbass, man. Next. All right. Right. Get rid of that. Messages are nuked by the time I see them. They're not nuked by the time I see them, though. Right. Sharon on. Okay. Sharon's unhidden with it. All right. Let's have a look. Sorry, there are a lot of comments here, so I'm trying to sort of go through them all. Sorry about this. Let's keep going. Too much waffle in between. Yeah, so for people who are new here, yeah, there's no fights in a minute. So that's why we're sitting here talking. We're waiting for boxing. The fighters are due out in 10 minutes, I believe. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. But yeah, dudes in the chat just talk crap. But you get these guys, I'm saying it's really important for the mods to mod, because you get these guys that are talking and using the N-word and shit, man. It's just like, it is what it is, isn't it? Crazy dudes, man. Do you know what I mean? Crazy dudes. They're just chatting with Declan Rice at the moment. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, so what do you guys think about DAZN's top 5 heavyweights? What do you guys think? I've got this tough guy here, Taylor Hiss. Just fuck up, you waste of spunk. Just fuck up, you waste of spunk. You got these fucking clowns, mate. You got these fucking clowns. Trust me on that. You got these fucking clowns. They're absolute clowns, mate. Absolute clowns. Let's have a look here. DAZN rankings. What are you guys saying about those? Oleksandr Usyk at number 4. Those are bizarre, aren't they? Those are bizarre. I don't know what to say about those. Richard says DAZN top 5 is perfect apart from AJ above Fury. That's what he is. DAZN top 5 is perfect apart from AJ above Fury. Hold on, AJ wasn't above Fury in the DAZN rankings. They had Fury at number 1, didn't they? Am I right in that? Let me know. I thought they had Fury at number 1. Right. Palmer Parade says, keep us updated on the ring walks so I know when to tell my girlfriend to get this Strictly Come Dancing shit off the telly. Mate, I'll be honest with you. I wish I was watching Strictly Come Dancing right now, to be honest. I mean, if it came down to a choice between that, yeah, and thing, then it'll be on, innit? Oh, Vitali's here. So we got Vitali Klitschko here. Do you know what? Oh, let's have a look. I won't miss it. I was going to play Vitali Klitschko in the background, but I thought I won't miss it. Yeah. But AJ, so AJ was at number 1 then? Okay, cool. I thought they had Fury at 1 in the DAZN rankings. Okay, my bad. I thought they had Fury at number 1 and AJ at number 2, yeah? And then they had White at 3, and then Usyk at 4, and then Wilder at 5. Yeah. That's what I thought, yeah. Usyk at 4, above Wilder. How many defenses of the heavyweight title? Whatever you think about Deontay Wilder, right? How many defenses of the WBC title did he make? He made loads, didn't he? He made like a good. He defended that belt for years, right? And somehow, because he had 1 loss on his record to Tyson Fury, all of a sudden that qualifies Oleksandr Usyk to jump above him in the rankings. This is why DAZN are a laughing stock, man. DAZN are a laughing stock. Their whole team is a laughing stock. And it's just not a product worth watching. And I'm just going to say how it is. It's not. I might buy it one day because for $7.99, if they're going to show AJ fights for $7.99 and stuff in the UK, then yeah, it's no problem. But let's be real. DAZN's coverage at the minute isn't very good. Their punditry isn't very good. And whoever came up with that top 5, yeah, and put Usyk at number 4 above Wilder at heavyweight, it tells you just how much these guys at DAZN actually know about boxing, which isn't very little. Yeah, exactly. Harry Goddard's right. Otto Warling will sneak in the DAZN top 5 before the White fight. Obviously, we know what they're doing, don't they? They're a clown show. But to be fair, don't PBC do the same thing? There's a bit of controversy over the PBC rankings, weren't there? There was a bit of controversy over the PBC rankings because weren't they ignoring Crawford or something? Well, there was something that was going on there. So maybe they're not the only ones that are doing it. That's it. Yeah, Arturo Venegas just said that. PBC and Top Rank does that. So it's not just DAZN, to be fair to them. Right, let's go through some other stuff. So let's go. Final predictions. This fight is about 10 minutes away. Final predictions. What are we saying? Final predictions. Do you know what I might put in the chat? Because we get the same comments, yeah? Hold on. Let me just do this so that people understand this. Hold on. Because you're getting the same freaking questions. When does the fight start? Do you know what? I don't know why people can't use Google. You know what I mean? There you go. I'm such a nice guy. I'm going to put it on the thing. The fight is due to start at 10 p.m. That's from Frank Smith. So fight is due to start at 9:55, 10 p.m. So I'll put that here. Vinyl Pugilist. I am leaning towards AJ on points. Rich from Twitter is saying AJ on points. Crazy D3 is saying Joshua on points. Michael H is saying Usyk inside 12 rounds. TNT says Joshua by KO. That's my pick. I'm going for Anthony Joshua by knockout. Let's have a look. Shevon's going for AJ via KO in the 4th. Let's make it fun, right? Let's do something here quickly, right? What percentage chance would you give of Usyk winning this fight tonight? So forget who you think is going to win. Give me a percentage that Oleksandr Usyk can pull off the upset tonight. I believe that there's a 30% chance that he can win this fight. So that's what I was saying. So that's probably a better way to phrase it, right? I would say there's about 30%. Yeah, you're all agreeing. Yeah, I agree with that as well. Yeah, I got it bang on, 30%. I think this fight is a 70-30 fight towards Anthony Joshua. Period. What do you guys think? Anybody going higher than 30%? A few of you are taking a... Joe Wall thinks it's a 50-50. I don't think it's a 50-50 at all. Do you know one thing I will say, right? Do you know on this channel, we talk a lot about casual boxing fans, right? Casuals. And we do take the piss out of casual boxing fans. The one thing that we haven't talked about in the run-up to the show is hardcore boxing fans. Now, I've never called myself, a hardcore boxing fan in my life, So, I'm not a hardcore boxing fan, but do you not think that these hardcore fans overrate Usyk to make themselves look clever? Because, like, Riku came on last night, and a lot of the stuff that Riku was saying was actually bang on, Like, the stuff you hear from these boxing artisans, who say things to make themselves look clever, right? About how, like, Usyk is, like, really elusive. Like, he's not that elusive. Does that make sense? Like, he's not that elusive. I think he's not like Lomachenko levels of. Obviously, they have a similar style, but he's not Lomachenko levels of evasive. So what I'm thinking is, as much as we criticize hardcore fans, we've got a big celebrity, guys. Look, it's Jamie Redknapp. There you go, Jamie Redknapp. Wow, guys, we've got the A-listers. We've got the A-listers turning up in Tottenham tonight. Jamie Redknapp, is watching the fight. But yeah. I think some of these hardcores really do overrate Usyk a bit as well, to be honest. If we're being honest, don't they? They go on like he's some kind of unhittable boxing master, but he's not. He's not. Let's have a look. TMT says 20% maybe. Hardcores are seeing Joshua weaker than he is and Usyk better than he is. Do you know what? I have to be honest, I agree. I have to call it how I see it. I agree with that, I agree. A lot of these guys are sort of overestimating Usyk, and all we can do is go on his recent performances. Now, obviously, he might have another gear. He might come out tonight and shut us all up and show us a gear that we've never seen before. Happens in boxing. Dominic Durick made a comment that I disagree with, but I agree with at the same time. He said, in combat sports, it's always 50-50. Now, I disagree with that, but I agree with it. Well, I know what he's trying to say. He's trying to say what I say all the time. It's on the night. Anything can change. Anything can happen, right? So I'm not saying Usyk can't win, but if you're asking me who's more likely to win, that's what we have to go by. We have to go on recent performances and recent fights. We can't just go on potential. We can't just say, well, and people keep bringing up shit like he's an Olympic gold medalist. What the fuck has that got to do with this fight today? He's an Olympic gold medalist. Who gives a fuck? Like, I don't understand these hardcore fans who keep bringing this crap up. He's an Olympic gold medalist. So was Audley Harrison. He got knocked out by Michael Sprott. Who gives a shit? It's got no bearing, on tonight's fight. Someone being an Olympic gold medalist. This is not amateur boxing, bro. Let's get that real. This is not amateur boxing. Let's have a look. Crazy D3 says unbeaten former undisputed cruiserweight champ. Maybe there's rose-tinted glasses towards Usyk. You know what? Let me tell you this. No outcome would surprise me tonight. There's no outcome. The only outcome that will surprise me in this fight is Usyk blasting out Anthony Joshua early doors. But that's literally the only outcome that would surprise me in this fight. This is the only outcome that will surprise me. Usyk went on points. It wouldn't be a shock. It'd be a shock, but it wouldn't be that much of a shock. AJ on points wouldn't be a shock. AJ by knockout definitely wouldn't be a shock. Nothing would shock me. Nothing really. I'll tell you what would shock me. If it went to a decision and we got legit cards, that's what would shock me. If it goes to a decision and the cards actually make sense. You can see Anthony Joshua backstage in the heavyweight. Can I say something that's quite interesting as well in this fight? And something that Spencer Fearon mentioned in his pre-fight preview that he did with Tunde Ajayi on Stamina for Sale. Anthony Joshua is not doing as much pad work for this fight. Now, people who sort of listen to things I've saying for a long time know I've never been a big fan of pad work. I can't do the pads. I've never really been a big fan of pad work, and I've never really seen sort of. I know it's good. I know there's coaches and boxers that know so much more about boxing than me. and they fucking swear by pad work. Like they swear it's the be all and end all. But I don't really touch the pads. I'm not a big fan of mitt work. And Anthony Joshua hasn't been doing too much mitt work apparently for this fight. He's been saying he's been doing heavy bag. That's what I do. I tend to hit the heavy bag. If you use the heavy bag properly, it's a fucking brilliant tool. If you just stand still and whack at it, then it's a useless tool. But if you use it properly, I think it's a really, really good tool to use. But he's got away from pads. I think Andre Ward was a bit like that. Am I wrong in hearing that? I think someone told me that Andre Ward like wasn't heavy into pads, or that Andre Ward didn't spend like a huge amount of time on the mitts, and that he spent a lot of time on heavy bag and shadow and sparring and other things. Let me know if I've got the wrong impression about that. Someone might have told me that once or something. But yeah, Anthony Joshua's not doing a lot of pad work for this fight. So we'll have to wait and see. Mainly doing heavy bag work. Says he's going old school. Listen, this fight's going to be about foot placement, foot speed, and the pace of the fight. Listen, let me tell you something right now, yeah? If we see Oleksandr Usyk get into a rhythm early on in this fight, and you notice that the pace of the fight is high, that's not good for Anthony Joshua. Now, Anthony Joshua's got the kind of punch that can get him out of trouble round 1, round 12. So Usyk's never going to have the job done in this fight, because Anthony Joshua has got the one-punch power to end this at any given time in the fight, right? Usyk could be 5, 6, 7 rounds up, right? AJ can end this fight in a punch. But let me say this, though. It's not going to take long to see, because Anthony Joshua, I know he's not going to come out like a bull in the china shop. It is going to be cagey. But he needs to stop Usyk getting into that rhythm and setting a high pace, because if Usyk gets into a rhythm and starts setting a high pace, we could see some problems. We really could see some problems for Anthony Joshua in this fight. He telegraphs a lot of his punches. And I'll just say, I want you to remember that. If anything goes wrong for Anthony Joshua tonight, and I think the fighters are literally about to come out, okay? All I'll say is this. If anything does go wrong for Anthony Joshua tonight, I want you to remember the following key phrases. These are Ultra Tech trademarks. Remember this. ATP, angles, takeaway, power. And remember which channel you heard that on. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and remember which channel you heard that on. Angles, takeaway, power. Remember that. Angles, takeaway, power. OG1 says 10 p.m. American time or Europe time, my brother. The fight is going to start in, I'm not showing it, but the fight is going to start in probably the next 5 minutes. I mean, we literally are, Usyk's about a couple of minutes from coming out now. Okay, so it is fight time. So if you want to hear commentary, listen, hey, British champion, British featherweight champion, or British lightweight champion, Scott Cardle himself has said, Ultra Tech knows his boxing. That's what he said. The British lightweight champion himself said, Ultra Tech knows his boxing. So what can I say? Well, you can come and stay here with people who know boxing, or you can go to the other channels. And you know what the other channels have got? People who never boxed in their life. Let me show you something very quickly, actually, because I get people saying, do you know what I found? Let me bring this out very quickly. Look what I found the other day. Look. Ultra Tech don't know nothing about boxing. 1 pair. 2 pairs. Do you know what this is? Hand wraps. That's hand wraps, yeah? I don't know anything about boxing, but I've got a freaking ton of £150 Everlast hand wraps. You know what these are? Lonsdale's. You know who signed these? They're signed. Signed, mate. You know, I think one of these signatures is, that's Luke Watkins, the Commonwealth champion. Commonwealth champion, mate. Signed those. That there is Paddy Fitzpatrick. There you go. See these? Do you know who these are signed by? You can't see because it's years. Oh, he's gone out. But these are actually signed by George Groves. These are signed by George Groves, WBA super middleweight champion, and worn as well. And worn, okay? There you go. Ultra doesn't know nothing about boxing. That's what they say, innit? That's what they say. Right. But still not on. We're getting ready, yeah. Ultra kitted out. Absolutely, I'm kitted out. Of course. Do you know how much gum shields and fucking hand wraps I've got all over the place? Got more gum shields, hand wraps, and fucking boxing gear lying around in cupboards than people can shake a stick at. But apparently, I don't know nothing about boxing. Right. We are getting ready to go. Dave Lane says Calder will be... Listen, I would have Scotty Calder on tomorrow, but I don't think he's going to come on the show, is he? But I love Calder. He's a legend. He's an absolute legend. I've been following Scotty Calder for a long time, so he's an absolute legend. If anybody's posting links or saying where they can see the fight, that's an automatic ban. Get rid of these guys because there's spam in the chat. Now, I'll put these guys here for you. There you go. Right, Michael Buffer's in the ring. We're getting ready to go. We're getting ready to go. Michael Buffer's in the ring. Thunderbirds himself is in the ring. We're ready to go. JRP says, have you got a pair of knickers signed by Ebony Bridges? Jeez, they're too expensive for me, innit? How much do they go for? 200 quid a touch. Don't think I've got the money. Don't think I've got the money for them Ebony Bridges knickers, man. Right, let's have a look here. You can see this here. Right, Usyk's coming out to the ring. I'm going to have to get my headphones on so I can actually hear the sound, okay? So let's get that on. Yeah, let me show you. You guys want to see a live picture of Michael Buffer? One sec. There you go. That's Michael Buffer right now at the Tottenham Hotspur Arena. Michael H says, Ebony Bridges versus Campbell Hatton next. I'm picking Ebony Bridges if that fight happens. Ebony Bridges versus Campbell Hatton. I'm picking Ebony Bridges. Oleksandr Usyk is making his way to the ring. We're getting ready for the main event of the fight. Please subscribe. If you haven't hit like already, please hit like. Please hit subscribe. I don't know what will happen. They're doing the national anthems at the minute. It's time now. It's time. And we'll see what happens. Get my headphones on. If anybody else wants to call me the N-word, if anybody else wants to threaten to beat me up, if anybody wants to tell me how they're going to do this and do that and all this other YouTube chat, now's the time because we're getting ready for the main event. TMT says, lol, Nikolai Valuev is commenting on Russian TV. Nikolai Valuev, that's a blast from the past. The main man himself. Right, let's get this up. Hold on, let's turn this up. Okay, right, so here we go. Hold on a minute. I can hear echo and I don't know what I... Hold on, let me just... Is that Andrei Shevchenko? That is an A-lister. Andrei Shevchenko's here. Wow, the great Andrei Shevchenko is there, man. The great Sheva. Man, what a player, man. One of the best strikers I've ever seen in my life, man. Sheva. Dynamo Kiev, AC Milan. Andrei Shevchenko in the building. Here comes Oleksandr Usyk. He's coming to the ring right now. There's a bit of an echo. Let me just sort this out. One sec. Okie dokie. Can you guys still hear me okay, yeah? Oh, it's still a fucking echo. Okay, doesn't matter. I'll have to work with it. Michael H says Loma was backstage. Hold on. Just sorting out this echo very, very quickly before we get on for this main event. Sorry about that. Let me just get rid of this. Here we go. Yeah, but I've got an echo in my headphones. That's the problem for some reason. I'm trying to get rid of it. Try that. See if there's any difference. Nope. Okay, right. Looks like I'm going with it. Right, okay. Right. Here we go. Sorry about that. Dan Burrell is saying Usyk round 7. Dan, I want you to stick around. When Usyk gets knocked out, come back. I'm not going to have a go at you, but I just want to see you come back. Okie dokie, right. Here we go. I don't know why there's a bloody echo in my ears. I have no idea. I know you guys can't hear it, but it's really, really putting me off. Okay, right. I'm going to ditch these headphones. It's really, really annoying. Proper annoying. Okay, let's get rid of this. Hold on. Okie dokie. Right. Okay. Right. Let's go. Final comments. Right. It is time. It is time. AJ's camp did not want this fight at all. I think Anthony Joshua was always willing to take the fight, but I don't think Eddie Hearn wanted him to take it unless there was a rematch clause. We'll have to wait and see. I don't think the occasion's going to get to Oleksandr Usyk at all. Doesn't mean he won't get knocked out in this fight, but I just think Oleksandr Usyk is a born winner. He's been here. He's got an interesting stat around him, hasn't he? That he's won every single fight that he's ever had in England. Ironically, I think he won an Olympic gold medal in London. So he's got plenty of experience, of fighting in the UK. As Oleksandr Usyk now is coming to the ring. I believe this is his theme tune because I've heard this walkout music before. Yeah, Oleksandr Usyk has a theme tune that he comes out to. And he's got his little coronavirus bubble mask on as well. Probably to stop the Anthony Joshua fans from spitting at him as he walks down the arena. We had a problem last week, didn't we? There was a Sky card on. I can't remember who it was. And somebody chucked drink all over the opponent or something. Absolutely disgusting behaviour. So Oleksandr Usyk wearing a bubble mask on the way to the arena, probably to stop the rancid fans from spitting in his face as he comes out. Looks very, very confident, He's been booed here, obviously, by the usuals. That won't faze Oleksandr Usyk at all, man. The guy's a natural-born winner. The thing with Usyk is, right, what this comes down to for him, he doesn't see anything special in the way that Anthony Joshua fights. That's not me saying that. That's Oleksandr Usyk has said that. He doesn't see anything special. He thinks that everything that Anthony Joshua does, I've seen before. I personally don't think he's ever seen the power before. But he thinks everything else that Anthony Joshua does, I've seen before. He doesn't think he's an elite level boxer. He doesn't think he's an elite level mover. He doesn't think he's an elite level punch picker or any of those things. What he sees when he sees Anthony Joshua is a big guy with big muscles and a big punch that he needs to overcome. And that's the reason for Oleksandr Usyk's confidence in this fight, because he doesn't think that Anthony Joshua can box with him. And we're going to find out. A lot of people are saying for Anthony Joshua, the key is don't make this a boxing fight. So we'll have to wait and see. Don't make this a boxing fight if you're Anthony Joshua. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Now, listen, this is true what Bart Allen said, actually. We laughed at someone for saying this the other day, but Bart Allen has said that Chris Aliola says that Gassier is the hardest puncher he's ever been in a ring with, including Vitaly Klitschko. And we know what happened when Usyk got in the ring. And that's the one thing I've said for Usyk in the run-up to these fights. I've said that maybe Oleksandr Usyk is going to show us something at heavyweight that we haven't seen tonight, because in a couple of the cruiserweight fights he had in the run up to the unification and undisputed, he looked a bit dodgy. He looked a bit edgy in some of those fights, and then he got in the biggest fight of his career against Murat Gassiev. Biggest fight of his career, biggest stage of his career, biggest puncher of his career. And that night he looked $1 million and he could not be hit. He was hit like once or twice in the whole fight. Gassiev couldn't land any power punches on him the whole night. So we'll have to wait and see. Is it just a case of Usyk's one of them guys that when he's the underdog, is he just one of them guys where when it matters the most, he can find that extra gear that takes him to that new level? His performance as an amateur would say, yes, that's the case. His performance in the WBSS would say that's the case. I personally think it'll be a bit of a step too far tonight, but we'll have to wait and see. Anthony Joshua is coming to the ring imminently. I would say keep your eyes on Anthony Joshua, because people always like to look at his facial expressions. We all remember what happened when he came out for the Ruiz fight. He looked out of sorts when he came to the ring for the Ruiz fight. I think personally that he does have one or two issues dealing with the pressure. He's got a lot of people riding on him, got a lot of promoters riding on him. He's got a lot of people backstage. He's got a lot of hangers on. We know that he's been seeing sports psychologists since the first Ruiz fight. So maybe, like I said, Anthony Joshua, if he does have any weaknesses, sometimes he does have a little bit of that. Sometimes the pressure does get to him a little bit. You know, maybe hopefully tonight we're going to see the best version of Anthony Joshua. Hopefully we're going to see a great fight. The only thing I care about here, I don't really care too much about who wins this fight, but it's important that for the sport of boxing, we see fair refereeing and that we see fair judging, because the sport of boxing has got one foot in the grave as it is, and we don't need to see any more bad refereeing or any more bad decisions. Eddie Hearn, as usual, has put himself right in front and center of the TV cameras. You see there, poor Anthony Joshua can't even get the camera to himself on the ring walk. Eddie Hearn's there with his grinning hairpiece right in the middle of the frame, taking up 50% of the picture. So it is what it is. As Anthony Joshua comes out, I don't know what this song is, but this is the Anthony Joshua theme, because he always comes out to this song. I've heard him come out to this song quite a few times. Anthony Joshua now coming out to the arena. Oh, Imran H says, how's the ring looking size-wise? I haven't really seen the ring. I haven't really been paying attention yet. I'm paying attention to the massive people behind Anthony Joshua. I mean, he's just got a huge entourage, yeah, as he walks out to the arena, and he's soaking in the occasion. Davis and Dave says, just said Ultra, Hearn, front. I mean, Eddie Hearn, Anthony Joshua couldn't even get a whole camera frame to himself on his own walkout. Eddie Hearn found a way to get involved and take 50% of it. It's unbelievable. Anthony Joshua going for his classic look tonight, isn't he? He likes going for his classic boxer look. You can see there he's got the old sort of light brown gloves, the classic throwback gloves. He's got the quote-unquote Muhammad Ali sort of ring wardrobe. And he's soaking in the occasion. He's walking out to the ring. He's having a look around. This is some of the sports psychology stuff that me and Sonny Singh spoke about the other day from Anthony Joshua. You know, he doesn't want to feel any anxiety. So he's looking around the crowd and he's just trying to take it in, and he's smiling and he's saying, look, you know, this is what you do when what you're seeing from Anthony Joshua right now walking to the ring is sort of sports psychology 101. You know, it's about thankfulness, yeah? It's about being thankful for what you have, right? And minimizing the occasion and minimizing the anxiety. And that's what Anthony Joshua's doing right now as we walk to the ring, soaking it in, looking around. I have to say, listen, you know me, I don't really care much about atmosphere. Obviously, the atmosphere is absolutely tremendous. It is what it is. This fight is going to be on in seconds. If anybody's got any final comments before we get into this commentary, let me know. If anybody hasn't hit the subscribe button, please hit the subscribe button. Please hit the like button. I promise you that the commentary you'll get tonight from a technical perspective, yeah, and from an entertainment perspective is going to be light years ahead of most of the other stuff you're going to hear tonight. Like I said before, there's a reason why, like I said, we've got pairs of these, yeah, in the cupboard. It is what it is. You know how we go, yeah? So what Anthony Joshua's coming to, what's this tune is coming out to? I should know this song. Someone in the comment section, Rocky music, that's the one. And they've got the fireworks. Yeah, that's it. No easy way out from Rocky. You guys are liking the Anthony Joshua walkout. Fireworks everywhere. Listen. There's no question the spectacle is incredible. Hopefully, this fight will live up to the expectations. And then, of course, you've got the familiar AJ, yeah, the A and the J letters up in fire as Anthony Joshua makes his entrance. Yeah, listen, I have to give the guy credit. He's got a lot of people, yeah, the hopes of almost a nation, yeah, or half a nation rest on this guy. So it is what it is, you know. He's literally now walking down a ramp and coming down to the ring. I have to say, listen, he seems very, very relaxed. No signs of any kinds of nerves. No signs of nerves from Anthony Joshua. And of course, he'll be feeling it, but no sign of nerves. No sign of, you know, the kind of demeanor that we saw in the Usyk fight. I have to say, and I don't really give a shit about how fighters look or what they say. It's about how they fight. But I have to say this. Oleksandr Usyk, though, looks 100% zoned in. And if you listen to Dave Allen recently, in Dave Allen's pre-fight preview, he spoke about the importance that the Ukrainians, particularly the Lomachenko-trained Ukrainians, put on mental strength. He said that Usyk would go and hit the bag and smash the bag and spar and then do mental equations and then do mathematical equations. And he's not joking. We've all seen it. We've all seen Vasyl Lomachenko do a spar. Or we've all seen Vasyl Lomachenko hit the bag, and then Vasyl Lomachenko goes and does those mathematical activities, or Vasyl Lomachenko will go and do Sudoku, or Vasyl Lomachenko will do something else. You know, Antonio Lomachenko and this whole Ukrainian outfit are very, very big on mental strength. Huge. They're huge on mental strength because they believe that strong mind leads to better decision making in the ring. And that's why they train the way they do. That's why they train their fighters to exhaustion and then have their fighters work their mind. That's why they have these fighters doing Sudoku, or that's why they have their fighters doing mathematical equations when they're tired. If that makes sense. They want to train the mind. They want to teach the mind how to think when the body's at its most stressed. Very, very clever technique. Very, very clever technique. Do you think Anthony Joshua's been training like that with Tony Sims? Like, just have to block people. Anybody asking for a link, you have to get blocked, unfortunately. So that's the thing. Like I said, last chance that anybody asking for a link. Sorry, but it has to go. Richard says Loma does Rubik's cubes after sparring. Exactly. It's all about making sure that when the body is at most stressed, or making sure that, you know, when the heart rate's up, when the body's at its most stressed, can they still think with clarity? That's why they do Rubik's cubes and do these puzzles and do whatever. There we go. We got our first ban of the evening straight away. So there you go. Mods, be on your game. Right. Let's go. Anthony Joshua's now in the ring. He's getting instructions whispered to him. He looks, I have to say now, listen, I'm trying to have a look at his demeanor now. He looks a little bit different to me. It's got Clifton Mitchell. Clifton Mitchell is just speaking to him and whispering in his ear there. Right. Michael Buffer is doing the ring announcements. What, guys, before we get going, what do you think about the demeanor of Anthony Joshua as he's in the ring right now? He looked great coming to the ring. Looks a little bit more, you know, at the minute. He looks a little bit more like he's skidding it at the minute. Let's see. Okay, Shevin says he loves AJ's demeanor. He looked great coming out to the ring. There's no question. You look great coming to the ring. You look really not. You look relaxed coming to the ring. Different things work for different fighters. Some fighters need to be amped up. Some fighters don't need to be amped up. Usyk looks absolutely zoned in. Like, Oleksandr Usyk is absolutely zoned in. I'm not saying Usyk's going to win this fight, but I'm just saying Oleksandr Usyk is absolutely zoned in. No question. That guy is absolutely 100% focused on concentrating on the job now, on the job in hand. But Sharon thinks that Usyk looks nervous. Wow, what do you guys think? I don't think he looks nervous at all. But what do you guys think? Sharon thinks Usyk looks nervous. I ain't seen it. I think Usyk looks ice cold to me. He looks ready. I mean, listen, the bottom line of it is, Anthony Joshua lands clean on Oleksandr Usyk's chin, and that's pretty much the end of this. Nothing's going to be able to help him. But we'll have to see. Sunny Singh, who's got a bit of a background in this kind of thing, says, agreed. He thinks Usyk looks focused. He says AJ looks a touch nervous to me. Jack Frost is saying AJ by KO round 2. It could happen. Richard from Twitter says this has been his sole focus for the past couple of years. I would 100% agree with that. Oleksandr Usyk, since the time he stepped into the heavyweight division, knew that he was going to be fighting Anthony Joshua. He's had time to visualize this. He's had time to strategize this for some time. George C says, Usyk looking focused to me, AJ looking slightly nervous. By the way, guys, we've got Ingram from BWTM Sports coming in to do the post-fight. This fight might not last long. I'm going with Anthony Joshua to win this fight by KO. I think Anthony Joshua is at least the second best heavyweight in the world. And I believe, I hate to be so, cliched, but you know what they say? A good big un tends to beat a good little un, And that's the bottom line of it, isn't it? That's the bottom line of boxing, isn't it? Good big un does tend to beat a good little un, It takes a tremendous amount of skill to overcome height, reach, and power advantages in any ring at any level. And I've seen that. I've seen skilled boxers who've got decent amateur records who have fought in ABAs, all right, or things like that. And sometimes they struggle. They struggle when they're getting with different styles. They struggle when they're getting with that tall guy who just sticks behind the jab. Like I said, different styles. This fight is seconds away from going on. Busy Music says, what time are they fighting? 20 seconds. TMT saying in 5 minutes. It ain't 5 minutes. Anthony Joshua's getting his gum shield in, mate. He's lecturing about to get the final instructions. This fight is on. I'm watching this live. Sky Sports Box Office. No stream. No stream. Well, I'm watching it on the internet, but I'm watching it on Sky Sports Box Office. This is it. Huge fight. Undisputed versus Unified. You know, we're going to give credit to whoever wins this fight. We're getting ready to go. Anthony Joshua versus Oleksandr Usyk. 88 people here. Hopefully the numbers go up. You're going to learn something tonight. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe. Yeah? And we're on. And Anthony Joshua does the right thing. Straight into the center of the ring. And Usyk is fighting close quarters. They're both doing the correct thing straight away. Both of them race to take the center of the ring. Usyk hits Anthony Joshua straight away with a left hand straight down the middle. That'll be Usyk's bread and butter. Usyk so far is establishing lead hand control. Good little right hand to the body from Anthony Joshua, but he's taking a jab and he's taking the left hand. Very, very good start from Oleksandr Usyk, and he's fighting at that very, very high pace straight away. He's dumping in and out. Anthony Joshua's already had problems gauging the distance of Usyk. Usyk's already beaten to the jab, and Usyk's already beaten him to the left hand. Yeah? And Usyk now is definitely turning up the pace. Lots of bounce, lots of feet. AJ looked at throwing a right hand, but Usyk had it covered. I'm just trying to see the direction that Usyk's always going to be moving to his right-hand side, as you can see straight away. But you've got the lead hand control from Usyk. Look at Usyk tapping away Anthony Joshua's jab hand and establishing lead hand dominance on him. That's a problem straight away. And Anthony Joshua needs to start finding a way to get that jab off, because look at his jab. His jab's being blocked. Look at the lead hand control from Usyk. Usyk's tapping away Anthony Joshua's lead jab. Usyk's feinting the right hook. And right now, early on, Anthony Joshua looks a little bit befuddled to me. But like I said, early doors, early days, you know, Anthony Joshua is the favourite. But so far, he's definitely having a few problems figuring it out at the minute. That the angles and the foot speed are a problem, but he can't establish the jab because Usyk is dominating with the lead hand control. And also, if you look at Usyk, he's feinting the right hook. And you need to watch that from Usyk. Not only is he tapping on the jab hand and he's feinting upstairs and downstairs, but Usyk's also feinting that little right hook. And when Usyk's feinting that right hook at Anthony Joshua, that might be getting Anthony Joshua to keep that jab hand in. But it's a good left hand from Usyk. It's a very, very good start, but the pace is high from Usyk. And Anthony Joshua has to stop the pace. Usyk is fighting like I said he would, in the pocket. He's not going to run away. He's not going to back onto the ropes and get on the jab. He's going to fight in the pocket and use angles. But if you look at the lead feet right now, that's the key to the fight. The two keys to the fight right now are the lead feet from Usyk and the lead hand dominance. Anthony Joshua can't get, he's getting out-angled already. Look at the feet from Usyk. Usyk spinning to his right. Remember what we told you about Usyk? Spinning to his right to avoid the right hand. Just look at the direction Usyk's moving and look at the lead feet. Usyk is dominating on the lead foot control. But Anthony Joshua just missed with the right hand there. That was a good right hand from Anthony Joshua. He timed it well. He just missed Usyk. AJ's probably the best finisher in heavyweight boxing. If he lands, it could be over. But 22 seconds left to go in round one. This is an Usyk round all day, every day. Anthony Joshua's having real problems with the angles. He needs to start getting the left hooks off when Usyk starts moving to that right-hand side. 10 seconds to go. Another left hand from Oleksandr Usyk. But it's the pace that's high. The pace is really high. And Anthony Joshua hasn't found a way to slow the pace down. Let me tell you right now, I don't believe that Oleksandr Usyk will win this fight. But he just had the best round he could have possibly had if he wanted to win this fight. That was like the best round Usyk could have possibly had. All the things we spoke about in that pre-fight preview, I want you guys to focus on these three things, okay? These are the three things you need to focus on. The lead hand dominance of Usyk. Look at Usyk. Go look at the compy box and look at how many jabs Anthony Joshua attempted in that round. He couldn't because Usyk was controlling his jab. Tapping away his jab, establishing lead hand dominance. Look at Anthony Joshua, Usyk feinting the right hook at him as well. You see Usyk, look, he feints up and down. He's tapping at AJ's jab. He's shutting down the jab, and then he's feinting the right hook. He's shutting AJ's jab down completely. So AJ can't control the fight behind the jab, can't back him up behind the double jab and set up the right hand. Usyk shutting down the jab, and not only that, Look at the battle of the lead feet. Usyk dominated him in that first round in the battle of the lead feet. He can't control the angles. Again, round 2, I can see by looking at the feet position. Anthony Joshua needs to be moving to his left-hand side and firing left hooks. There you go. Good start from AJ in this round 2. He's moving to his left now. AJ's got to start moving to his left and stop Usyk getting him in the triangle. And Anthony Joshua feinted the left hook. Good left hook feint from AJ. AJ's got an excellent lead left hook. So he needs to keep that going. When you've got southpaw fighters, these southpaws want to keep moving to their right-hand side, yeah? Left hook, bring the left hook across if you're Anthony Joshua. But Anthony Joshua having a little bit of a better time establishing the jab so far in this round. He's still befuddled, but he's getting the jab, he's getting that jab going a little bit more. It's a better round from Anthony Joshua, and he's starting to impose himself now. Better start to the round. But there you see Usyk. You see Usyk there with a little double jab and the little left hand down the middle. Didn't really land, but you see Usyk with the feints there, little tap tap and the left hand down the middle. But the key is, right, here's the key to the fight so far. Usyk is taking the center of the ring. He's not being backed up to the ropes, and he's changing angles in Anthony Joshua. And the punches are coming from everywhere. He's throwing looping hooks. He's going to the body. Good right hook there from Usyk. I mean, these are Usyk rounds all day at the minute. Oh, Anthony Joshua threw a good left hook, but Usyk covered it all the way. But that was good from Anthony Joshua. Good from Anthony Joshua. Usyk stepped to his right-hand side, and Anthony Joshua threw the left hook. Usyk blocked it, but those kind of punches can end the fight. Can Anthony Joshua make the adjustments? Right now, like I said, the pace is high, and he's been backed up. Anthony Joshua right now has been backed up at the center of the ring. Usyk's throwing that left hand to the body. All the things we told you in this pre-fight preview are coming to play. It's incredible to watch this. All the things we told you about the pre-fight preview. We told you about Usyk stepping to his right-hand side, lead hand dominance, setting up left hands to the body, the importance of that. He's doing it all in this fight. I mean, the first 2 rounds have been excellent for Usyk. But Anthony Joshua's staying calm. He's staying nice and calm. He's not getting overawed. And whatever game plan he's got, he's sticking to it. But he needs to get that jab off, because you can't be letting a smaller cruiserweight dominate you on the lead hand like this. He's getting dominated on the lead hand at the moment. And you know what? If Anthony Joshua loses another 1 or 2 rounds like this, he's going to be in trouble, because he's going to have to start chasing this fight. But right now, Usyk's looking on a different level, I have to say. Usyk's looking on a different level right now. I've got this 2-0, but there's 30 seconds to go left in round 1. I'm not seeing anything from Anthony Joshua. No established jab. He can't get the right hand off at the minute. That was a good right hook there from Anthony Joshua, but he couldn't get it off. But if you look at Anthony Joshua from distance, what have I always said about Anthony Joshua from distance? He struggles to set up punches from distance, and you're seeing the lack of inventiveness right now. When he can't find a home for the jab, there's nothing from the right hand so far. Listen, what do you guys think? Do you guys think that I'm being too harsh? Give me a yes or no. I want the following. Do you think that my technical analysis of the fight so far is right or wrong? And do you think I'm being too harsh on Anthony Joshua or not? I've got Usyk 2 rounds up in this fight, and he's looked easy so far. Now, Anthony Joshua can't afford to lose the next 2, because if he's going to lose the next 2, he's going to have to really push on. Right, so Rob McCracken is telling Anthony Joshua to educate smart pressure, and he's telling him to move side to side and defend with everything. So what he wants Anthony Joshua to do is he wants Anthony Joshua to start walking down Usyk, but walking him down with movement. And he's asking Anthony Joshua to move side to side. Bit of head movement, which is hard because we've never really seen Anthony Joshua do that so much in his career so far. Somebody's saying that last round could have gone to Anthony Joshua. I think those rounds are clear rounds for Usyk. If you look at it right now, beginning of round 3, Oleksandr Usyk took the center of the ring, double jab, left hand to the body. And again, look at the bait shots from Usyk. Those 2 jabs upstairs, they're not meant to land. They're just there to bring up Anthony Joshua's guard very high so he can stop the left hand to the body. Usyk's just schooling him right now. But Anthony Joshua has good power, and he can end this fight. But that's another good left to the body from Usyk. Again, watch how he sets it up. Throws a nice little jab upstairs, brings the guard up, straight left down the middle. More lead hand control. If anybody can get the punch stats on Anthony Joshua's jab, I would love to see the punch stats on jabs landing by. Oh, good left and right from Usyk. Good left and right. Usyk moved in, moved out. Straight left, right. Best punch of the fight so far. Wow! If you're Usyk right now, this is unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is, so far, this is a rerun of the, left hook there from, right hook from Anthony Joshua, but he just got caught on gloves. Listen, this is turning into a bit of a thriller because Anthony Joshua's getting absolutely schooled, but he has the power to end it in one fight, but the angles are a problem. He's got no control. Usyk's getting him in the triangle. He's stepping around to his right-hand side and he's going jab, straight right hand down the middle. AJ's got no control. And again, the real problem is he can't establish the jab. He can't establish the jab. The smaller, lighter man is dominating him on the jab and dominating him on the lead hand. Dominating him on the lead hand. And Usyk's beginning to walk him down almost. Left hand to the body from Usyk. Good counter from Anthony Joshua, but Usyk slipped it. But Usyk's investing in that left hand to the body. Right hook from Usyk. What do you guys think? Do you think I'm calling it incorrectly or not? What do you think? Do you guys think I'm calling this fight incorrectly? So far, I mean, we've got 1 minute to go in the third round. To me, this is all Oleksandr Usyk. Good right hand from Anthony Joshua, straight down the middle. That was the first decent shot he landed. Good jab from Anthony Joshua. Good two best shots from Anthony Joshua so far. Nice little jab and a nice little right hand. We've seen Usyk get hurt by Tony Belly with the straight right down the middle. But my problem still is that Usyk is still controlling his lead hand. He's not able to get off the jab at all. And he's not able to, Usyk with a left hand down the middle. You see Usyk step to the right, slip to the right, left hand down the middle. Nailed Anthony Joshua. Oh, big left hand from Usyk. Oh, I think he felt that. He's hanging on. He felt that. He felt that. He actually felt that. Wow! Usyk went for a big left hook. He knows he got him. Usyk, left hook, right hand from Anthony Joshua. Usyk may have felt that. Wow! What a round. Joshua was hurt in that round by Usyk. Usyk knew he hurt him. And Usyk actually went in for the finish. Wow! What a fight if you're watching this. Unbelievable. Oleksandr Usyk so far. Listen, I still don't think he'll win. I think AJ will put it out. Games you love since they were both hurt. Yeah, AJ did counter him at the end with a right hook. The thing with Usyk is maybe he's almost that was a big left hook. And that's the same shot he got Dave Allen out of there with. And that's what we were saying about Usyk, right? We said, listen, the thing with Usyk is the angle. Look at the angle of the looping left from Usyk. It comes from outside the division to inside the division. Anthony Joshua never saw that coming. And look at the bait shot Usyk used to set it up with. Look at the bait shot. Usyk set up with a little bait jab, and then he came around the guard with the left hook. He's very clever. The punches come from angles. At the minute, Anthony Joshua has no answer for the angles. He's in big trouble. Big jab. Oh, no, the feet clash. That was a clash of feet. Big clash of feet. But right now, you can't give a round to Anthony Joshua. But like I said, I still think he'll get it done. And you know what? If Anthony Joshua wins this fight, I'm not going to criticize him and say he's a bum. He got exposed because Usyk, he's fighting one of the best fighters in the world, but serious question marks have to be asked about the training and the coaching going on with Anthony Joshua because he's had weeks to prepare for this. I've seen it coming. What I've said Usyk was going to do, he's doing. He's fighting in the pocket. He's going to be spinning to his right-hand side. He's going to be throwing the left hand. He's going to be setting him up with jabs. He's going to implement lead hand control. So far, this is a good right hand to the body from Anthony Joshua. Good right hand to the body from Anthony Joshua. Let's see what they're saying. Sorry, this fight is a lot better than I expected. Oh, that's clever from Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua there, very clever. Anthony Joshua threw a little double jab, a little bait double jab, and then he shifted over to his left-hand side and he wanted to throw the right hand, but he couldn't do it. But that was very good thinking from AJ. That was a nice adjustment from AJ. AJ just threw that little double jab, he stepped to his left and looked to set up the right hand. And it didn't work that time, but if he carries on like that, he'll win this fight. But Usyk's still dominating him. See that? Usyk jabbing over his jab. Anthony Joshua getting beaten to the jab by a fucking cruiserweight right now. And that's the key to the fight. But Usyk, if you look at Usyk's left eye, his left eye is like really marked up, you know. Like he looks like he's taking some real shots. Good right hand from Anthony Joshua, but that was blocked by Usyk. But I wonder, good right hook from Usyk. But I just wonder if Anthony Joshua started to get on top of him a little bit. Because if you look at Usyk's face, his face is marked up, you know. But I mean, I've got to win in this round. But let's see, because it's interesting, because I've got Usyk winning this fight, winning all these rounds, but the marking, there's noticeable marking on his face there. So we'll have to wait and see. Noticeable marking on his face. So maybe some of these Anthony Joshua shots are already having an effect on him. How have you guys got round 4? 45 seconds to go. I've got it another round for Usyk, but like I said, I'm a little bit concerned with Usyk's right eye. But Usyk with a left hand to the body there. I mean, I don't know. And again, when Anthony Joshua throws the jab, Usyk slips to his right-hand side. Can you see? That's how Usyk's trying to avoid the jab. Can you see? But let me tell you, Usyk looks like the pace might be getting to him a bit. What do you think about Usyk's pace? Maybe the pace is getting to Usyk a bit. Let's have a look. I'm trying to read the fight because it looks like the pace is slowing down and Anthony Joshua might be about to come into this fight. Oh, a little right hand from AJ nearly got through. I think this fight might be changing. I think Anthony Joshua might be about to, he's smiling in the ring. I think AJ might be about to turn the corner in this fight. Listen, I've got it all 4 rounds to Usyk, but I just feel that Anthony Joshua can see light at the end of the tunnel here. Let's wait and see. The pace there seemed to slow down for Usyk there. So we'll have to wait and see. What's concerning me is it doesn't look like he's been getting hit too much, but there's a lot of marking around that eye in particular. Let's have a look. Let's get rid of this guy. I'm red. Here we go. Man, Usyk's fought really well though. For me, he's 4 up. I mean, how do you think the judges will have it? I'm willing to bet you any money the judges probably have it 3-1, 2-2. I've got a feeling they're going to give that last round to AJ, even though I think Usyk clearly won that round. Matthew Macklin is saying that Usyk is 4 rounds up to him, but he thinks that the pace of the fight is changing. I agree. I've got Usyk 4-0 up, but I just think that Anthony Joshua is starting to come into this fight for me. The pace is slowing down a bit. Let's see how he gets on. Look, Usyk buddies him. Jab over the top. Right hook. So Usyk started quite strongly there. Let's see if Anthony Joshua can get this jab off again. Let's see if Usyk can keep this pace up. But it looked to me there towards the end of that round that Joshua was beginning to come into it. But AJ walked himself onto a jab again. You know, like I said, AJ only needs 1 big shot to end this fight. If AJ gets him hurt, he will close him out because he's one of the best finishers in the game. Can Usyk take rounds off? That's the key to the fight now. Can Usyk take rounds off and not get hurt? He's boxed as well as I've seen him box since the Gassiev fight. This is his best performance since the Gassiev fight. For me, he's 4 rounds up, quite clearly. But for me, Anthony Joshua, like I said, Anthony Joshua's staying calm. And that's the good thing about AJ. AJ's staying calm. Whatever game plan he's got, he's sticking to it. But he doesn't seem to be imposing himself enough. I expect to see Usyk's back touch the ropes a lot more than what I'm seeing so far. But I can tell you now, Anthony Joshua's looking for the straight right hand down the middle. I can tell that by the way he's shaping up. What you're seeing from Anthony Joshua isn't too different to what he tries to do against Charles Martin. What you're going to see from Anthony Joshua is he's going to look to step to his left and he's going to go jab right hand. Now, Anthony Joshua's now beginning to throw left hooks now. Can you see? Can you guys see the little adjustment Anthony Joshua's making? Anthony Joshua's now beginning to throw in fake left hooks to bring Usyk into that right hand. So watch out for the Anthony Joshua right hand because that might be landing in the next round or two. I mean, for me, Usyk's winning this round. But for me, Anthony Joshua, like I said, there's signs of life there in the movement. He seems to be coping with the angles a lot better. And he looks to be now almost mirroring Usyk's footwork. He's implementing left hooks. And I think it's only a matter of time before this right hand from Anthony Joshua lands. So that's what I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be very similar to the Charles Martin knockout, where AJ slips to his left, and he goes to straight right down the middle, and he puts Usyk on his ass. But who have you got this 5th round going for so far? For me, right now, it's still Oleksandr Usyk. For me, he's landing the cleaner shots. But for me, it's only a matter of time before Anthony Joshua is going to get this right hand off because his positioning now is far better than it was before. But that was a good left hand there from Usyk down the middle. But Anthony Joshua's smiling in the ring. He's feeling comfortable. That was a good right hook from Anthony Joshua that I think may have landed and got through there. Yeah, I think that got through. Right hook from Anthony Joshua. I do think the fight's going to turn towards Anthony Joshua, to be honest. But good jab from Usyk. But I would say, honestly, so far, for me, this is going to be 5-0 to Usyk. But for me, Anthony Joshua, like I said, that right hand's going to find a home very soon. Very, very soon. You can see there, Joshua's starting to catch up with the lead feet now. Joshua's starting to catch up in the lead feet. He's now starting to get lead foot dominance. And look, can you see that now? Can you see how comfortable AJ is now getting the right hand off? He's so much more comfortable getting the right hand off. It's only a matter of time before this is going to land. I've got it 5-0 to Usyk, but this, I think for me, Anthony Joshua, if you're an Anthony Joshua fan right now, I think there's something coming because the right hand's on its way. How have you guys got it in the scorecard? Give me your guys' scores. For me, like I said before, Anthony Joshua now, like I said, he's stepping to his left. In that round now, what you see Anthony Joshua doing is he's getting himself out of the triangle. He's starting to throw left hooks to bring Usyk onto the right hand. And you see how many right hands Anthony Joshua threw in that round now. If you look at the previous rounds, he couldn't find a home for the right hand. He was struggling to get the right hand off. He was struggling to line himself up to get the right hand off. If you look at that last round, Anthony Joshua was able to get the right hand off a lot more often. And that's bad news for Usyk. Usyk was hit with a couple of right hands in that fight that they're showing in the replay. I personally thought Usyk did enough to win the round, but I think now this fight is trending towards Anthony Joshua. Anybody ask me for links, please ban them. 118 in the room. Usyk starts off on the front foot. Usyk needs to make adjustments, and Usyk needs to start, like I said before, throw more feints at Anthony Joshua and start getting yourself over to your right-hand side. You need to be circling away from Anthony Joshua's power hand. Good jab to start from Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua's beginning to find a home for the right hand, and it's really only a matter of time at this point, really, before I think we're going to see Usyk on the floor. That's the way I'm reading this fight. If you're Oleksandr Usyk at the minute, you have to now start circling away from this right hand, and you have to start feinting and doing whatever you can to move and get Anthony Joshua in a position where you can't get a straight shot on that right hand, because that right hand's beginning to find a home. If you look at where Usyk's moving, Anthony Joshua's beginning to move him into that right hand. If you look at Usyk, Usyk's now beginning to circle into the right hand. Can you see that? As Anthony Joshua's beginning to step to his left and cut him off now. Can you see, though, where Usyk's moving? Usyk's moving into the right hand. That's where Anthony Joshua wants him, yeah? And Anthony Joshua's going to throw the right hand at the head, body, and chest until he connects with something. You can see AJ's looking for the right hand. There you go. AJ throws the right hand. He just falls short. But you can see what AJ's looking forward now. AJ's going to be step to his left, jab, right hand. Simple stuff from AJ. You know what he's looking for. But can Usyk stop it? Because once AJ lands with his right hand, I think the fight's going to be over. So watch out for that. This fight's a very, very close round. Again, this kind of round is probably going to go to Anthony Joshua because he's been the enforcer. He looks more comfortable. He's been the one putting on the pressure. But Usyk's beginning to get moved into that right hand, and that's going to be the problem, you see. And this is what Anthony Joshua did against Charles Martin. That was a good combination. Right hook, straight left hand down the middle from Usyk. Anthony Joshua threw a right hand of his own. I'm not sure if that landed clean. But he's beginning to stalk Usyk, cut the ring off now. Can you see? He's beginning to take the space away. And he's moving Usyk into that right hand. Usyk's trying to move to his right-hand side to get away from the right hand. But Anthony Joshua's now mirroring his footwork and cutting him off. This is where Usyk needs to start throwing foot feints. This is where Usyk now needs to start putting a dip in his knees and beginning to start rolling and rolling under the punches. But Anthony Joshua, you see, he's beginning to catch up with him. The space in the ring that Usyk's got is lessening as the rounds go on now. Nice little right hand there from Anthony Joshua. I think this fight's going to see a conclusion very soon. I think it's, oh, there you go. Good right hand from Anthony Joshua. Usyk walked straight into it. Counter right hand from AJ. It's only a matter of time. Usyk's beginning to be moved into the right hand now. AJ's beginning to fancy this. It's only a matter of time. Left hook there from Anthony Joshua. Very good boxing from AJ. Throws the left hook to stop Usyk moving to his right hand side. But Usyk's beginning to feel this now. Oh, good right hand from Anthony Joshua. Bang on the chin. There you go. This is the most conclusive round. AJ's going to go to the body. Usyk was hurt in that round. Big time. It's only a matter of time. Only a matter. This fight's only going one way. But listen, no shame from Oleksandr Usyk, man. No shame. That first 4 rounds he put on was tremendous. But unfortunately now, Anthony Joshua, I'll give AJ credit because he stayed calm. He was hurt in that second round. He was hurt, but he stuck to the fight. He stuck to the game plan. He didn't get overawed, and now he's doing the right things. You know, like I said before, Anthony Joshua is stepping to his left. Yeah? So he's stepping to his left. He's cutting the southpaw off. He's throwing the left hook to stop the southpaw escaping. Yeah? So the southpaw wants to escape to this side to avoid the right hand. AJ's keeping him in line there by throwing the right hook. He's cutting the space off, throwing the jab, and now he's setting up the right hands. And now the right hands are beginning to find a home. It's really only a matter of time. Games You Love has got it 4-2. I think 4-2's fair. I can definitely see AJ getting the last two. But I think this fight is trending towards an Anthony Joshua knockout. That's my opinion. We'll have to wait and see. The only thing that's going to stop this is if AJ gets caught in the middle of punching again, or if he gasses himself out. But he's paced himself very well in this fight. And right now, my money is on Anthony Joshua by KO. I think it's only a matter of time now. Usyk's got to find a way to use something to get away from this right hand because he's been moved into the right hand. You can see Usyk desperately trying to escape there and get away from the right hand. You can see it. Oh, I think that was a right hand. Was that a right hand from AJ or what was that? What landed there? Did they both land? I couldn't tell who landed there. Good little right hook there from Usyk. I'll probably give Usyk the round so far, but the trajectory of the fight, you can see where it's going. But listen, this has been a good fight. The fight has caught fire more than I thought it would. I thought it'd be a lot more cagey than this, and both fighters are boxing tremendously well. You know, Anthony Joshua has his limitations, right? But he's dealing with a master boxer, and he's doing very, very well so far. And Usyk's doing tremendous as well. Both have boxed very well. Good little left hook there to the body. That was blocked there, but I think that hit the hip there from Usyk, and that you can see the effect on that. Clever little move there from Anthony Joshua there for a big left hook. I think that hit the hip, but still, like I said, a painful shot there on Oleksandr Usyk. But Anthony Joshua's now beginning to cut him off. Good jab from Usyk. Good left hand from Usyk. How have you got this round so far, guys? I think Usyk has landed the better punches. But for me, I still think the trajectory of the fight goes towards Anthony Joshua. Unless he gasses. If Anthony Joshua gasses, then he could be in trouble. Good jab from Usyk. Then this is definitely Usyk's round. This is definitely Usyk's round, and he needs this round. He needs this round big time because he's on the end of some big right hands in the last two rounds. He needs this. Anthony Joshua is now beginning to slow down. Good lead, straight right from Anthony Joshua, straight down the middle. Anthony Joshua doing exactly what Tony Bailey did there. Just leaning over to his left-hand side and throwing that right hand down the middle. But go! No, that was a clash of the feet. AJ wasn't hurt, but it looks good for Usyk. That was a clash of the feet. But AJ's beginning to slow. Usyk needs to drop to the body with the left hand. Usyk needs to drop to the body. AJ's hurt, I think, but Usyk needs to drop to the body. Right hand to the left hand to the body. Usyk's got to drop downstairs now. Usyk is turned it around. AJ definitely feeling it. But big round for Usyk, but he needs to drop the left hand to the body. Big left hook, but Usyk needs to drop that left hand to the body. Left hand to the body, right hook upstairs if you're Usyk. That's the combination. Left hand to the body, right hook upstairs. Big round from Usyk. What? Let me tell you, that is the mark of a champion. Wow, he looked like he was on his way out to me. He hurt Anthony Joshua midway through that round. That's a big round for Usyk because I think now, going past round 7, how have you guys got it? I think you've got to have it at least 5-2 to Usyk. Ron Dog says, you a nutter. Bro, what do you want, man? What do you want? I'm passionate about it. It's a great fight to watch, man. It's a great fight to watch. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. This is a hell of a fight we've got here. I've got it 5-2 to Usyk. 6-1, 5-2. Richard from Twitter's got it 5-2 to Usyk. But the thing is, AJ can't afford to gas. If AJ gasses in this fight, he will lose this fight. That's the key. If AJ gasses in this fight, he will lose this fight. Let's go. Round 8. Let's see. Let me tell you, if you're Oleksandr Usyk, I'll tell you this is the go-to combination on Anthony Joshua. I'll tell you right now. Jab upstairs, but then left to the body. You throw a feint jab upstairs to bring his guard up, sink the left hand into the body, and come back across with a right hook. If you're Usyk, that's the combination I'll be working with right now. Yeah? Little bait jab to the head to bring his guard up, left hook to the body, and come back across with a right hook. He can hurt Anthony Joshua. He's proven it in this fight. He can hurt Anthony Joshua. But Anthony Joshua is still the favourite to win because just 2 rounds ago, AJ looked to be getting on top of him. One right hand from Anthony Joshua and this fight is over. Great fight from both fighters as well. I'm giving credit to both fighters because Anthony Joshua is a limited fighter who has a limited experience with southpaws. And right now he's having lots of trouble. But there's no shame in having trouble against Oleksandr Usyk. So credit is going to both fighters. There you go. Good work from Anthony Joshua. He just missed that right hand, but Anthony Joshua's doing the right things again. Anthony Joshua's stepping to his right-hand side, and he's looking to set up that right hand again. This is much better from Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua's got Usyk where he wants him now, and he's moving him into that right hand, but Usyk knows what's coming, though. That's the thing about Anthony Joshua. There's no creativity in his offense. Usyk knows what shots are coming. Usyk knows what AJ... Usyk knows that Anthony Joshua's going to step to his left jab and try and set up the right hook, right hand. So Usyk knows what shots are coming. It's just a question of can he duck them? You know, you need to see more, and this is what I'm saying about Anthony Joshua. You need to see a little bit more creativity in that offense. And that's all I'm saying. That's the only misgiving I had about Anthony Joshua is he doesn't show enough creativity. He's a bit too one-dimensional, and that's why he's struggling right now. Good right hand to the body from AJ. Nice. Oh, good right hand. Good left hand by Usyk. Usyk went right on the chin. Good right hand again from Usyk. He's going for it. Usyk's going for it, man. Anthony Joshua's feeling the pace of this fight, but Usyk has to drop to the body. Don't give up on the body. Left hook, left hand to the body, Oleksandr. Right hand from AJ lands. It wasn't a powerful one, but it was a nice little touch right hand from Anthony Joshua. Listen, oh, AJ nearly landed the uppercut there. That was very smart. Wow. Oh, left hand from Usyk. But Anthony Joshua there brought the uppercut out for the first time. That was lethal. Do you see that? Usyk stepped across to his right-hand side and AJ brought up the uppercut and just missed him. That could have been it. But it's another big round for Usyk, I'm afraid. Anthony Joshua's eyes not starting to close, but his left eye is beginning to palm up, AJ. AJ's left eye is beginning to swell up, you know. He's taking a lot of right hooks, a lot of jabs. Good uppercut to the body from Anthony Joshua. That was lovely boxing. That was lovely boxing from Anthony Joshua at the end there. Guys, mods, can you ban people like this? ASAP. They don't deserve to be on this channel. We don't want to hear what they got to say. We're not interested. Block them. ASAP. Block them. I gave Usyk that last round. But Anthony Joshua, lovely little bit of boxing from AJ. Usyk went for the jab and stepped in behind the jab. You know what Anthony Joshua did? AJ just took a step back and he brought the uppercut up to the body. That was good work from Anthony Joshua there. I like that. That was lovely. Usyk came in with the jab. AJ just took his little step back and just brought that uppercut up, brought it up to the chest body area. 125 in the chat. How have you guys got the scorecard? For me, that's clearly an Usyk round. Hey, Anthony Joshua needs a knockout to win this fight now. I've got it about 6-2. He needs a knockout. He needs a knockout, surely. What on our cards? Obviously, in real life, he's probably 10-0 up. But look, going into round 9, you know, on our scorecards, Anthony Joshua needs a knockout to win. But the key is his gas tank. He can't gas. If he gasses, he's not going to be champion of the world anymore. Simple as that. Usyk's putting the pressure on still. Look, Anthony Joshua's now switching to bring the uppercut into play. There you go. The referee's warning AJ because he used illegal head control. You see from Anthony Joshua there, he put his forearm on top of Usyk's neck to try and position him so he could bring the uppercut upstairs. But that's the adjustment that Anthony Joshua's now making. He's looking to bring the uppercut into play. So you see Usyk's doing this in and out movement. Usyk's fighting at close quarters, yeah, and using angles to exit. When Usyk tries to come in behind the jab, AJ's looking to bring him onto the uppercut as he steps in. So watch out for that shot. That's probably AJ's best punch. So that's the adjustment that Anthony Joshua's looking to make. And he's looking to throw that little left uppercut to body and to head, to everything. So watch out for that little shot, yeah? As Usyk comes across with the jab or the right hook, watch for AJ to bring the uppercut, the left uppercut, head, body, and chest. How have you got this round? Matthew Macklin's got it for AJ. I haven't been paying much attention. How have you got round 9 so far? But Matthew Macklin's probably the worst scorer in the history of boxing. Good left hook, right hook from Usyk. AJ's eye's going to close if this carries on. His eye's swelling. He's taking all kinds of jabs. Listen, Anthony Joshua, no matter what anybody says, has lost the battle of the jabs tonight with the cruiserweight. And that's a real problem. You know, whether he wins the fight or loses the fight, there has to be questions because he has failed to establish the jab. He's the bigger, stronger man by distance. But I would say for Anthony Joshua, watch out for the uppercut because he's looking as Usyk steps in to take a step back and then come back up with the uppercut. So watch out for AJ because he can counterpunch. But right now, I've got this round for Usyk. How have you got it so far? I've got this round for Usyk. Usyk's laughing in the ring. But do you know the shot that Usyk stopped going to? They had a lot of success with. Usyk had a lot of success with the little bait jab upstairs and then bring that left hand to the body, to the gut. Because Anthony Joshua has a high guard. If you look at Anthony Joshua, he has a very high guard. So the center line's always nice and open. So there's a little opportunity there for Usyk to go and lead in with that left hand to the body, off the jab upstairs, bring that left hand downstairs, and he stopped doing that. But I have to say, who have you got this round for so far? I've got it for Usyk. Who have you got this round for? Jab from Usyk. Let me tell you right now. Oh! Left hand from Usyk, but AJ's nose is bloody. Let me tell you, make no mistake. Anthony Joshua needs a knockout to retain the unified heavyweight championship of the world. Simple as that now. Are we agreeing in the comment section? Yes or no? That's what I'm saying right now. Anthony Joshua needs a knockout to retain the unified heavyweight championship of the world. If he does not knock out Oleksandr Usyk, I don't believe he's going to be the or he knocks him down. Do you know what I mean? Unless he gets a knockdown or something like that, knockdown or a knockout, he has to put him on the floor to retain his title at the minute. Bar Allen is saying, Peter Fury is saying that AJ needs a knockout. As far as I can see right now, let me tell you, if the cards were to end now and they were to give this to Anthony Joshua, British boxing would be a laughing stock. And you'd see an immediate rematch. Because if the cards were to end right now, Oleksandr Usyk would be the champion of the world. Simple as that. No tears, no hating business. I'm just telling you how it is. If the cards were to end right now, Oleksandr Usyk would be the champion of the world. But right now, AJ's struggling with the angles again. Usyk's on the front foot. And Usyk's continuing to pressure him forward. He's continuing to walk into the fire. He's continued to walk in the fire. Now, you see Anthony Joshua look for the right uppercut. Did you see it there? Usyk went for the jab. Anthony Joshua tried to use head control to bring his head down and fire the right uppercut. Watch out for the uppercut to get Anthony Joshua out of trouble. Watch out for that, yeah? Watch out for the right uppercut. It's Anthony Joshua's get-out punch. Trust me. Don't sleep on Anthony Joshua. He can counterpunch. He's a good counterpuncher. Look at that. Good right hook from Usyk. Good right hook from Usyk. AJ's gassing. The left hand to the body is bang on from Usyk. He's not using it. He's begging for it. AJ's gassing. The left hand to the body will soften him up, for fuck's sake. I'm going to check the scores on Twitter in a minute. Right, I don't see, right, we've got 1 minute 50 to go. I don't see how anybody can give this 10th round to AJ so far, but you never know. Let me tell you right now, if Anthony Joshua does not knock out Oleksandr Usyk, Rob McCracken's going to be down the Job Centre Plus first thing in the morning. Has to be. Rob McCracken's going to be the Job Centre Plus first thing in the morning. This is unbelievable stuff. I mean, a cruiserweight should not be. And it's all the stuff we warned about. We warned about the angles. We warned about the slipping to the right-hand side. We warned about the lead hand control. We warned about jabbing over his jab. We warned about the left hand to the body. This is all stuff that we warned about in our pre-fight preview. And it's all coming to pass right now. You know, Rob McCracken and whoever's coaching Anthony Joshua, they've got serious questions that need to be answered about this performance. Serious questions. Because it should never have been like this. You know, he looks out of sorts right now, AJ. What do you guys think? A minute to go. He looks out of sorts. Usyk's beginning to pick him off a little bit. Oh, good left hook from Usyk. AJ felt that, but there's a cut on Usyk's eye. And that's the thing. It doesn't look to me like Usyk is getting landed on so much, but he's taking a lot of damage. Let's see. But it looked like Usyk hurt him with a left hook. Let's see. Usyk's going for it. Left hand from Usyk. Usyk's absolutely going for it. He feels like he's hurting him. Wow, AJ's missing every shot, loading up on shots, telegraphing his shots. Everything that we have spoken about on this flipping channel for the last 5 years has come to pass. Everything we've spoken about in the last 5 years about Orthodox versus Southpaw. I told you guys. What do you think these are for? We actually go to the boxing gym. These other boxing channels just watch it on YouTube. They never been in a boxing gym before. Oh, his white eye's gone. His white eye's bad, AJ. His white eye's nearly shut. There's no way the judges can give it to him. He needs a knockout. But like I said before, as long as Anthony Joshua is in the fight, he's my favourite to win. Look at the Vladimir Klitschko fight. One thing about Anthony Joshua, he has heart and he's dangerous. Right from the first minute to the last minute, he is dangerous. If you're Usyk, just take round off. Round 12, take it off. He's in desperate trouble, Anthony Joshua. I tell you what, right now, if you're in that coaching staff and if you're in that corner of Anthony Joshua, serious questions have to be asked because you've had a year to prepare for this fight. How could you not see this coming? You've had a year to prepare for this fight and you couldn't see this coming. This is ABC 123 Southpaw boxing that you will see in any amateur boxing gym up and down the country. AJ's got 2 rounds to retain the title. Simple. Usyk's out, he knocked him, they hurt him. He's hurt. Usyk with an uppercut, knee, left hand, he was hurt. He looks hurt. Wow. Oh, apparently AJ landed a right hand. I didn't see it, but Matthew Macklin's screaming about the place. But Usyk looks all right to me. But let's see. Sorry, I missed that. But Matthew Macklin's a complete idiot. Whose commentary is better for you? Who's a better commentator? Me or Matthew Macklin? Let's not lie, it's me. Usyk's hurting him. Unbelievable. It's the angles. The problem is when Usyk throws these left hands, he loops them from out of vision into vision. Does that make sense? He loops the left hand. Go and look at his spar with Dave Allen. Usyk loops the left hand. So you don't see it. It's not a straight shot. He loops it around the guard. So Anthony Joshua is not seeing the shot. And he's getting caught clean and flush. Matthew Macklin's praying for Anthony Joshua to win. He's making up imaginary stories in his head about right hands landing. Matthew Macklin's a disgrace. Good right hand from Anthony Joshua. Just missed. AJ's got to land in his next 1.5 minutes, you feel. This is basically, you probably say this is it now. You probably say this is it. And can I be honest with you right now? I'm going to be honest with you. If you're Tyson Fury right now, and I don't want to be funny, but if you're Tyson Fury, you're watching a TV screen and you are laughing. You're laughing if you're Tyson Fury. We tried to tell them so many times. AJ's going to knock Fury out in a couple of rounds. We tried to explain to them. I've tried to explain to them many times. What do you guys think about Anthony Joshua? Oh my gosh, Usyk with a double left hand off the jab. He's toying with AJ. He's toying with AJ. Double left hand off the jab from Oleksandr Usyk. 47 seconds round left to go. Usyk is making this look easy. Oh my gosh. Usyk needs to calm down and he needs to take the last round off. There's no judge in the country can give this to Anthony Joshua. There's no judge that can give this to AJ. No judge. So Usyk really, 25 seconds left, run around the ring and done. AJ's trying to walk Usyk into the right hand. Oh, that was a lovely little check right hook there from Usyk. Lovely. AJ tried to walk him onto the right hand, but Usyk threw the counter right hand, nailed him right on the chin. Left hand to the body from Usyk, left hand upstairs. He's hunting him down. Unbelievable. Anthony Joshua's got 1 round to retain the championship of the world. Usyk has come to Britain and he's ripped it away. There's no judge anywhere in the country that could give this fight to Anthony Joshua. No judge. Guys, I'm just asking you honestly. Guys, what would you rate my commentary out of 10? I'm not saying it's been a 7 or 8 or a 9. I'm just looking to ask because I've been a little bit more animated and I've been a little bit more into the fight tonight and some people are not liking it. So for those of you who listen to my commentary, what do you think about my commentary tonight? I hope it's been useful. I hope the technical game plans we've given you have been useful. You know, we've been speaking about the left hand, the right, and we're trying to call the fight. I'm listening. I've got Sky's commentary in my ears. I can hear what Matthew Macklin's saying. So He has to win. He has to get a knockout now. This is it. He has to get a knockout. There's no judge in the country that can score that for AJ. This is it. He's got 3 minutes to retain his championship. And he's more than capable of doing it. Because Usyk's going, oh my gosh. Usyk's just continuing on the front foot, looking to get rid of him. Left hook from Usyk. And again, when Usyk throws the left hook, he loops it around AJ's guard so AJ doesn't see it. Adam Smith is saying AJ has not won enough rounds. Unbelievable. Andy Clark has got Oleksandr Usyk 5 rounds ahead. Good right hand from Anthony Joshua straight down the middle. Good right hand from Anthony Joshua again down the middle. Good left hook from Usyk. That was an excellent right hook from Oleksandr Usyk. But AJ needs a knockout. His eyes are swollen. But look at what AJ's doing when they're in the centre of the ring. Look at that lack of inventiveness from AJ. Other than throwing the jab and the 1-2 and looking to walk Usyk onto the uppercut, what has he shown? Where's the inventiveness been? This is what we've been talking about with Anthony Joshua for fight after fight after fight. We've said that when he's shown distance, he lacks inventiveness. He has problems setting up punches. He telegraphs his punches, and that is coming true tonight. Usyk's just teeing off with him there. Right, oh my gosh, Usyk just teeing off. Left hand after left hand. Usyk is 1 minute 30 away from becoming the unified head. Usyk's going to go down as one of the greatest fighters in history. Oh my gosh, Usyk walking him onto shots. Usyk just unloading on him. We're watching one of the greatest performances of all time. What we're going to see tonight, this is going to go down in history. People are going to talk about this in 10, 15 years in British boxing, 20 years. We're watching greatness. There's no question. We're watching greatness. We are watching greatness. 11 o'clock on a Saturday night in the UK. Oleksandr Usyk is 1 minute away from becoming the heavyweight champion. Undefeated. Unbelievable. He's still landing on Anthony Joshua. He's still landing on Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua's on the ropes. He looks like again. He's just been absolutely... But Usyk he's almost been reckless. 40 seconds to go. Unbelievable performance. This is one of the... Oleksandr Usyk is the pound for pound. Is 30 seconds away. He is the pound for pound #1 fighter in boxing. Simple as that. No talk about Canelo. No talk. Usyk is the #1 pound for pound fighter in boxing. And possibly one of the greatest boxers in history. Ever. I've never seen a performance like this. Usyk's rocking his hurt him. AJ's on steady legs. He's going to go. Usyk's got him. He's going to go. AJ's out of it. He's gone. He's gone. AJ's nearly out. Oh my God. Oleksandr Usyk's going to do it. We have a new champion. We have a new champion. Unbelievable. One of the greatest performances I've ever seen in a boxing. That is the best performance I've ever seen in a boxing ring in the UK. Oleksandr Usyk is the unified heavyweight champion of the world. And he is the pound for pound #1. No questions. Usyk is the best fighter in the sport. Now, where are these AJ fans at? That have been telling you about this for the last 6 months to a year. Where are these AJ fans at? Get your ass in this comment section tonight, first thing. Where are these AJ fans at? Get these AJ fans out here now. Where are the AJ fans at? Where are these AJ fans at now? That was a schooling. Where's Ingram? Let's get Ingram the link. Unbelievable. Let me tell you. Hold on. I want everybody to look at the screen. Please. Everybody look at the screen right now. This man, Mr. Anderson, goes to boxing gyms. Now, I don't know which coach he works with, but he goes to boxing gyms, right? And he knows about boxing. He's in the fucking gyms, right? This man, Mr. Anderson, said a year and a half ago on this channel, he said when Usyk meets Anthony Joshua, he said Usyk will stop him in the later rounds. And that was, AJ was 10 seconds away from getting stopped. This man, Mr. Anderson, come on my channel a year and a half ago, and he said Usyk will stop Anthony Joshua if they fight. He said, mark my words, take a bow. He called that from day one. He called that 2 years ago. Unbelievable performance from Usyk. He just dominated him. You know, Anthony Joshua did very well. But you know, my problem is not with Anthony Joshua. Let me just get ready to change the title of this stream. My problem was with Anthony Joshua's coaches, because that should not have been allowed to happen tonight. That boxing was every single thing that we said. Every single thing that we said in the build-up about what could go wrong for AJ with the angles of the southpaw, dominating with the left hand to the body, everything just clicked on the night. And that's why we say boxing is on the night. Dave Lane is saying, don't jinx it. It doesn't matter. If AJ gets the decision, it doesn't matter, because everybody knows Usyk won that fight. So it doesn't matter to me. Everybody knows Usyk won that fight. If British boxing wants to dig its own grave and give it to AJ, that's fine. But AJ was hurt. AJ was out. AJ, if that fight had gone on another round, he'd have got knocked out. He'd have got knocked out. Here come the cards. There can only be one winner in this. Sorry, guys. Let's wait for the decision. Let me get ready to change the title of this stream. Scorecards, here we go. Yeah. It's a unanimous. It's Usyk. It's Usyk. Howard Foster gave it 115 to 113. Yeah, Usyk's done it. Usyk. Unbelievable. Let's get this up. Let me get this up. Usyk killed him. Unbelievable. One sec. Sort of boxing lesson. Hold on. Live reaction. Anthony Joshua schooled by Oleksandr Usyk. We have a new champion. Right, sort of boxing lesson. There we go. Sorry about that. Right, sorry, I had to start the stream. Right, it's on. Anthony Joshua, absolutely taken to school by Oleksandr Usyk. Absolutely taken to school. And there's no shame in that. Usyk's a world-class boxer, but I did not see that. Did anybody see that really happening? The way Usyk just dominated Anthony Joshua from start to finish. He just dominated him. He dominated him. Right, MJ Cracker says Eddie will call for a rematch straight away. Sorry, let me get this up. Sorry, right, let's just start again. I gave it absolutely everything in commentary. So it is what it is. Guna says Ultra, you got VPN with titles like that. What do you think? Do you think I'll get in trouble for the title? What's wrong with the title for the show? Anthony Joshua beaten up and schooled by Usyk, taught a boxing reaction, boxing lesson. What's the problem? That's one of the greatest performances we've ever seen in a British boxing ring. Ever. Who could dispute that? Who could dispute that? We've just witnessed a cruiserweight who struggled against Chaz Witherspoon and Tony Bellew go out and just put a beating on AJ. If that fight had gone on for another round, AJ would have been out of there. He just went out there and just put a beating on him. He just went out there and put an absolute beating on him. And Usyk hurt Anthony Joshua from round 2 onwards, and he kept hurting him throughout the fight. You know, listen, it doesn't give me any pleasure to see Anthony Joshua lose, because, he's not a bad person. The one thing about Anthony Joshua is we know that he'll take the loss like a man. He won't do a Deontay Wilder and start complaining about dodgy gloves and all this kind of stuff. Anthony Joshua will take the loss like a man. But this was different from the Ruiz one. I mean, he couldn't get into the fight. But it was the angles. The angles was the problem. But let me start off by saying, right, I need to get this link to the show over to Ingram somehow. So I need to do this. Can one of the mods do me a favor? Can one of the mods get this link over to Ingram from BWTM Sports? That'd be great. Nobody else is coming in the chat. I'm listening to the post-fight now with Oleksandr Usyk. By the way, can I just say one thing? Howard Foster gave that 115-113 to Oleksandr Usyk. Howard Foster should never referee again. Howard Foster gave that 115-113 to Oleksandr Usyk. He had Oleksandr Usyk winning. He had Anthony Joshua 1 round away from a draw. 1 round away from a draw. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? That's a disgrace. He had Usyk 1 round away from a draw. Howard Foster should never, ever judge again. He's a disgrace, and he's a disgrace to British boxing. I'm just going to be honest with you. His judging is a disgrace to British boxing. He should not continue to judge because he embarrasses the sport. The other judge, one judge had it 117, 112, which is kind of in line with how Andy Clark had it. Most of you guys had Usyk 5 or 6 rounds ahead. How does Howard Clark have Anthony Joshua 1 fight away from a draw? 1 round away from a draw. Absolutely unbelievable. That fight goes on for another round. That fight's over. So let's just calm it down a bit. I'm waiting for Ingram to come in and do the post-fight. I got my post-fight prediction wrong. I was convinced that if Anthony Joshua was the fighter that we thought he was, that he was going to win tonight, and he was going to win tonight by KO. But unfortunately, we have to be honest and say Anthony Joshua is a world-class fighter. You can't say Anthony Joshua is not a world-class fighter. You can't say that. He's a world-class fighter. But he is not the fighter that we think he is, and he's not the fighters that his supporters think he is. And now, after 2 losses now, we've seen that. This was worse than the Ruiz one. This wasn't just some punch that clipped him around the top of the head and discombobulated him and he never recovered. He was consistently beaten up and scored. And let me tell you now, Rob McCracken has to go. I'm sorry, I don't really call normally for the sacking of trainers, but Rob McCracken has got to go. There's no way Rob McCracken can continue to coach Anthony Joshua after that performance. You're calling out Tyson Fury and you're getting out jabbed by a small cruiserweight. Can you imagine what happened if he'd have stepped in the ring with Tyson Fury tonight? Can you imagine what would have happened to Anthony Joshua if he'd have stepped in the ring with a 6'9" guy who can switch orthodox to southpaw, who punches harder than Usyk, who can do exactly the same tricks and movements that Usyk does, all with a much bigger height and a much bigger reach? Can you imagine what Tyson Fury would have done to him in that ring tonight? Can you imagine what Tyson Fury would have done to him? Tyson Fury would have got him out of there pronto. So they need to get realistic. Rob McCracken has to be out of a job. He's going to go first thing in the morning. Then coaches in the AJ camp. Questions have to be asked. What was he doing in camp? Because what you saw tonight is the ABC 1, 2, 3 of southpaw boxing. Listen, I'm a left-hander, all right? This is all we look to do in the ring, all right? Simple. Step to our right-hand side. Step to our right-hand side. Tap away at the jab. Stop the orthodox jab. Stop the orthodox jab and look to set up the left hand. And that's what Usyk did all night long from the get-go. Anthony Joshua knew going into this fight, he had to stop the pace of the... Could you guys see from round 2 how the pace was getting out of control? AJ straight away couldn't keep the pace, couldn't get the rhythm. You're the big man. You're supposed to go in there, land some shots, maybe even take one to give one and impose yourself. He let Usyk get straight into a rhythm. That round 1 that Oleksandr Usyk had was the best possible round 1. Oleksandr Usyk in his wildest dreams couldn't have dreamt that he'd had a round 1 against Anthony Joshua like that. Do you see the way AJ let him into the fight? He was letting Usyk push him out of the center of the ring. The man's the unified heavyweight champion of the world. He's letting cruiserweights push him out of the center of the ring. And he's letting cruiserweights dominate him on the jab. What you're seeing right now is the difference between what we have in England, English level coaching. English level coaching, yeah, is this. Yo, AJ. Yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, AJ. Yeah. Give me a bit of pad work, AJ. 1, 2, AJ. 1, 2, AJ. Yeah, give me left hook, AJ. Can you see what Oleksandr Usyk does is more than that? What Vasily Lomachenko does is more than that. These guys understand feints, bait shots. They understand angles. Did you see Usyk with angling to the right-hand side? Angle to the right-hand side, throw the left. Angle to the right-hand side, come up with the right hook. All these meat and two-veg coaches that you guys be hyping up in Britain. All these meat and two-veg coaches. Yeah, OJ, give me a 1-2, OJ. Yeah. Go on, OJ. Give me a left hook, OJ. Give me the 1-2, OJ. Usyk's on a different level, man. The way these foreign fighters set up shots, the way these foreign fighters understand angles, the way these foreign fighters control distance. We ain't doing that in the UK. We don't do that in the UK. Too much of this all this dumbass pad work. Too many coaches getting on IFL TV with this. Yeah, give me pad work, yeah. Left, right, left hook. Left, right, left hook. And all the idiots on IFL TV, oh, he looks sharp. Oh, he looks well sharp. Oh, he looks sharp. Forget all that. This is why when I'm on a heavy bag, always using angles, always taking angles on the bag, moving around the bag. Always when you've seen my heavy bag videos, setting up shots. I don't do this. When do you ever see me do this? Jab, right hand. Jab, right hand. Yeah, go on, AJ. Jab, right hand. You never see me do that. Set up shots. Yeah? Look at Usyk tonight. Throws the high jab to get AJ's guard up nice and high, and he slides the left hand to the body. He sets up his shots correctly. He knows what he's doing. Usyk again throws the little double jab at AJ. You want to get guard like AJ, you want to get his hands nice and high. Expose that body. When you've exposed the body, then you come back across with the right hook. These guys understand that. These guys don't understand that. And that's for these idiotic cheerleaders on YouTube who, for some reason, everybody seems to give these people a following. Even though they've proven time and time again they don't know anything about boxing. And people continue to follow these people who have proven time and time again that they don't know anything about boxing because they don't own a pair of these. They don't even know how to put a pair of these on. And they're sitting there giving you predictions on boxing and telling you who's going to win. And they're telling you stories about AJ's going to knock out Tyson Fury in 2 rounds. And Tyson Fury's a coward. Are these guys serious? Shut them channels down. Shut them stupid ass channels down. Shut them channels down, man. Where's Ingram? Let's get Ingram on for the post fight. Oh, we're sorry about that. I read your comments, man. Because I get so much criticism from people. I get so much criticism from people. But a fighter of the quality of Anthony Joshua should have known what was coming tonight. His coaches should have coached him into knowing, look at Usyk and Gassiev. Usyk's always going to move to his right-hand side. He's going to slip and throw the left down the middle. He's going to jab you and throw the left to the body. He's going to try and beat you with lead hand control. And what he's going to try and do is he's going to counter jab your jab, and he's going to counter jab with your your jab with his hook. Usyk does the same stuff in the ring. What we've seen from Usyk tonight is not like stuff that we've never seen him do before. And they still couldn't prepare for it. And they had a year. They knew this fight was coming up. Thank goodness Eddie Hearn tied him into the mandatory. Although, does AJ now want to take the rematch? Let me tell you now, that Tyson Fury fight's finished. But listen, the funny thing is, Johnny Wilder knocks out Tyson Fury. He's the man in the division. So I'm just trying to get Ingram on. Can someone do me a favour? Can one of the mods just see if Ingram's live? I think Ingram will be live, and just hand him the link and tell him when he's ready, I'm ready. I can't really leave right now. Actually, maybe I can do it on another window. Let me see if I can get this link over to Ingram. Guys, give me your comments. I'm listening to Johnny Nelson. Johnny Nelson's a clown. Oh, Johnny Nelson told everybody that Bailey's more skilled than Usyk. So what does that make Anthony Joshua then? Johnny Nelson. How is Johnny Nelson continuing to be employed? Can somebody explain to me how Johnny Nelson is going to have a job in the morning after going on camera and telling people? He went on camera and told people that Tony Bailey was more skilled than Usyk, and then he actually doubled down on it in a recent IFL TV interview. And then Oleksandr Usyk went in and clowned the unified heavyweight champion of the world. Can somebody explain to me why Johnny Nelson isn't being given his P45 first thing tomorrow? Can somebody explain that to me? It's an absolute joke. British boxing is a joke, and British media is a joke. End the story. Give me a sec. Let me go through some of your comments. Sorry, let me just get a few more things going here. So you guys are telling me that Tony Bailey's crying again. You know what? Listen, Tony Bellew arguably won more rounds than freaking Anthony Joshua did. Ironically, TMT says Usyk and Wilder will finish British boxing in a month's time. Tyson Fury could be the next one to get knocked out or beat up. Simple as that. He could be the next one to get beat up. But obviously, what do you think is right for boxing? The best thing for boxing now is to let Usyk unify with against Wilder or Fury. Let me tell you right now, I would give Usyk a more chance to beat Wilder than I would to give Fury. I wouldn't give Usyk a chance in hell of beating Fury. That's my opinion. I wouldn't give Usyk a chance in hell of beating Fury. Right, let me get to this. Give me a sec, guys, yeah? Right, Richard from Twitter is saying that, of course, that Anthony Joshua will take the immediate rematch. Let me just change the title of the stream one more time. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to be with you in a sec. I'm trying to get Ingram down. Here we go. Live reaction. Right, here we go. Let me change it. Hold on one sec. Sorry about that, guys. Right, so that's the last stream change. Sorry about that. Right, let's go again. Okay, Richard says BWTM is live on his own channel. Okay, I understand. Ingram will be going live on his own channel. Right, I understand. He wants to do his own little post fight. I understand that because I don't think anyone was expecting AJ to lose. Right, okay, let's get some comments in. Okay, and let's go. All right, Boozer Store says Matchroom lost 100 million tonight. Well, I think, look, let's calm down a bit. I think first and foremost, to the Anthony Joshua fans that are out there, I know none of them will be watching this channel because they only seem to turn up when he's winning and they go disappear when he's losing, right? But let me say this to Anthony Joshua fans. Anthony Joshua is a world-class boxer. Nobody on here would ever accuse Anthony Joshua of being a scrub or accuse him of being a bum or anything like that, okay? He's a quality fighter. He's still a world-class fighter. What's happened is, tonight, he's walked into an all-time great fighter. Let's just get that nice and clear. Anthony Joshua tonight has walked into a world-class fighter. Eddie Hearn's just gone live. Let me just hear this quickly. Hold on. Eddie Hearn is an absolute clown. And I've been saying that about Eddie Hearn for a while. Eddie Hearn doesn't know anything about boxing and he doesn't know what he's talking about. And right now he's been made to look like an absolute idiot from top to bottom. But I did say, didn't I? I didn't say that Anthony Joshua was going to lose, right? But didn't I say, one of Fury and Wilder are getting beat. Did I not say that? I said, this happens in boxing every single time we talk up a big fight. One of the guys gets beat. Every time we look ahead to a fight, one of the guys gets beat. And that's what happened tonight. I said, one of AJ or Fury is getting beat in the next fights. And I thought it was going to be Fury. I thought Fury was the one who's going to get knocked out by Wilder. I never thought in a million years that Usyk was going to do that. Get your comments in and I'll read them right now. Get your comments in. Hernan McCracken ruined Joshua. Rob McCracken cannot be in a job tomorrow. End of story. Rob McCracken cannot be in a job tomorrow. Anthony Joshua has a serious problem setting up offense when he's shown distance. I've been saying that since the Dominic Brazil fight. And I was told that I was a hater. I was told that I don't know anything about boxing. I was told that I'm a fake black person. I was told that I was a pussy. I was threatened. You see people in the chat in the beginning of the show calling me the N-word, threatening me. What's your addy? Send us your address. All this kind of stuff, people getting upset, over stuff because they don't understand boxing. I've been saying from day one, Anthony Joshua is a top-class fighter, but he has big problems when anybody shows him distance. And you see here tonight, the number one problem that he had in this fight was that when Usyk took away his jab, he had nothing. When Usyk took away Anthony Joshua's jab, and when Anthony Joshua couldn't use that jab to get off the right hand, the fight was done. The fight was absolutely done. And it can't be that way. As an elite level boxer, when you're calling out guys like Tyson Fury, listen, think back to how Tyson Fury fought Vladimir Klitschko. Think back to how many different tools that Tyson Fury showed was in his toolbox when he boxed Vladimir Klitschko. Just think about that. Think about how Klitschko went to Germany, Fury went to Germany, right, on that spongy ring canvas. Think about all the tricks and all the tools that Fury had to show to get the decision that night. And then think about Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua was one pace tonight. What was he doing? What was the plan B? He's walking behind. He can't get the jab off. Right hand. Right hand. Right hand. Right hand. And occasionally, the only other thing he would occasionally do is step back, counter right hand. And the other one was when Usyk, brought it to him and stepped inside, look for the uppercut. But there was a massive lack of creativity. From when he's on the outside, he has big problems setting up his shots. And when Usyk took away his jab, that was it. Because you know what he's been doing in his fights, Anthony Joshua? Anthony Joshua's been doing this in his recent fights. He's been walking down guys who don't believe they can beat him. He's been walking down spooked fighters who don't believe they can win. These fighters are not like Usyk. They are already beaten before they go to the ring. And he's walking them down, jab, 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 right hand, jab, 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 right hand. That's all he's doing. And you know what, yeah? I've been calling this out for years and saying, look, eventually the time's going to come, yeah? We're going to have to show that you can set shots up like Usyk. Feints, he probes, he feints. You see Usyk tonight. How many times did you see Usyk do this? Feint up and down. How many times did you see Usyk feint up and down? Feint the jab upstairs, feint the jab downstairs. How many times did you see Usyk throw a bait shot, slip the left hand to the body? How many times did you see Usyk, just take a little angle, slip over to his right hand side, come over with the right hook? Anthony Joshua doesn't have any of them tools in his toolbox. If he can't get on the front foot and bully fighters, actually, I will say this. Ruiz 2, he did show that he's got more to his game in Ruiz 2. But there's been a pattern in his fights. Rob McCracken cannot continue to be that coach. They have to get somebody else in. Because whoever's been in the gym with him, telling him that he's doing good work, is smoking crack. Listen, he's got guys in that gym that are watching him do this and that are telling him, you're AJ, you're AJ. These guys are getting paid money. They're getting 5-10% of this man's salary. And they're sitting there going, yeah, AJ, yeah, AJ, yeah, AJ, jab right hand, AJ, jab right hand. Well, tonight, he was up against an elite level fighter. And we use the word elite too much, yeah? He was up against an elite fighter. He's up against a fighter who is now going to go down as one of the great. People talk about Anthony Joshua as one of the great. Usyk goes down as one of the greatest fighters in history. That's 100%. He could get knocked out in a round in a rematch. Unified heavyweight champion, undisputed cruiserweight champion, undefeated. Oleksandr Usyk goes down one of the greatest fighters in history. He was up against an elite level. He was up against the top dog. And you know what we said? But let me make this clear. I said, I hope that he can get a hold of the angles, because the angles, if anything that's going to cost him the fight, it's going to be two things. He's not going to be able to keep up with the angles, and he's not going to be able to keep up with the speed. And he wasn't able to do that. And TMT, stop telling me what I can and can't talk about on my own show. Right. Palmer Parade says, who was the guy screaming beautiful AJ when he wasn't even throwing shots? Probably Matthew Macklin. What an absolute bunch of clowns on the zone tonight. Matthew Macklin's commentary was an absolute disgrace. A couple of you guys are laughing at the corner shouting beautiful AJ. How are these guys getting a paycheck? And you know what, like I said before, AJ can come back. He could win in the rematch. I'm not saying that Usyk's got his number. AJ can come back. AJ can win in the rematch. But that whole coaching team that he's got down there, there has to be an evaluation now. There has to be an evaluation of who, is in that coaching team and what they're teaching him. Because I have to say tonight, there's a genuine lack of ideas. And I didn't call it Dave at all. I called it completely wrong. I said that Anthony Joshua will win this fight by KO. I thought the size and the strength was too much, And I said, I just thought, look, they know what Usyk's going to do. But you know what? Usyk clowned him. And let me tell you something. What does that tell you about these opponents he's been beating? What does that tell you about Charles Martin? What does that tell you about Joseph Parker? What does that tell you about the great Carlos Takam? And let me tell you something right now. All of these AJ fans, right, what I've been trying to explain to these people for the last 2 years straight is that to understand boxing, you have to box or watch boxing at a certain level. You can't look at BoxRec. These AJ fans are obsessed with BoxRec. They're obsessed with looking at BoxRec. For some reason, they do this, don't they? What is it with AJ fans and BoxRec? They seem to think that BoxRec's going to tell them who wins fights. They keep doing this, don't they, these AJ fans? What is it with these people? Hold on a minute. Let me get it up. They keep doing this. Look. Oh, well, I'm looking at BoxRec here, and look, AJ's beat this many top 10 opponents. Look how many top 10 opponents AJ's beat. Look how many top 10 opponents AJ's beat. Look how many top 10 opponents AJ's beat. Look at AJ's resume. Resume don't mean nothing when you get in the ring with guys like Oleksandr Usyk. Do you not understand that? It's about angles. It's about angles. It's about angles. It's about footwork. It's about setting up punching. It's about feinting. It's nothing to do with box rec. Stop looking at box rec and thinking that you can predict fights off box rec. Oh, but I looked at AJ's box rec and he's fought this. And all these stupid ass YouTube channels who keep making these stupid ass videos talking about, oh, he's fought this many people in the top 10. No, he's fought this many people in the top 10. Who gives a shit? That's got nothing to do, yeah, with the fight against Oleksandr Usyk. That's got nothing to do with what happens when he steps in the ring against Tyson Fury. Nothing. I don't know what these people are talking about. But you know what's going to happen? They're going to disappear now. They're going to disappear. They're not going to own up and say, yeah, we got it wrong. They're going to disappear. They're going to disappear and do what they always do. Exactly, James Lord. Resume. So what these guys talk about is resume. Resume. Ultra. Resume. Ultra. Look how many top... I saw someone on Twitter today saying, if AJ beats Usyk, he's beaten 3 gold medalists. Who gives a shit? Orly Harrison was a gold medalist. So Michael Sprott knocked out a gold medalist. Who cares? What does that have to do with boxing? What does that have to do with boxing? It has nothing to do with boxing. It has nothing to do with boxing. Simple as that. It's got nothing to do with boxing. These guys keep talking about resume. Oh, Ultra. AJ fought Takam. AJ fought Dominic Brazil. AJ fought Parker. By the way, right now, Joseph Parker's stock is looking rock bottom. There you go. Joseph Parker's stock is looking rock bottom right now. How you guys feel about Joseph Parker right now? The great Joseph Parker. AJ beat Joseph Parker, Ultra. AJ beat Joseph Parker. Give me a break with these guys, man. Listen. Do yourself a favour, go on Amazon, buy a pair of these. Look, get a pair of these on Amazon for 60 quid. Take yourself down to the boxing gym, hit a bag and actually learn something about the sport. Right? Stop talking rubbish about resumes and box rec. Oh, here we go. TMG says he's such a fuck. TMG's a clown. There you go. What can we say? Imran H says, fair play to everybody who predicted an Usyk win. What can you say about that? Yeah, it's going to be a rematch. Of course, AJ is going to take the immediate rematch because they can't allow Deontay Wilder or Tyson Fury to control the division. Because once they control the division, they're going to freeze Matchroom's ass out of there. But let me tell you, I believe AJ can win the rematch against Usyk. Absolutely. Let me ask you guys right now. In the rematch, who do you think wins? I can see AJ winning the rematch because the corrections are there to make. You can't say he boxed to his best of his ability. I thought there was absolutely no plan B tonight. Let me just change this. One sec. 124 in the room. Please hit the like button. It's me. I'm just changing some of the things on StreamYard. 1 sec. Anthony Joshua got schooled by Oleksandr Usyk. 1 sec, guys. I'll be with you in a sec. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Guys, give me some comments. Let's get some comments going. The comments are coming in. Let's get some comments coming in. Right, let's have a look. Palmer Parade says, just Joshua risk putting weight on and going for the KO in the rematch. The mistakes that Anthony Joshua made tonight were just... This is the one good thing I will say for Anthony Joshua fans tonight, right? This was not a fight where you look at it and say, well, there's nothing AJ could have done. People have got to remember that. This is not the kind of fight where you can look at and say, well, there's nothing Anthony Joshua could have done. There's loads Anthony Joshua could have done better in tonight's fight. You know, there's loads. And I'm telling you now, changes will be made. Let me tell you right now, Rob McCracken, yeah? This is where he's going. This is where you'll be seeing Rob McCracken first thing on Monday morning. That's where Rob McCracken's going to end up. Yeah, AJ, jab right hand. Yeah, AJ, yeah, you're doing good. Jab right hand, AJ, jab right hand. That's where Rob McCracken will be first thing in the morning. There's going to be a clear out. That can't continue. That can't continue. You think what's going on in that damn training camp? The man had 6 to 9 months or whatever to prepare for a southpaw. It looked like he'd never been in the ring with a southpaw in his life. It's embarrassing. It looked like he'd never been in the ring with a southpaw in his life. Michael H brings up an interesting point. He says, you cannot teach a bully to box. I think Anthony Joshua can box. But the problem was, again, tonight, and I'll just break it down. Let's get some comments in. Yeah? If a couple of you want to phone in, I don't think Ingram's gonna come on the show tonight. We'll see if Ingram's gonna come on. I'm not sure if Ingram's gonna come on. So if a couple of other people want to come on, we can get Sonny Singh on or someone else on. It's not a problem. Riku's right there at the arena. I'll tell you, Riku, if you're listening, I'd love you to call in right now. But let me just start with this, right? The jab. That's like your go-to, like, you're a big man, Anthony Joshua. You're 6'5", 240 pounds, yeah? You've got to start establishing a jab. You can't be allowing smaller, shorter fighters to establish a jab. And Usyk established the jab from day one. Like from the first round. That first round that Usyk had was the worst first round he could, because he let Usyk straight away get into the rhythm of the fight. And I was looking for Anthony Joshua to get on the front foot, let his hands go. Let me tell you something. In the rematch, because there is going to be a rematch, Anthony Joshua needs to hit everything. Do you understand? You can't be letting Usyk get into a rhythm. He needs to be hitting head, elbows, arms, chest. He needs to be hitting the lot. He needs to be hitting the target. He needs to be imposing himself. He needs to be making his presence felt. Get rid of these people. Mods, get rid of them. Cheers. He needs to be imposing himself on these fighters. And, you know, that is very, very bad tonight. That a guy like AJ was not able to impose his jab against the cruiserweight. That has to be the number one start. Listen, let me tell you something right now, right? Anybody who's ever been to a gym in their life, right, and either is a lefty or has been in the ring with a lefty, everybody who's ever been into a gym in their life knows that southpaw fighters, Scott Cardle, let me tell you, I spoke to British champion, very quick tweet back and forth with British champion Scott Cardle before this fight. Scott Cardle, the British lightweight champion, said the ABCs of how to deal with southpaw fighters. You always look to establish lead hand dominance and you look to jab over their jab. Where was that from AJ tonight? Where was AJ trying to jab over Low Factory says, "Oh, you black, my cousin has his doubts. I have no doubt that you'll never post on this channel ever again." I have no doubt about that. Where was that from AJ? Did you see AJ with that tonight? Did you see that with AJ tonight? Did you see AJ try to parry over the jab and jab over the jab? Did you see that from AJ? This is the ABC 1, 2, 3 of when you're dealing with a southpaw. Step to your left-hand side. Jab over his jab. Establish your jab. Establish your lead hand control. Bring the right hand into play. What do we tell you in a technical preview? My old coach, Paddy Fitzpatrick, who coached George Groves for a world title, used the right hand as a jab. That's what Paddy Fitzpatrick was telling fighters in the gym. When you're entering a southpaws, use the right hand as a jab. You want to be constantly touching the southpaw with a jab. Hit him in the chest. Hit him on the chest. Hit him on the shoulder. Hit him top of the head. Get that right hand off early and get that right hand off often. Why is this guy still on my channel? Right, he's blocked. Get this guy off my channel. So, simple as that. Now, the fact that this man was in a training camp in EIS, this man had the best of everything. This man had, think about how much money goes into Anthony Joshua, the brand. This man had the best of everything. And this man couldn't establish his jab against the cruiserweight. And these are the same people. His promoters running around on TV telling people that he's going to establish a jab against Tyson Fury. Can you believe this? His promoters running around on TV telling everybody that he's going to be able to establish a jab against Tyson Fury. He couldn't even establish a jab against a damn cruiserweight. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not even blaming Anthony Joshua. I think he can win the rematch. I believe AJ can win the rematch. I believe there's lots of improvements he can make. So let the fanboys let that sink into their damn head. I'm not criticizing AJ and saying there's no way he can win the rematch. I'm not saying he's a bum. I'm not saying he's not an elite level fighter. But what I'm saying is serious mistakes have been made. And somebody in that training camp has to answer to that. Guys, yes or no? Don't tell me what I want to hear. Just give me your honest opinion. I want a yes or a no. If you're Anthony Joshua, would Rob McCracken continue to be your lead coach? Yes or no? Sunny Singh, do you want to come on the show, Sunny Singh? Because I'll tell you right now, you don't have to, but I'm telling you, Sunny Singh, if you want to come on, you let me know and I will send you the link. You can come on. So Sunny Singh, I'm telling you now, if you want to come on, Shevin is another one. If Shevin wants to come on, you two can come on. It's no problem for me. You guys are all saying no. How can Rob McCracken walk in with a straight face and say to AJ, let's continue after that fight? And let's Rob McCracken take some responsibility. And you see what I'm blaming here? Do you see me saying things like, now listen, do you hear me saying things like AJ's a coward? Do you hear that come out of my vocabulary? Did I call Anthony Joshua a coward? Did I call Anthony Joshua a quitter? Did I say Anthony Joshua is not an elite fighter? I said none of those things. I'm talking about the training, because what we've seen tonight is the ABCs. Anthony Joshua wasn't able to execute things against the southpaw that any fighter should know what to be. And again, Usyk is different. Okay, Usyk's a once in a lifetime fighter, but he could have made that fight so much easier. But quite a few of you wanna come on the channel. Looks like we're getting Shevin in a minute. Shevin would be fucking brilliant, because Shevin can come on and take the show over for me. So Shevin would be absolutely brilliant. Okay, yeah, Sunny Singh can't, but we're going to get Shevin. 164 people in the chat. Welcome to the show. All right, I'm your host, Ultratech. They call me all kinds of names. I'm not really a black person. I'm an Anthony Joshua hater. I'm a fake this. I'm a bastard this. They're going to beat me up. They're going to find out my house address. They're going to do all these things to me. But guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Told you 2 years ago. Anthony Joshua is a top fighter, but he has serious problems setting up his offense from distance, and that cost him in his fight tonight. Right, we're going to be getting Shevin on here imminently. Shevin, let me know when you're ready. 166 people in. We're going to get some guests coming in. We're going to have Shevin coming in. I believe Ingram will turn up at some point. So it is what it is. I believe Ingram will turn up at some point. So we're going to be getting guests coming in, guests calling in. So if you're new here, we're only just getting started. You know, we're only just getting started. Let's see. We're talking about the rematch right now. So what we're talking about is, what adjustments do you think that Anthony Joshua needs in the rematch? And Ingram now was saying Ingram wants the link. Richard, can you get Ingram the link, please? That'd be brilliant. So can you get Ingram the link? We're going to be getting BWTM Sports right now. 161 people in the chat. This is the best chat you will hear anywhere. Ingram has been in gyms around fighters for many years. He's been in the gym with the Furies. He's seen Tyson spar. He's seen Huey Fury spar. He's been in the gym. He's seen it all. So he's going to be coming on the show instantly to give his opinion. Right now, I've got the man. Let me just turn up my volume because I can't hear him right now. Shevin, just give me 1 sec because I can't hear you. That's my fault. Let me just sort out my microphone. 1 sec. Let me turn off box office. Shevin, can you hear me? Shevin. Can anybody hear Shevin? Is it me or is Shevin quiet? Can nobody hear Shevin? Let me know. I can't hear Shevin right now. So let me know if you guys can hear Shevin. I can't hear him at the minute. 160 in the chat. Okay, Shevin, we can't hear you, so you need to start your microphone. Listen, Ingram's on his way. BWTM Sports.
How about now?
His way. Guys, we're going to be answering your comments. What adjustments does Anthony Joshua have to make in the rematch? I believe he can win the rematch. 100%. I believe he can knock out Usyk in the rematch. Put me down as saying that. And they call me an AJ hater. Funny that, isn't it? They call me an AJ hater. I believe that he can win the rematch, 100%. But he has to establish that jab, and he has to start working on setting up punches. He has to start working on, and he has to start working on imposing himself. Let me throw you a curveball though. One thing that I didn't expect tonight is how early he was hurt by Usyk. Did you see how early Usyk hurt him? Usyk hurt Anthony Joshua in round 1 or 2. He had him wobbled. He managed to get Anthony Joshua suspected in round 1. Let me ask you guys one more question before we go back to Shevin. What do you think about the weight? Do you think that AJ will now pack the weight on? Because recently, you know, he's been 240, 230-ish. Do you think now he's going to start packing on the weight? He's been rocked now in all of these big fights. He's been rocked. Rocked heavy against Dillian White, rocked against Alexander Povetkin, put on the floor 5 times by Anna Riz, and he was, listen, if that fight had gone on another 30 seconds, he'd have hit the floor against Usyk. I mean, there's something not right going on. Let's see if we can go back to Shevin. Shevin, can we hear you?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, hold on. I think I've got the problem. Let me hold on. Shevin again?
Can you hear me now?
Shevin, we
Hello?
can't hear you. There's something going on. I can see that you're talking as well. I can see the spike bars going on, but we can't. Can anybody in the chat hear Shevin yet?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Shevin, I don't think we can still hear you. I think we still got a few problems in the chat, so we'll get back to you.
Testing,
you can hear Shevin. Okay, I can't hear him. Okay, one sec, then it's me. Hold on a sec. I know what's going on. Let me just do something. One sec.
Jay and Nico.
1 second.
Jay and Nico.
I can hear you now, Chev. Sorry, I had the StreamYard config going on. Right, Shevin, unbelievable. Right, let me just say, I didn't call the fight. I got the prediction wrong. All right, I'm going to go and get a drink. I really appreciate you being here because I've been screaming like a madman. I think that was the greatest live commentary I've ever done. We've got 166 people in the room. We haven't called this, but I thought our calling of the pre-fight preview, our technical analysis, and I believe that our analysis of the fight has been bang on, yeah? Shevin, just give us your initial thoughts. Anthony Joshua beaten up and schooled. That wasn't even a close fight, in my opinion, Shevin. Take it away.
Well, let me first say, hey, congratulations to Usyk, man. He came out, proved everyone wrong, proved you wrong, proved me wrong. I did not see him as a elite heavyweight after that Chaz Witherspoon fight. I did not see him as an elite heavyweight after that Derek Chisora fight, where he was letting Derek Chisora back him up on the ropes and land some overhand shots, laying Chaz Witherspoon, hit him with some lead right hands. That was just something that I thought I would see him struggle with from Anthony Joshua. And I said this in the chat right after the fight. I was wrong. I got it completely wrong. But there's no shock that I got it wrong. I was concerned about my prediction once I saw that my prediction was the same as the light-skinned legend himself, David Haye.
When David Haye predicted that Anthony Joshua was going to win this fight conclusively, we all at that point should have lumped on. We should have known that was the kiss of death, Shevin.
That's what we got to know that Wilder's probably going to beat Fury now because David Haye says Fury's going to smash him.
Oh, man. Looks like we're getting Wilder versus Usyk then. Definitely.
Yeah, there it goes. My thing is this, man. So, of course, I got it wrong. We all got it wrong. No problem. No big deal. Usyk deserves all the credit. But what shocked me was I know that Baylor TV brought this up a few times. They know there's no way. At least he thought that, and I thought that AJ is going to go in there and do, Professor X and go in there and bounce around. And I was hearing a lot of AJ fans saying that what we saw in Ruiz 2 and a little bit in the Pulev fight, that's the new AJ now. I said, it may be the new AJ. But if he comes in there versus a guy who has quicker feet than him and comes in there versus a guy who's a better boxer than him and tries this cute stuff, he's going to get beat. But I just thought there's no way in hell he would do that. Watching AJ fight Usyk those first 4 to 6 rounds it was just like you described it. And for me, the way it played to me, it was like I remember when I was a kid, I had to make like a science project of the solar system, right? So you put all these little aluminum foil planets on the around the sun. So AJ is the sun, and Usyk is the planets, just going in a merry-go-round, circle, 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 circle. It's like a video game where there's a puncher in the middle. And then you put a guy on the end of a stick and just rotate the stick in circles, circle around and punch, circle around and punch. And at one point in the early second, third round, Usyk actually jumped both feet. He jumped all the way to his right. And AJ was such out of position from having to try and throw that right hand across his body. He stopped trying to even throw it across his body because he couldn't get to him. So as far as rematch goes, I'm of two minds on that. One, I don't think they'll let go of Rob McCracken. I think they should. But I can't see AJ doing that when AJ made that decision to stay with Matchroom, a decision to stay with DAZN of the USA thus far. He seems like a loyal guy to a fault. So if he's going to keep Rob McCracken, he's going to lose again. And if he loses again, then we know it's really over for him in Matchroom, which is why I think her and them will swerve the rematch. Well, at least I think that's probably best for them and best for AJ. Because if AJ gets beat by Usyk in back-to-back fights, I mean, what's next for him? He'll be going on 33 years old next year. I mean, and he would have lost 3 of his last 5 fights. So they can't have that. So I'm assuming.
Can I just quickly butt in and say, do you know I'm trying to get on the show, Shevin?
Who's that?
Well, I'm trying to get Dev Sarni. I just want to say a quick shout out to Dev Sarni, who's Queensbury Sports. Dev. You know Dev, yeah?
Yeah.
Dev said this morning, right? You know what Dev said? Dev predicted that Usyk would beat up Anthony Joshua. And he said that this morning on Twitter, and he was getting sent all kinds of abuse. People were calling him names, words, everything. So I've just sent out a little APB to try and get Dev Sarni on to join us if he can, because Dev Sarni is a top guy, someone that I definitely I'd like to have a chat to every now and again. Those guys will now know Dev is now the MC for BT Sports. So when you watch Frank Warren BT cards, Dev Sarni is the MC. He's a big fan of the show. He listens to nearly every episode, and Ingram's here as well. But Shevin, please continue, because, like I said, the main guys we're going to have tonight is Ingram and CRB. Shevin, please continue giving your opinion, and I'm going to work Ingram in. Ingram's going to be on fire, because Ingram's been out here telling people that. Ingram's out here telling people that Campbell Hatton is the greatest fighter of all. Nah, he didn't say that really, but I'm going to wind it up about Campbell Hatton when he gets on. So we'll bring.
Ingram I can't wait to hear Ingram go in, man. I can't wait to hear him go in. I mean, I can't now. At least we know now. Remember, you and I both said this a while ago. And a few people said this. Why Eddie Hearn was so adamant about having a rematch clause for a mandatory, because him or John McCracken, one of them knew, or collectively they knew, that this is the likelihood to happen. And now that it has happened, they're in a very, very precarious position. I mean, if they take the rematch and AJ loses, it's over. If they dodge the rematch and Wilder and Fury get their hands on Usyk and they beat Usyk, or Usyk beats them, they're still done. So I think that their only hope is to fire Rob McCracken and do an immediate rematch. If they don't do both of those things, I think it could be a wrap for a Matchroom at the elite level, because who else are they going to have to bring? I saw someone said in the chat earlier, Matchroom just lost $100 million. And they're right. They just lost $100 million. And the thing about Fury and Wilder is, say, for instance, Fury beats Wilder, right? Say he beats him. They got another $100 million fight in the fourth fight. Or if Wilder beats Fury, he going to have a massive fight with Andy Ruiz, in-house fight. They have what's called in negotiation, what is it called? Equal to a better alternative. Matchroom doesn't have that right now. I'm guessing right now the only other big fight they can make would be AJ and Dylan White. And I think Dylan White's going to lose to Alawalin. So I don't know, man.
Right, let me, Chev, let me quickly bring in Ingram.
Go ahead. I'll check out. Go ahead.
Look, okay, you don't have to, Chev, but it's up to you. Like I said, you're my brother, so you don't have to check out. You can do whatever you want, yeah. But like I said before, I'm going to bring Ingram in. And like I said, Chevin, you and Ingram can run the show, because I've been writing like a madman. Here it is. Let me just bring this up here. Hold on a minute. The man himself, Ingram. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What's going on, Ingram? I thought you'd be a little bit more happy than that. Well, you're upset. Is it because of Campbell Hatton? Did that Campbell Hatton undercard performance upset you that much?
That was shot. Don't get me.
Take it away, Ingram.
He's straight shy. Straight shy. I'm going to start with this. A wise man once said, some days are rough and some days are tough, right? But that wise man forgot there are days also where you get left-handed, and ate left hand after left hand. So today, mark this day, the 25th of September, 2021, is Left-Handers Day, because that's all Joshua ate all night long. I don't know. First of all, I don't even know who the sparring partners he had in terms of, he couldn't even get off the line out of the southpaw. Forget all that for a second. This shit started from the press conference, right? He was, I just want to thank the Ukrainian people, and I want to do this, and I want to thank this person. I'm so grateful to be boxing, and all this bullshit. He was so passive. He showed they didn't act like a dominant heavyweight. He conducted himself like a tourist guide. And for the 12 rounds, he was taken around the boxing ring, every corner of the boxing ring that was in Tottenham Football Ground, right? Every corner of the ring he was shown by Usyk. Now, I did say that within, I think, 6 rounds, I believe that Joshua could have got the stoppage. In the 6th round, Joshua actually hurt Usyk. But because, you see, you can't prepare for a war when you're in a war. And I think the people around Joshua, including Rob McCracken, need to go. He's got a bunch of yes men. He had somebody in the corner going, yes, AJ, brilliant, AJ, brilliant, AJ. And AJ was missing with punches. He was getting countered with left hands. And his corner was saying, brilliant, AJ. And I'm like, no, this is not brilliant. You're getting your head boxed off.
Ingram. Ingram,
Yes,
can you hear me?
Brother.
Just want to jump into that point you just made. Such a great point. You know,
Yes,
people always give people give Floyd a bunch of stick about how he is with Gervonta Tank Davis. And we all remember that last fight he had with Barrios. And it's all over Instagram, it's all over Twitter, where it was going into the 12th round, or the whatever round it was, the 10th or 11th round. And Floyd came over to the corner and looked at Tank and said, you're losing this fight. You're down the cards. You're losing the fight. And Tank looked back, and Tank barked back at him and said, no, I'm not. No. He goes, hey, do you want me to lie to you? Do you want me to lie to you? I'm not going to lie to you. You're losing the fight. And I love seeing Floyd tell him that. And like you just described, that's something that AJ does not have in his corner right now. And that has to change if he wants a shot at the rematch. If it doesn't, they don't need to take the rematch because they'll lose again.
AJ is his own worst enemy. He had 3 different people giving him instructions in the corner. Then he was getting off his stool and he was like telling them all to pipe down.
I noticed that.
I didn't get that. Did you see that?
Did you see when, at one point, there was in the later round, someone was trying to work on his eye, and one guy was saying something to him, and AJ was like brushing him off, like nah. And I'm like, yo, when any other fighter does that, people give that fighter proper stick for saying he's not been receptive to instruction. But I saw AJ doing that. It was kind of surprising to me.
Yeah, but AJ, every left hand he was taking, I was saying, right, that's for thanking Ukrainian people. That's for saying you like the Ukrainian style. That's for thanking the fans. That's for this. And I guess every left hand that Usyk was landing. And I was thinking to myself, that's for thinking because you're a bigger man that you're a better man. No. They say a bigger man doesn't make him a better man. A good big man beats a little man. A good big man. But is AJ a good big man? Stacey McKinley alluded to it when I did the interview with him a couple of days ago. He said that AJ doesn't have to throw right hands properly. He doesn't have to box properly. He needs to leave England and he needs to come to America. And if I were AJ and AJ's handlers, McCracken would get sacked tonight. He'd get sacked. All them handlers, all them people around him, they all get sacked. And I'd book myself a flight and get myself to America tomorrow morning. No joke. No joke. AJ has become a brand, and he's so far, I have to say, he's so far up his own arse. He couldn't see all this coming. And the thing is, he hasn't got his mind on the job. He hasn't. He didn't have his mind on the job. He was more interested in being a tourist guide. He was more interested in being a president of boxing and an ambassador for boxing. Well, yes, you've been an ambassador of boxing and you got beat in your own country in front of 68,000 people. How do you like that, Eddie Hearn? 68,000 people watch your boy get outboxed and almost get knocked out.
I'm just laughing at that job Central Plus. Ultra keeps going up.
What the hell?
Sorry, I was trying to butt in and I couldn't butt in. Sorry, Ingram. Can you see the screen, Ingram? Can you see the screen?
Yeah, I see your men's what do you think?
Yeah, you see that? That's where Rob McCracken needs to check himself in first thing Monday morning, Ingram. Ingram, get the application form.
Rob's fine. Rob's going to say, well, we know AJ was fighting, he was fighting, the former undisputed cruiserweight champ. He's a good lad, isn't he? Usyk's a good lad, but, Big Josh, he had some moments in there, but, you've got to take your chances. We'll go back to the drawing board Monday morning. Big Josh has got a lot of. He's got it. He's got the tools to get the job done. But some days are tough and some days are rough. And flip. You know what?
I got a question for both of you guys.
Guys, Shevin, before you jump in, sorry, I've got someone who's itching to come in and just say something. So I'm just going to let this guy come in, say his piece, and we're going to go back to Ingram and Shevin, yeah? And I'm going to go and have a drink. But this guy's itching to say something, and I promised him. I think Ingram we might have spoken to this guy before, Ingram, but I'm not sure. Hopefully, Ingram, he doesn't tell me that I'm a whining, you know what. Let's bring it in. Right, Abdullah, you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Ingram, do you remember Abdullah?
Yes, I came on before.
Me and Abdul spoke This man doesn't business, Ingram. This man does not business. Right. Let me get Abdul's thoughts. Abdul, quickly. I'm going to give you the floor. Say your piece.
No problem. Okay, well, to be honest, I was half expecting this, to be honest with you. Like Ingram said, Joshua was more concerned with the money, and Tyson Fury said that as well. He's very concerned with money. He's always, and I think that's why the fights haven't happened with Wilder and Fury, because he's adamant to be the A side and 60-40, and since he got lost, now he's saying, 50-50. He's humbled again, And now, I don't know what the split might be if he doesn't win. but that just, this is what happens when you could have gave Wilder all those years ago 50-50. Wilder was ready, but you were being the A side all this alone 60-40. You could have beaten him. I think AJ could beat Wilder. He got a better chance than a boxer like Fury or Usyk. And to be honest, I don't know how we can beat Fury if Fury boxes, because he's a big man. He's just gonna hold him and lean on him, and especially if he comes in a bit heavy and he's still got the light feet, But it was to be expected, to be honest. With AJ, to me, he just doesn't have the killer instinct. When it comes to the elite level, yeah, he can knock out the British people, the Commonwealth, and some Asian champions. But those who come with belief and steel, he struggles against them. Ruiz, Usyk, even Joseph Parker, had the ref allowed him to come inside instead of breaking up every 2 seconds, we might have seen a different fight, because he was landing some punches. So AJ, he can box you outside, but as soon as he comes inside, he's very limited. He just doesn't know what's going on. And like you said, he had a bunch of cheerleaders. Beautiful, beautiful boxing. Like from the first round until the end. What do you mean beautiful boxing? It's getting peppered.
Abdul. Yeah. I'm going to keep you on, but I'm going to mute you just for a sec, right? Yeah, but it was a great comment, but stay on. I'm not going to beat you, okay? No, so we're going to bring you back. Let's circle back around. I want to just get some control of this discussion, yeah? And then Shev's jumped off for some reason. I have no idea why. But let me just say this, Ingram. I want to start with the presser, yeah? Because what Abdul's bringing up here is very important. And that's something that you were bringing up as well. I can see Ingram laughing now. Now, for those of you who don't remember now, all right? Let me just sort out this screen. Now, me and Ingram did a pre-fight preview of some kind, yeah? Me and Ingram did a pre-fight preview. And what we were talking about is Anthony Joshua's demeanor. And what Ingram was looking to see, yeah, from a guy like Anthony Joshua, Ingram was looking to see this man impose himself. Ingram was looking to see this man be the unified heavyweight champion in the world. And instead what we got is Anthony Joshua backstage taking selfies. These two are dapping up here. They're two brothers outside a Brooklyn barbershop. They're dapping up, their shoulder. I mean, it was just unbelievable, right? And straight away, Ingram was concerned about Anthony Joshua's mentality, because he's saying, where's the killer instinct? Where's the killer instinct there? So Ingram, just to follow up from that point there, because you spotted the problem from right there, from there, didn't you, Ingram?
I said that to you, and also said body language. I said he'll box if he acts this way outside the ring, he'll box this way inside the ring, and he was passive. Even the ring walk was pissing me off. He did the ring walk, and when he did the ring walk, he was there, he was smiling, he was touching you.
Look like saying that stars in your eyes.
I mean, you're going to fight against a psycho, and he's all doing this stuff. Yeah, and then the lights are going and all the fireworks, and I said, you know, you're about to fight Oleksandr Usyk. I
thought Matthew Kelly was going to come out halfway through.
Are you aware of the magnitude of this fight? Are you aware? Go ahead.
No, sorry, Ingram. Carry on. We're there. Sorry, there's a bit of a delay. Carry on, Ingram.
I said, are you aware of the magnitude of this fight? And he didn't carry himself like a dominant heavyweight champion. Not even at the ring walk. I was expecting at some point to see the switch. I didn't see the switch. I didn't see what I would like to see if I was controlling AJ against Usyk coming out doing a ring walk. No flashing lights, no big fireworks going off. I'd like to see him robe off and walk into the ring like a roadman. That's what I want to see from AJ. Imposing figure, roadman walking to the ring. Jimmy, Callum Smith is more of a roadman when he comes to the ring than AJ. No, seriously, no. I like Callum Smith. You watch Callum Smith when he walks. He walks more like a black man. He's walking. You know, when he walks. You see Callum to him. He's coming to him. He's got a little bounce in him. He's got a bit of a bounce in him. You understand? He owns the place. AJ's walking around. Hi, I'm your tourist guide for the night. Hi, this is a great place. It's Tottenham football ground. It's great looking. It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah. I think to myself, mate, stop it. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're the heavyweight freaking champion of the world. And then he's in the ring. He's looking at AJ and Usyk, and he's smiling at Usyk. Gets it in my left hand, and he's smiling. I'm like, why are you smiling? You're getting messed up here. You're getting him.
Ingram, you're breaking up.
And you're smiling.
You're breaking up a little bit, but we still got you. Sorry, we still got you. You're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah. Absolute garbage I saw tonight. Absolute. He needs to leave Robert McCracken and head to America tomorrow morning. Seriously. I don't want to see him come anywhere near Nigeria now. Maybe probably get a come back to Nigeria now. Let me just. That's the only time you see AJ in Africa is when he gets his last beat. He'll probably be going back to Africa to get more inspiration.
Oh dear. Oh, but let me just get technical, because both of you guys really understand technical boxing. So I'm going to fire this question to Abdullah first, and then I'm going to carry on with Ingram. Okay. So here's my first question. Right. I think technically where it went wrong in the ring. AJ, he's a big man, muscle-bound man, 6'5" man or whatever, 230, 240 pounds. He could not manage to establish the jab tonight. He's let a guy come in who's a lot shorter, 220 pounds. He's let this man literally beat him. Usyk was beating AJ to the jab and shutting his jab hand down with lead control from the first round. Abdullah, if you just unmute yourself, I've unmuted you, Abdul. Just give us your thoughts, and I'll ask Ingram. Just give us your thoughts about the start to the fight and how Usyk settled into the fight straight away. And for me, like I said, AJ should have imposed himself. He couldn't get the jab off, and that was the start of the downfall, in my opinion. What do you think about that, Abdul?
Yeah, I mean, the problem was that Usyk was moving his head a lot. That's what made it very difficult. And AJ was headhunting. He was looking to jab his face. What worked was successful for AJ, but he didn't continue, was actually punching the body. He hit an uppercut on the body that really shook up Usyk and prevented him from moving as fluidly as he was doing. But that's the key, was the head movement from Usyk. And AJ should have went to the body more. And AJ should have adopted Canelo's method, which is just bang any part of the body as hard as you can, wherever you can get your hold. Because that's what he did to Callum Smith, Canelo, if you remember. And that disabled Callum Smith, and he was able to finish the job.
I think that's a very, very important. That's something that I said. I'll get to Ingram in a second, but let me just back up Abdul there. Abdul, I don't know if you heard, but during the live, I spoke about when I was in the gym with one time with Paddy, and he was telling me, when you're fighting against when you're an orthodox fighting southpaws, he was saying use the right hand as a jab, keep touching him, right hand early and often. And I think in the rematch, Anthony Joshua needs to be hitting those arms, shoulders, body, chest, hit everything. Yeah, don't just go head hunting. Let me just quickly bring in Ingram. Ingram, what do you think about that point? Yeah, Anthony Joshua's failed to establish the jab. I've questioned for a long time that when Anthony Joshua, I think he has two or three weapons. He has a jab right hand and he has a left hook. And I think once they get taken away from him, there's not much else in the way of creativity of offense. And that's another reason for me why there needs to be serious question marks now. And it's not often I call for coaches to get fired or teams to get replaced, but after a performance like that, looking at how a big man, let me just say, Ingram, they were talking about this man establishing the jab against 6'9" Tyson Fury. He couldn't establish the jab in round one tonight against a 220-pound cruiserweight. Ingram, in my opinion, somebody in that camp has got to go.
Look, if you show me a right hand, it will take you around the corner. Show me a left jab, it will take you around the world. AJ has never had, and it's, in my opinion, a world-class left jab. Never. Hughie Fury has a better left jab than AJ. And that's my opinion. I've never rated AJ's jab. Never rated it. And in terms of the right hand, I never saw AJ at no point. Now, this is something Emmanuel Stewart would teach. I never saw any point in time when you throw a jab, you can throw a jab like this, and you've got an up jab like this. Now, there's a way you can throw the jab here. Now, you see this jab? I'm going to try. Let me get my camera here. There's a jab here. Now, when you throw the jab, now, there's a way you can jab, and you can blind the guy as you throw the jab. So you throw the jab, you blind them, and as you blind them, that's when you follow through with your right hand. At no point in time did AJ do that. He may have done. You can move your hand up and down like this, keep the guy busy, and then you put the hand there to blind the guy and throw the straight right hand through the middle and come back with a left hook. AJ never did anything like that. So he doesn't know how to position himself to get the jab, and he was getting hit straight down the middle all the time. Now, if you turn yourself this way, see, AJ is very much like this when he's coming to you. If you turn yourself this way, so now you're more side on, which you should have done against Usyk, he wouldn't have got hit with that straight left hand all the time. Can you hear me?
England, we're listening. We can hear everything. Keep going. We're listening.
Yeah. So it's a technical thing with AJ, but that's because he decided to stay with Rob McCracken. He needs to leave, and he needs to be. If you had some like Bashir in that corner, that shit would never happen tonight. It would never happen tonight. And this is why the difference between, and this was coming a long time ago. So AJ establishing the jab. How can you establish what you don't have? He never had a world-class jab. So how is he going to establish a jab? You can't establish what you ain't got.
Can I ask you a question,
That's
England?
like, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, you can ask me what you like. Go ahead.
No, carry on. So I don't want to cut you off. There's a little bit of a delay. That's all. Carry on, England. We're going to ask you. Carry on.
Hey, it's like you know, it's like that guy said, I don't think you've got the facilities for that big man. And you should turn around and say that to AJ. AJ, I don't think you've got the facilities for that big man. He just doesn't have a left jab. He doesn't have a left jab. He can establish a left jab if he goes to America and get taught how to throw a proper left jab. You know, you can use the left jab to set up shots. You can use the left jab in a defensive position, and you can use the left jab in an attacking position. I don't see that from AJ. I don't see that. I never saw AJ double up the jab and force Usyk back. He didn't see comfortable trying to put the jab because the jab is almost like a ranger. It's that place where I can put the jab. If I can put the jab there, then I know I can put my right hand straight. Another thing I don't know if people saw is that you saw AJ's arm. I don't think I can breathe there. He's a long arm. See AJ's arm. A lot of times AJ had the arm on his arm and his hand on Usyk's neck. At that point, when you do that position there, that's when you've got to let the right hand, because he's not going to hit you from this position, right? Because you've controlled him there. Right. You let the right hand go, bang, down the middle, because you've got the guy there. So you touch him, hold him, let the right hand go. And every time that AJ was actually hitting him with the right hand, he got Usyk's attention. And when he hit Usyk to the body, he got Usyk's attention, and Usyk would back up. And even when Usyk backed up, Usyk's still looking and walking around the ring like Tom and Jerry. I don't know who the hell was he sparring? Who was AJ sparring?
I'll tell you, let me just say, I'll tell you
I've been learning lots of things in the gym. Go on.
Let me tell you the sparring partners quickly, and then I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm going to ask Abdul this question. So the sparring partners I actually did know, I just forgot. They had some bloke over from Ireland called, I think his name's Thomas Carty. So if you look up Thomas Carty, they had some amateur from Ireland. They had Wally Camacho, and they had Sedat Gashi. Now, I have to be honest, I actually think Sedat Gashi is good sparring because I think Sedat Gashi has very, very quick feet and is a good mover. I can see your face. I knew he was going to make that face, but that's okay. We have to disagree on that. I didn't think Sedat Gashi was bad sparring, but that's my opinion. But Ingrid, let me ask you. Put on your promoter hat now. I'm going to ask you this question, and I'm going to ask Abdul this question.
Wait, stop. Waddy Camacho that used to box in York or Bethnal Green. What age retired about 4 or 5 years?
Yeah, I understand, but there's only you're not going to be able to get AAA sparring partners. And I think, like I said, Wally Camacho did have good feet. I think Sedat Gashi in particular has a very, very quick feet. You see, Gashi. Listen, Gashi did a good job evading from Chisora.
Gashi.
No, I'm just going up. Right, Ingrid, let me ask you something else. You're here, right?
Wait. Klitschko training camps. Would you see Waddy Camacho training with Vladimir Klitschko for that fight?
But you had fighters like Richard Towers in the Klitschko camps, though. You had fighters like Richard Towers would have been in the Klitschko camp.
I know. But Richard Towers, in his own right, he could punch Richard Towers. He was not bad, Richard Towers. He's a decent fighter. Badly handled, I thought. But that's another story for another day. I think even Joshua set up in his camp was garbage. if you really want quality training, you go to America. America is a huge place, and you employ people. You know, you've got Usyk coming up. You get scouts that say, right, I need you to freaking find me at least 6 good mobile southpaws that are cruiserweights, light heavyweights to spar with Anthony Joshua, and their job is to go out there and knock the champ out. You see,
Right,
the dangerous thing with Josh, because if you knock him out in sparring, his confidence goes.
All right, let me. After Ingram's ripped me a new one there for saying Gashi was a good partner. Let's quickly ask Abdul a question, and then I'll ask this question to Ingram. Abdul, put your promoter hat on right now. Would you put Anthony Joshua into a rematch with Oleksandr Usyk based on what you've seen tonight?
Is anybody there?
Sorry, I muted myself. It's fine. I muted myself like an idiot. Because there's a bit of a delay, if I mute myself, I think it helps the connection. Let me do that again. Right. Let me ask Ingram first, then I'll ask Abdul this question, okay? Put your promoter hat on now. Would you put Anthony Joshua in the immediate rematch with, because Eddie Hearn's stuffing him in. I mean, Eddie Hearn was basically answering the questions for AJ. So AJ asked going over there. AJ going to be like Eddie Murphy and coming to America. He going over there whether he wants to or not. Lions and Tigers and all. He going in that rematch, yeah? So my question to you would be, would you put him in the rematch or not, Ingram? By the way, we've got 180 people here. Hit the like button. We're going to send you links to the BWTM Sports in a minute. Nearly 190 people here. But please, Ingram, let us know. The people want to know.
Hell no. Absolutely not. You know what I do? I'll do Eddie Hearn stuff, but I've got to say, congratulations to Oleksandr Usyk. It was a fantastic atmosphere. 69,000 people. It was a great atmosphere. It was great, wasn't it? It was great. We're going to go on the automatic rematch. No chance. What I would do is sell this as the rebirth of Anthony Joshua. He leaves America. He leaves UK. He goes to America. He hooks up with a specialist heavyweight trainer, and then he fights 2 or 3 fights, right? Hunting for Usyk. Then he says, "I've got a rematch with Usyk, but no, I'm not going to fight Usyk just yet. I'm not going to fight Usyk just yet, and I'm going to work with this heavyweight trainer of a 2-3 fight plan, and then, with that 2-3 fight plan, then I'll go after fighting Usyk if Usyk's still around."
Ingram, I've got a few names for coaches for AJ. I think maybe let's just say hold on a minute.
Adam Booth, don't say that name, Adam Booth.
No, well, hold on. Okay, yeah, Abdul's back, so I'll bring Abdul in. But Ingram, what about this name? Right, listen, I think this guy would be even better than Bashir, to be honest. Send AJ down to Airdrie, B&B with Billy Nelson and Martin Bacole. It'll be right as rain in no time.
Bacole, who fights to his face, has got no defense.
That's who I'm picking, Ingram. I'm throwing my hat firmly in the Billy Nelson ring for this. I'm going to start my own hashtag. Guys, get it in the chat. Billy Nelson for AJ. It's time he got the job.
I'm surprised you ain't got Shane McGuigan in there as well. So Shane's he's an underrated trainer. Yeah, no, what you need now is Ben Davidson. I'm sure he throw himself in the hat. Oh, no, he's in. That's what happen.
Abdul, are you there?
No. Get the heavyweight specialist. Get pen folding. You need pen folding.
I can't hear. Oh, I know. Hold on. Let me bring him in. Hold on.
Can you hear me?
Sorry,
Hello?
Abdul.
Yeah,
Abdul's
okay.
fine. Sorry about that. I'm in a technical problem. Just quickly follow on from what Ingram said there, brother.
Yeah.
Would you put Anthony Joshua in the immediate rematch with Usyk? Yeah or nay?
Listen, if I am a promoter, I care about my back pockets, and I would cash out as soon as possible. Put him back in a rematch. if because you learn about finance. The money in the future is worth less than the money now. So I would take my money now. Yeah. But if I'm being sensible and I'm looking out for the boxer, then I would say wait for Usyk to fight whoever and hope Usyk gets undisputed and maybe fight Usyk for undisputed. But the worry with that is Tyson Fury might be a bit too much for Usyk. So as a promoter, I would, there's no other option. AJ has to go back in there. He has to. Otherwise, he won't be able to say some days are tough and some days are rough. He needs it. Just, we're desperate, And you can see Eddie Hearn's look on his face at the end of that match. You can see exactly what it means to him. He's lost. It's as if his son has lost, yeah? Because that's the amount of money he brings to the business.
Well,
Matchroom boxing is AJ.
Abdul Ingram, let me put this both to you.
Yeah.
Right? I know Ingram, and I don't think you agree with Billy Nelson, but there's a few people here. Why Don Charles to coach Anthony Joshua?
No.
Don Charles.
It's quite rudimental, He's just gonna,
No, we're not going for Big Don. All right.
Well, I mean, we need someone. He needs a psychologist. I honestly believe AJ needs a psychologist because when the going gets tough, he starts doing this weird smile, and he's in trouble. You can see his eyes; they're in trouble. It happened with Pulev. Did you guys spot it?
Keep talking.
He needs a psychologist. He needs a sports psychologist, someone to say, you're very good, you're the best. Because those guys are not cutting it. Brilliant boxing. They tried, but it's not cutting it. He needs professionals.
Brother Abdullah, listen to me. He had a sports psychologist. That's why he's talking all that shit about. Oh, you know what? I've been in training, and did you know I'm going to be training here tomorrow? I'm going to be training next week. Listen, he has had a sports psychologist. That's why he's talking pure bollocks this week. Well,
yeah, I don't know. I think he needs to go back to his roots.
The psychologist has failed AJ yet again.
Mm-hmm.
What roots?
Mm-hmm.
He's the man of the world. Remember, he's a man of the world.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. When I noticed AJ's mentality was weak, was first of all when he was in that room with Dillian White when they were doing the gloves are off, and you can see AJ was a bit, he was intimidated because Dillian said, "Okay, let's close the doors now. Me and you, who's gonna come out alive?" And AJ was just like, oh, look, keep it boxing, yeah. So that told me all I need to know about him as a hard man. He's not. He's maybe a hard man when he's got his mates around him, but not on his own. So and then Andy Ruiz, he got beaten up in America. He got beaten up in America with Andrew Ruiz, okay? And he got knocked out. Now, if you've been knocked out, think of yourself in school. When you got knocked out by someone, what do you do when you come back the next day? You try and knock out that guy who knocked you out, right? That's what you do. Yeah. So he could have went to America. He could have went back to Madison Square Garden, fought Ruiz, and tried to knock him out. And he would have, all of this would have been forgotten. No one would have said anything about it because it would have been, But instead, he chose to run around the ring against Ruiz, who didn't even prepare. At the end of the fight, he looked like nothing happened to him. And then he punched him. He punched him, and I think he did some damage to him. And it's like, oh, do you see that punch I done to him? Do you see how I damaged him? And then that just tells me everything I need to know about the guy. That tells me everything. These three instances were the time when and then Pulev as well. He came back, and then he looked so vulnerable against a 40-year-old. It was just the writing was on the wall, really. If you wanted to pay attention, if you weren't a fanatical fanboy, the writing was on the wall. If you're not a fanatical fanboy, the writing was on the wall. But unfortunately, you got a big machine behind him, and a lot of people obviously got rose-tinted glasses when it comes to him.
Hey, Abdul, let me just jump in. Stay with us, Abdul. We'll bring you back. Yeah. Ingram, let's talk about something that Abdul spoke about. A few people in the comment section have said tonight that I shouldn't blame Anthony Joshua's team. He's just not good enough. He just hasn't got it. I believe there's a lot of changes that he can make, and I actually believe he can win the rematch, but I know you guys will laugh at me, and that's what this show's here for. By the way, Dave Lane says Ultra and Ingram and a new out and deck. I don't know about that, but there you go. We've still got nearly 200 people in here, so it must be doing something right. The likes are very high as well, so people are liking the show. Nearly 164 something likes. So Ingram, I want to ask you this question, right? Is this just a case that Anthony Joshua... Frank Bruno, I was a bit late for Frank Bruno, but is it a case? I used to make the joke that Anthony Joshua is Frank Bruno Jr. That's what I used to call him I used to call him Frank Bruno Jr. Is this the case that we're dealing with somebody who's round about there? Someone who's, when it's all going his way, he's an on-top fighter, he's a devastating puncher, he can hang with anybody on his day, But when the going gets a bit tough, when the going gets a bit rough, he's found wanting. Is the team the problem, or is it time for us to accept that Anthony Joshua just isn't as good as what we thought he was?
No,
Go on, Ingram.
I think that it's not to do with the. I think Anthony Joshua is a great fighter, but he's not with the right teacher.
Yeah, I agree.
That's
I
the
agree.
difference between. That's the difference between coaches, fitness first, and world heavyweight trainers, mentors, and people don't know the wood from the trees. So we said before that McCracken is a middleweight trainer. You can't go from training middleweights to training heavyweights. It's a totally different kettle of fish. There's things that AJ did. He let Martin Bacoli go and let him spar with Usyk. Now you don't do shit like that. Just the ways you carry yourself. And if you've got someone like Rob McCracken, what the hell does Rob McCracken know about the heavyweight division? What does he know about the history of heavyweight boxing? McCracken don't know shit about. He was getting beat up by Howard Eastman. Understand, right? He doesn't know shit about heavyweight boxing, right? Oh yeah, but you got him to the heavyweight championship of the world. Yeah, because AJ obviously was a talented fighter. I get that, but it's only so far, and there's only so much that Rob McCracken can teach him. Rob McCracken needs to pass AJ over to like someone like Bashir, or you need to find somebody. You think about this. Bashir was Emmanuel Stewart's right-hand man. Right-hand man. When Emmanuel Stewart had a problem, he went to Bashir. Joshua says he studies boxing. He can't study boxing that much because he would have looked at the great fighters and he would have seen that he needs help. And he needs desperate help.
Let me just ask. I'm not one to call for the heads of coaches, but there's one thing I want to say. There's something that I think you said before, right? I don't know what these guys are doing in the gym. I call them meat and two veg coaches. Yeah, give me a jab. Oh yeah, give me right hand, jab, right hand. Yeah, go on, yeah, that. And they just think if you look at the creativity of the offense, yeah, from what Usyk showed tonight, which was lots of bait shots, lots of floating up and down, set up shots, angles. And then you look at what AJ was doing tonight, which was essentially walking him down, left, right hand, walking down, right hand, walking down, jab, right hand. There was a real lack of creativity for me. I think tonight, Oleksandr Usyk knew what punches were coming. He knew what the offense was. And I believe he found Anthony Joshua predictable in that ring. I believe he was hurt multiple times in this fight tonight. Multiple times. I thought AJ was going to really turn it around. Round 5 or 6, it looked like he was really getting uncomfortable. Looked for me like the tide was turning. But I just think for me, Anthony Joshua lacks that real bit of unpredictability in his game. You know, with Anthony Joshua, he's going to stalk you. You know he's going to walk you with a jab 1-2. Occasionally the left hook comes over, but there's no more. Whereas I think with Usyk tonight, Usyk was able to keep AJ guessing. And it was just, AJ couldn't handle the angles. He couldn't handle the cells. What do you think about it, Ingram? I'll ask you, Ingram, first, and then I'll back to Abdul. But go on, Ingram.
I will say this. Vitaly Klitschko, Vladimir Klitschko, they have a very simple system.
That's true.
They don't throw a lot of, don't throw a lot of uppercuts. They don't throw a lot of body shots. They do throw the 1-2. They don't throw combination punches unless you got you hurt. That was the Emmanuel Stewart thing. Now, I'll use a cricket example, but it's the same thing for boxing. That's why I love the both sports. Cricket, you've got 3 stumps, but there's always a middle stump. People who've got left hand, back left-handed, people back right-handed, but the middle stump remains the same all the time. With Oleksandr Usyk in boxing, his body doesn't move. His body stays in the same place. So what Joshua should have been doing is every time Usyk was moving around the ring, he should have stuck him to the body. Just use the rangefinder to the body, the stick to the body. Joshua wasn't doing that. He was looking to load with big right hands. Once you can measure where the body is, every time you can touch him where the body is, then you know where your right hand and left hook is coming. But if you're not touching him to the body, you can't feel that body because you can't move the body off the line. You can move the head off the line, but the body's still there. Do you understand? So you're touching the body.
Yeah,
I didn't see that from Joshua. Yeah. So when Usyk was making them moves and moving around the ring, at some point Usyk was going to slow down. And I saw he did slow down. Touching the body and investing in the body. Usyk was doing a lot of moving, but he was there all the time to the body. And AJ was able to hit him. Again, AJ doesn't know how to throw the right hand properly. He didn't blind Usyk at any time with that left hand. He didn't throw the left. He didn't shoot the right hand to the body. He did not. He closed Usyk down, but he's like he was scared to hit him. And where was the uppercut? It was at times. It was in close with Usyk, like here, and he never ever at any point in stage brought the uppercut up. But yet Usyk's head was there all the time for it. I didn't understand it. It was a very strange performance.
Abdul, I've unmuted you.
Yes,
Abdul, come back with some points on that. And Abdul, I also want to ask you one other thing as well.
Yes.
Abdul, would you just follow up on Ingram's points, but also we want to know this card from Howard Foster. If I heard this card right from Howard Foster, 115, 113 to Usyk. He's got Anthony Joshua 1 round away from securing a flipping draw.
Yeah.
Same Anthony Joshua. That for me, if that round 12 had another minute left in him, he'd hit the floor because he was done. He was finished, right? Now, somehow Howard Foster's found that, right? Howard Foster found it in him to give that a 115, 113. So give us your thoughts on what Ingram said, Abdul, but I also want to know your thoughts on the state of that card as well.
Okay, well, I'll start off with what Ingram was talking about having a coach that's at the appropriate level. Look, McCracken is an amateur coach. He'll teach you the basics. He'll teach you what you need to medal at the Olympics. So he's good at that. But I think Lennox mentioned there's a difference between a high school teacher and a university teacher. Do you understand? There's knowledge that university teacher has that the high school teacher doesn't. The high school teacher can teach you the basics and give you the foundations, but to go and learn more and understand more, then you need to go to the university teacher. And that's what problem is with AJ. He's stuck with the same coach from the GP setup all the way to professionals. And like the criticism with a lot of foreign, British fighters, is they don't travel around to the US. Go to the USA as an amateur. Go get different looks. Spar with the Mexicans. Spar with the Americans. See all the different looks. And there's people all over the world in America who are boxing, who come to boxing in America because there's a bit of a mecca of boxing. So you're gonna see all different types of styles, all different types of coaches.
Sorry, Abdul, can I just cut you off, Abdul?
Yeah.
But listen, I have to throw you a counterpoint at you.
Yeah.
All right. You say America's the mecca of boxing. I don't agree.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Go down to Matchroom Gym in Essex. You've got Ricky Burns in there. You've got Ricky Burns in there. You've got Conor Benn in there. You've got Ted Cheeseman in there. What's the problem? You talk about university teachers. There's plenty of university teachers in there, Abdul, isn't there? Carry on.
Oh, God. I mean, look, the state of our boxing in UK says it all. People are behind Conor Benn because he's calling for Khan and he's calling for Brooke. When he can be a man and call for Jerome Boots Ennis, or he can call for Virgil Ortiz, but he's not going to do it because he knows what the result's going to be. Anyway, we'll discuss that another time. But that's one of the points I made is about the university teacher and the other teacher. What was the other question? Sorry, I forgot.
Sorry about that. The other question was about the card. I'm muting myself to try and sort of make sure that Ingram's delay doesn't get too much.
The card, you're right. Yeah, okay.
I'll move to Ingram. Yeah. Give me a thoughts on that.
Yeah, so the card, I mean, Teddy Atlas was talking about it. The promoters have dinner with the referees and the judges. So, and it's at the expense of the promoter. So, don't be surprised when you get dodgy cards because they've been hired by the promoter and they know the job. They know what they need to do if they want to get work again with Mr. Eddie Hearn. So it's a dirty sport, boxing. I always say to myself, that's the last one I'm going to watch, but I'm always back. I can't stop. So that's what I would say with regards to the home fighter advantage. You're always going to have to really be decisive to win. Now, he won because it was decisive, and there's no way AJ would have got away with that if he would have won. A lot of the public wouldn't have been happy, and it just wouldn't have been good look for Matchroom. So he had to win today, which I think if he improves and he humbles himself and he gets off his high horse and goes, like Ingram said, go to America and learn and relearn these things, because he was very straightforward. And when he punches, Is it just me, or is very slow to bring a hand back in position? Very slow. And that's when Usyk was just peppering him and then goes to the side. And then he's like, oh, he's moved again. And then he's like a robot. He's moving again slowly. And then he's moving again. I mean, I don't agree with Tyson Fury, but Tyson Fury has been calling this guy a robot for a long time. And I just don't know. I think Tyson Fury, anyway, the way he loses to AJ is conditioning, because the guy, how he's a professional athlete with that body, is just beyond me.
All right, hey, Abdul, let me just fall back onto Ingram, but stay with us a sec. There was something that you said there, though, that I wanted to touch on about and completely forgot. Yeah. So I'll ask Ingram. Ingram, if you've got any thoughts about that 115, 113 card, I don't think you're all very surprised by that. By the way, Ingram, if you need to go at any point, just drop off, because it's been a long night for us all, mate. And I'm probably going to stand for another half an hour, 20 minutes, so that's fine.
I'm here for the night. I'll probably have to do an American version of this afterwards.
Oh, no problem. Okay. So, yeah, no worries.
I'm here.
No, we're on your time, so you just let us know whenever. All right, so when you want to spit the gum shield, I'll let AJ. All right, so right, let's get on to... Right, let's go on to this. So, Ingram, what are your thoughts on the 115, 113 card? Okay. All right. And also, Ingram, if you've just got any other thoughts that you want to get off your chest about where this fight went wrong, maybe something great in Usyk's performance, but hit me up with what you think about that 115, 113, and then just give me a talking point. And I can see Shevon's back in the chat. Shevon, if you want to hop on and fire some questions as well. Guys, if you've got a question for Ingram, hit them up in the chat. Sorry, I will answer your questions, guys. If you've got questions for Ingram or even Abdul. Abdul knows his boxing, yeah? Just hit the questions up now, and we'll ask them. Ingram, take it away.
The state of boxing is like this across social media. This week I had Stacey McKinley, heavyweight specialist, trained 35 world champions. James Ali Bashir, trained Usyk to the cruiserweight championship of the world. Worked with many of the heavyweight champions with Stacey McKinley and Emmanuel Stewart's right hand. Yet, Bashir is not employed by any of the top fighters. Okay, he's working for Vlad Tsarenko. And Stacey McKinley has got Trevor Bryant. It tells you the state of boxing, that these guys are not being recognized, right? But people like Adam Booth, Shane McGuigan, what's his name? Ben Davidson. Booth. Who else? Dave Caldwell. And the rest are celebrated like champions. And this is the problem we have, the mindset we have in the UK. And we have Bellew as well, right? These people like Stacey McKinley. The one thing they did tonight, I've got to give credit to DAZN for, is they had Roy Jones on the show. Roy Jones was talking sense. Roy Jones was calling it as it is. And I think once or twice, I think you may have put either Barker in his place or someone else in their place. No, he put Bellew in his place, in fact, when Bellew was trying to soften up the whole situation with Hatton. Now, tonight, if you notice, Sky do a very good job of dropping seeds. I didn't understand why they kept saying Joshua is a work in progress. And they kept saying Joshua, he's not the finished article. When you say things like he's not the finished article, and you say things like he's a work in progress, it basically is letting the world know, or the punters know, that this fight, Josh could lose this fight because he's a work in progress. He's not the finished article. So the excuse is, media are very smart. They put these seeds in beforehand so that you, as a viewer who don't know different, take these subtle messages in. And if AJ loses, goes, oh, well, it's okay. AJ's a work in progress. But who is going to make that progress become the finished article? Rob McCracken. So it doesn't make sense. But people are not going to argue that. They're going to leave the status quo as it is. As for Howard Foster, I mean, I've been saying this for years on my channel, that these promoters are in bed literally with all the and Howard Foster should have been sacked years ago. Howard Foster should be sacked years ago. The problem with a lot of these judges, and I don't know why it's allowed, these judges do horrendous cards, they do horrendous scoring, they do horrendous judging, they do horrendous refereeing, and yet they're allowed to come back to work week in and week out. Now, if I were to put on a shit show like that at work, my workplace or your workplace, or most of the people that are listening here, they'd get sacked, they'd get fired, they couldn't come back again. But it seems in boxing, these same faces keep rearing their heads all the time, and we accept it. Why we accept it, I don't know. And people like Howard Foster need to get retested, and they need to be interviewed and asked, why is it these judges never get, people in social media never get to interview these judges and these referees? Why don't you get interviews with them? And then sit them down in a down room, put the video in front of their face and said, all right, sit down and score this fight for me now. Sit down and score this fight for me from round 1 to round 12. I want to see you score this fight. And then I want you to justify the scorecard that you gave us and then the scorecard afterwards. So
absolutely, we can hear. Yeah, no, listen. Let me just ask you something else as well. Just change the subject. And I think, Ingram, look, everybody's going to agree with what you've just said, to be honest. I think you've put it very well. I don't think there's anything more we can say about Hal Foster without his lawyers freaking knocking at my door, to be honest. But let me just flip the script very quickly. Someone we haven't spoken about is Fury, right? And I just want to put this out. I know I've taken a lot of flack for saying that I think Tyson Fury, on his A game, is the overwhelming favourite over Anthony Joshua. I'm going to actually, let me bring Abdul in very quickly, actually. All right, for this one. And then we'll go to England. But I'm going to ask both of you. Has what you've seen tonight absolutely cemented in your mind that Anthony Joshua would get smashed to pieces by 100% Tyson Fury? Because, again, he failed to establish the jab against the cruiserweight. How is he going to establish a jab and get his shots off and bully a 6'9" Tyson Fury? Then again, there are some people that turn around and say, but Otto Wallin cut Tyson Fury. Otto Wallin cut Fury. So I want your thoughts on that, Abdul. How do you think about Fury and AJ? And also, while Ingram's waiting for Abdul to finish, if Ingram just looks at the screen there, this tweet's for you, Ingram. This guy says on Twitter, called it for a few years now, but Joshua needs to ditch McCracken, needs to freshen up the back room and get that spike back. AJ under Adam Booth would be absolute fire. So, Abdul, give us your thoughts, Abdul.
I mean, the British, sometimes you're just shocked with the British boxing fans' knowledge, you know, it's pretty shocking. And that's because of the media machines and you know, those people on Twitter like Michael Benson, and, you know, people follow that and they take him as a source of knowledge. But that's just besides the point. Yeah, I mean, with AJ, he needs to rematch. He needs to work on himself. He needs to get the new coaching that can show him different things. I think he got a lot of people in his ear. Ingram rightly pointed out that there was about 3-4 people there talking to him.
Yeah. So can I just say, Abdul, not only 3-4 people. Let's say both Ingram and Abdul quickly.
Yeah.
Not only 3-4 people in the corner, but Sky Sports have a camera backstage, right?
Yeah.
And you can see Anthony Joshua, right, backstage training at these events. And I didn't get to watch it tonight, but I've watched a few of these. And he has a lot of entourage backstage.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a lot of people around him. He's got his hangers on around him.
Yeah.
He's got Eddie Hearn running around him. So can I just say tonight, Anthony Joshua, right, stood out, right, in front of 60,000 people at the entrance. Eddie Hearn was in shot. This man couldn't even get the whole frame to himself on his ring entrance. And he just got people buzzing around him 24/7. And sorry, Abdul, I'm going to let you carry on. Abdul.
No,
I just wanted to say, I don't think that's good for him. Carry on, Abdul.
Yeah, I mean that's what it's been like. I mean, Eddie Hearn, he's a very he's a promoter who's very concerned about getting himself out there, very concerned about making himself in the spotlight. And you know, I think he's more concerned about being a bigger name than his fighters. Apart from AJ, he's a much bigger name than all of his fighters, which is wrong.
Absolutely.
Compare that to Al Heyman. No one sees him as a ghost, but you know his fighters better. Keith Thurman, Errol Spence. We can name them all day. Sean Porter, Danny Garcia. We can keep saying it because he's not concerned with putting himself out there. He's concerned with actually doing his job, promoting. I think AJ, you know, he's got a lot of people hanging on, a lot of people that are around him who are obviously going to tell him exactly what he wants to hear. He doesn't have that voice that tells him, you know, what he needs to hear. There's a difference between what you want to hear and what you need to hear. And at the moment, he's hearing what he wants to hear because the people around him are even like his supposed boxing friends, like Bellew. You got to
Belly's told him he's won that. I
Yeah, I
guarantee.
mean, it's
Belly's probably gone backstage and told him he's robbed. I can imagine if Derek Chisora was there. Derek Chisora probably would have walked into AJ's locker room, told him he got robbed, and got him a 5 guys, and said, "Don't worry, mate. I'll see you on pay-per-view next time around." It's the kind of
exactly
mentality of these people.
very poor, you know, and people, you know, I mean, this goes for all of us. You need people who are honest with you, who are going to tell you when you are messing up, when you're not doing something right. Otherwise, you're just going to be in a fantasy land, and sooner or later, you're going to land very, very hard, and it's going to hurt. And this is the second time now. You should have learned. You shouldn't have got bitten twice. He's in his 30s now. He set himself a goal about 36. He's going to retire. That eye looked bad. Does he need surgery?
Yeah.
Is it a detached retina?
Actually,
'Cause-
Abdul, let me cut you off with that. I'm going to get back to you on that, Abdul. Abdul, can you stick around? You right? Stick around for a bit.
Yeah, I'll stick around for another 10 minutes.
All right, stick around for another 10 minutes. Ingram, let me ask you, Ingram. If you were Anthony Joshua, right, and don't tell me what I want to hear, which you don't anyway, but just want your honest opinion, which you'll give. Would you stick with Matchroom? Would you stick with Matchroom in this matchmaking, or because Ingram, for me, I've always thought that Anthony Joshua, as I said before, could be a superstar in America. I think it's criminal that Tyson Fury, I think Tyson Fury is a better fighter than AJ all along, but I think with AJ's look, his physique, and the way he fights in the ring, I think it's criminal, right, that he's been outdone in America the way he has been. And I thought if he did something like sign an advisory agreement with Al Heyman, whereby he could still work with Sky Sports, he could still get on Sky Sports box office, but then he'd have Fox pay-per-view pushing him out there. He'd be on Fox. He could get on some real serious primetime networks. So I don't know. From your perspective, he's basically signed his life away to Eddie Hearn. If you were AJ, what would you do, Ingram?
I call this after the Parker fight. And I said AJ needs to leave Matchroom immediately and sign with Al Heyman. I said it. I said he needs to get rid of Rob McCracken. He needs to get rid of us. Listen, you have to also understand this boxing sport, the mental side of it. When you've got all these people taking your time up, media commitments, your friend wants you here, another friend wants you there, you got to turn up here, you got to turn up there, you got to thank your fans, you got to do this, you got to do that. That's not what you need to do in this heavyweight champion of the world. You need to focus on staying and keeping your belt. That's the number one focus. Keep your belt. Now, what AJ needs to do now is clear the floor for a professional heavyweight trainer. A professional heavyweight trainer will not accept those hangers on. McCracken would have to go, and JJ's advisors have to go, because they can only advise him to where he's at today. Now, he's been advised, and in my opinion, badly advised. He needs to get out of England. He needs to go to America. And I don't agree with the comment that it's over for AJ, because if it's over for AJ, then it should have definitely been over for Vladimir Klitschko, who got knocked sparko by Ross Purity, and that was bad. That was a bad defeat, and then got knocked out by Lamont Brewster. But hold on, the same Klitschko went under Andy Manuel Stewart, and he was meant to be one of the best heavyweights ever. He would have knocked out Ali. He would have done this. He would have done that. So I don't agree with the fact that AJ is finished. I think people are too quick to want to finish people's careers off. But if he continues down the lane, the road he's going down, then yes, it is over. You might as well say AJ's career is finished. He should never have signed with Matchroom. But my thinking behind him signing with Matchroom is more to do with his personal life rather than to do with his professional life. I think just like Manny Pacquiao, when he re-signed with Bob Arum, you're thinking, why would you stay with Bob? Surely you should go by yourself. Do it by yourself. I think that someone like, I think when they've got shit on you, and I heard through the grapevine that there's a whole dossier of Anthony Joshua's work outside of the ring, which would land him in a lot of trouble. Hence why Hearn's got him by his balls. And I'll give you an example of that. Do you remember there was once a situation where they started outing Anthony Joshua about the child he had, and he didn't want to acknowledge the child, and then suddenly Anthony got scrambling around with this young child and the woman that he was with. You remember that whole situation? I think that was the establishment saying, look what we can do here. This is what we can do. this is what we can do if you don't stay in line. So I think there's a lot of shit that the British public don't know about Anthony Joshua, and that's why you're getting this over the top, stay humble, and they're trying to remodel Anthony's career because there's some shit he does outside of boxing, from what I hear, and the sort of people he associates with outside of boxing. Actually, the people outside of boxing, outside the boxing circles, might have got him better prepared to fight Usyk than the actual boxing handlers he's got around him. So, in my opinion, I think he can't get away from Matchroom because there's shit on him. That's why he signed the lifetime deal with Matchroom, because if he didn't, the shit would have come out and it probably wouldn't have been good for AJ, and he probably wouldn't have recovered from it. So that's what I think is going on, because I also think that fight in the US with Andy Ruiz. Now, let's check this back a bit. Remember when they asked AJ, do you want to go and fight in America? He says, no, I'm not fighting in America. I don't need to go to America. I don't need to go to America. I'll fight right here. This is the Mecca of boxing, right here in the UK. Like 48 hours later, we're hearing AJ's going to be going and fighting Miller in the States. So who's running AJ's career? Is AJ running AJ's career? And then we've got this AJ and there's Anthony Joshua. You've got Anthony Joshua, the Malcolm X, he's out talking things about, black people shopping, black people should stop that, and the other. And then you look at his team and you think, well, hold on a second, mate. You're saying one thing here, but you're doing one thing there. It don't make sense. So there's AJ and there's Anthony Joshua. They're two different people. Like, it's like Beyonce and her alter ego, whatever that is. And I think AJ's a bit confused. So either he's a bad man from Watford, or he's
sorry,
or he's a middle class, rich class, upper class kid from Buckinghamshire. I mean, he's got to make a decision what he's going to be. And if he wants to be that, then he should join Sol Campbell and go into politics and join Sol Campbell, right? And be an individual who's fighting with wasted talent and biggest waste of space in the UK. And why I say that is because he's 6'7", a waste of space. Or he should pick himself up. He's embarrassed himself enough. Go to America, change the team up, get rid of all the people around him, and have a word with three people I would suggest he talks to: Derek James, James Bashir, and Stacey McKinley. He won't go bad with those three. I would have said Derek James, because Derek James is a little younger, had a heavyweight career himself, and knows heavyweight boxing. And he hasn't admitted it to the public, but I've spoken enough to Derek, and I'm close enough to Derek James to know that he would love to train a heavyweight. And I'm sure he'd look at Anthony Joshua as that heavyweight he could train. So Derek James would be in my top three. Probably Derek James would be number 2 on my list. Number 1 in my list would be Uncle James Bashir. Why? A number of reasons. 1, he trained Oleksandr Usyk. So he knows Usyk's strengths and weaknesses. And on my channel, he exposed Usyk and said what he has to do to beat Usyk. So he gave Anthony Joshua the game plan on how to beat Usyk. Right? So there's no one better who knows the Kronk style. He's got precision craft boxing. He knows what it takes to beat Oleksandr Usyk. And that's the guy you should have in his corner to beat Usyk. I mean, Derek James and Stacey McKinley are both great trainers. You can't knock Derek James. He's got unified champions in his training camp. 2 guys. So I mean, Derek James is great. Stacey McKinley, 35 world champions. He knows the heavyweight landscape. And James Bashir, he's currently got a heavyweight in Vlad Tsarenko. He knows the heavyweight landscape, and he's the second to Emmanuel Stewart. So what more do you want? You could get every trainer in the UK, bar Brendan Ingle, and put them all in the same room, and they wouldn't know a tenth of what Bashir or McKinley know. So
Ingram,
what is Anthony Joshua doing?
Ingram, let me just let Abdul close out, because I think he's going to dash here. Hold on one second.
Sure.
Abdul.
Yeah.
Abdul, so let me just say something, Abdul, right? I want you to give your final thoughts.
Yes.
And Abdul, consider coming back on the show tomorrow if you can, or certainly for none of the next week's shows. Okay.
No problem.
Now let me tell you, Abdul, the future of British boxing is bright, and I don't want you to think that British boxing is finished. Campbell Hatton has shown tonight he's one of the most talented fighters, in world boxing right now. Put on an absolute masterclass tonight there. And you can see their experienced referee there. What was it? Was it Terry O'Connor? I don't know who that referee was. Give us your closing thoughts on tonight's upset, Abdul, and give us your thoughts on the state of British boxing, because according to our promoters, the next big stars we're bringing through are going to be Conor Benn and Campbell Hatton. So as you can see, many a big night to come in the UK, Abdul.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. Campbell Hatton, you know, he lost that. He lost that. He knows he got away with one. And, you know, they had to preserve the gravy train. They're trying to cook him up so they can have him 20-0 or something like that, and then he will lose. And, you know, they've made their money on their investment. With regards to what Ingram was saying about Anthony Joshua, about his character, about, you know, he's afraid Eddie Hearn might have something on him. It's believable because Eddie Hearn has showed he's a very spiteful individual. When he's with you, but when he's not with you, he's very spiteful. He brings out everything. Because do you remember about Canelo, what he was saying about Canelo before he signed him, saying this guy's a cheat, he needs to be out of sport. And then he's wearing matching pajamas with Canelo promoting his fight. So this guy is not to be trusted at all. He's very, you know, very conniving, very conniving. I wouldn't trust him. And his smile is fake. You can just see it. It's so fake. Anyway, there was another guy who said, and I was just looking at the comments. One guy said, why is it that, he's an American, I'm guessing, he said, why is it that Fury is liked all over the world but hated in the UK? But AJ is loved in the UK, but perhaps around the world he's not as loved. And that's because in UK, I think we don't really like authenticity that much. We don't really like it. We like you to be a certain way, speak properly, you know, be humble, and that sort of thing. You can't be yourself in the UK. You gotta behave in a certain way for people to like you, to gravitate towards you. And also with AJ, you know, Dillian White pointed it out, but he was actually known as Femi. Why change your name to Anthony Joshua when you're Femi? Is it because you're trying to appease, you know, certain, you know, to get the fans on board? Because if you're Femi Joshua, you're not gonna sell as well. So you know, he's dug himself a little bit too deep in the media sense, because he has to worry about his image constantly, always. And as a fighter, that's the last thing you want to worry about is your image. You want to worry about your boxing. You want to worry about how can I improve, not how am I coming across in this interview, how am I coming across on social media. Look at Tyson Fury, he goes nuts, but that's a fighter. What do you expect? He gets punched in the head. He's not going to think straight, is he? He's not going to be the most intelligent person, is he? Because he's getting punched in his head for a living. So, you know, with regards to the whole British boxing, you know, the state, it's not looking very bright, to be honest with you. We got people who do very well in the amateurs, but we're nowhere near as successful as, you know, the States in terms of professional level. We can boast about the amateur level all we want, but it doesn't translate to world titles that much. You know, Luke Campbell and a lot of people like that who, you know, they're perpetual contenders. They're just going to fight and, you know. So, I mean, we've got a long way to go. We've got to, you know, I've seen Callum Smith got Buddy McGirt. Okay, that's a good start. Buddy McGirt can give you something different that you know, Joe Gallagher couldn't give you.
I don't believe that, Abdul.
Yeah, I mean, people, I think as well, I mean, I'm going to throw someone in there that perhaps no one really thinks about as a trainer. But Peter Fury. Peter Fury, he's all right. He can show, you know, Fury has got very good fundamentals, but he just lacks a bit of heart. He lacks a bit of self-belief. You can't instill that in a fighter. You got it or you haven't.
Abdul, before you go, I've got a name for you that's come up in the chat.
Yeah.
He hasn't known for trading too many fighters, but you know he's known as a bit of a fighter himself. Dean White, as a coach for AJ. Dean White, also known by many as Dean Povetkin, also known by many as Dean Klitschko. What about you?
Well, there's another, if I'm led to believe, rightly so, I think he's a hanger-on from what I know. He's not a brother, and he's just someone
Yeah,
who's
but hold on, Abdul,
using the
Abdul,
name just to get fame.
hold on, Abdul. You're writing off Dean, but what about the time Dean was on the plane and then that terrorist tried to blow up the plane, and then Dean saved everybody on the plane by doing some jiu-jitsu moves on him? Now, what if you could teach AJ some of that stuff?
I mean, what can he teach him? And I see Dean getting mugged off by Tyson Fury's little brother or whatever, or his older brother, and that tells me all. So, I think that look, if you really want to stay in the UK, then why don't you look at Peter Fury? Peter Fury is not on good terms with Tyson Fury anyway.
So we're laughing at Dean Marlin.
They got they got some problems, and he knows Tyson Fury very well. So that can teach you, Tyson Fury, and also help you with Usyk, because he needs to move his legs more. He was too stationary, and he's not moving around. Usyk was like a matador out there, going round the back, and maybe as well, AJ needs to learn how to add a bit of wrestling. I mean, Crawford is an Olympic, he's got very high level wrestling, and you don't see him in the clinches. People manipulating him. He manipulates people in the clinches because he got that wrestling background. So maybe something like that to translate over, or otherwise, like I said, just punch him everywhere, literally, like Canelo, then, and hope for the best.
I agree, Abdul. Abdul, thank you very much.
All the best, guys. Take care.
Hey, you nailed it, man. Make sure you get your ass back on tomorrow or
yeah, I'll try, man. Ingram is far more, precise and knowledgeable with his words, but I'll get there.
Ingram just bullies people, but
no, he's very, you're good source of knowledge for all the people, to be honest. And I'll be tuning into the channel. Take care, guys.
Take care, mate. All right, Ingram. If we put Deontay Wilder in the ring with Anthony Joshua tonight, what would happen?
He would have knocked out in the first couple of rounds, because you know what would have happened? Could you imagine Joshua would have handed over the belts to Wilder? He would have let Wilder
with the press conference.
He would have gone like this. He would have sat down. He would have gone, I just want to thank Deontay Wilder and Deontay Wilder Bomb Squad team. We made this fight possible. You, me, and 258, 257 management. I don't give they are 123 management. They should be called, right? I'd like to thank 123 management. ABC management. I'd like to thank them for getting me this fight with Wilder. It's been a long time coming, but now we got Wilder here. I'm so glad to have Deontay Wilder here. Man, I watch your fights. I think you're a great puncher. You're a great man. You've knocked a lot of guys out. And I'm just happy to. Can I take a photograph of you, please? Yeah.
Jesus Christ! It wouldn't surprise you, would
He would do it. He would do it, and he would get absolutely smashed to bits inside 3 rounds. Because Wilder would just come out like he did against Stavern. He'd come out like he did against Stavern. He'd do this. He's doing that stuff, and then one right hand down the pipe, and that would be it. Because as soon as Wilder connects, fight is done. It's over.
I don't think
it's over. You know that. I know it's over.
Can I ask anybody is anybody in the chat dispute that if Deontay Wilder landed any kind of shot on AJ after what we've seen tonight with him getting hurt by Usyk? Does anybody doubt that would be the end for him? I mean, literally, with all due respect, England, I'd tell you, there's videos circulating tonight. I haven't got the chance to read them. I'm going to dash in 5 or 6. So I'm going to let you close out in a couple of minutes. But let me ask you, there's videos circulating that are saying that the referee or somebody, you get the 10 count. So, they go to just before it's for the last 10 seconds. There's videos. Somebody sent me a video, which I haven't had a chance to look at, but they've done the timing and they think that the bell was basically forwarded to save Anthony Joshua. So I think what they're saying is the amount of time from when the last 10 seconds was given to when the bell was run wasn't actually 10 seconds. And they're insinuating that because AJ was in big trouble in that last round, the bell was quickly ran to end the fight because he looked done and out on his feet. Now, I haven't had a chance to look at that video yet, but that's a video circling around Twitter in a minute. People are saying there's been a bit of discrepancy there, and that Usyk wasn't given the final few seconds of the final round that he would have got, and that he could have used to put AJ on his back and really seal the fight. If that makes sense, what I've just said there. So there's interesting things going on
Yeah.
there.
There's
Interesting things
no
going on there. But
surprise.
I don't think there's anybody in the chat that disputes that. And again, I would say, look, I think Eddie Hearn as a whole has done a lot of good work with Anthony Joshua. I will give Eddie Hearn some credit. But in closing, then I'll let you finish off your final thoughts. In closing, for me, this all goes back to 2017. Tyson Fury out of the division. Deontay Wilder's there. Barry Hearn's doing his fishing on IFL TV, and he's telling everybody that there ain't going to be a fight in 2 years' time. And I spoke about the big missed opportunity for Anthony Joshua. You know, them 2 years with his biggest rival out of the sport. He had a big opportunity to get a blockbuster fight, make a name for himself in the States, and knock out his biggest rival. And he never took it. And it's looking more and more by the day to me that that's going to turn out to be the biggest mistake of his career. You know, in my opinion, Ingram. Give us your final thoughts on that, Ingram, and just the fight in general, and just tell us about some content on BWTM Sports that's coming up and whatnot.
Okay.
Anything you want, mate.
Okay. So BWTM Sports. Well, I'm there. Look, there you go. There it is. BWTM Sports. There you go. See it? There you go. There's the. Well, anyway, enough of the promo. I think for me, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 management. That's what I'm going to call them, because that's basically what it was tonight. 1, 2, 3 ABC.
1, 2, 3
Very
management.
basic. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 management. That's exactly what it was. Right, or ABC management. At the end of the day, it's what you invest in is what you're going to get back. And Joshua invested in passivity. He invested in mediocrity. He invested in ego. He was ignorant. He did not respect the boxing gods. And he got taught a hard lesson that if you're not professional, which he wasn't, if you're not got your eyes on ball, he wasn't. And if you don't do the things that are necessary, you will get beat, you will get embarrassed, and you will lose your titles. And when you lose your titles, a lot of those hangers-on will leave Anthony Joshua. Believe me, this time, they'll leave his ass. They will leave his ass. Because the way you got beat up, right? There's no excuses the way he got beat in that fight. And a smaller man came up and beat him up like that. A smaller guy moved up and beat him up.
Ingram, let me just...
This.
Sorry, no, go, carry on.
Think about this for this 1 second. Derek Chisora, the journeyman, put on a better performance against Oleksandr Usyk
100%
than the heavyweight champion of the world. He hasn't got 1, 2, 3 management behind him. He's not the unified heavyweight champion of the world. He's not pushed by Matchroom that way. He's just, Derek Chisora has gloves, will fight, pay him. You understand? It's because Derek Chisora's got heart. Derek Chisora didn't allow Usyk to get in his head, and he stood up and always, no matter who he fights, tries to get inside the head of the fighter and tries to be one step ahead of the fight, even if he's not Derek Chisora. And I respect Derek Chisora for that. You understand? So if Anthony Joshua sticks with Rob McCracken and he stays with 1, 2, 3 management, he is finished.
Let me just say one last thing, Ingram.
Which camera is it? Which camera is it?
Look into it.
Yeah, this camera here, right? Anthony Joshua, if you stay with 1, 2, 5 management or 1, 2, 3 management or ABC management, your career is done. And if you stay with Rob McCracken, your career is finished. Don't go anywhere near Oleksandr Usyk. Don't. Because this time, he'll stop your ass. Bell or no bell, you'll get stopped this time. You need to listen. You need to go and watch. Instead of watching them boxing videos, you need to watch BWTM Sports. Listen to Ali Bashir. You remember him? Who was doing up your gloves and looking after you in the Klitschko camp? Yeah? When you and Dillian White were having their altercation and were arguing in Klitschko's camp and Bashir had to get in between the pair of you? Remember then? Remember those times when Bashir was there? Bashir could have taken your career a different way. But oh no, you want to do things your way. And I suspect you're doing your things your own way in the gym as well, with the sparring partners, with the whole setup. It was all about you. And that's why I think it is at the bottom line. Do you know what I mean? So I think he's finished. If he stays in England with Rob McCracken. No, 999 management. Yeah, 999. That's right. That's about right.
Let me just say one last thing, Ingram. Somebody else will be sleeping very good tonight at their legacy. It suddenly read my mind. Lennox Lewis. Jesus Christ.
Hey, listen,
all
Lennox
the heat
Lewis.
could you imagine Lennox? Do you think Lennox would ever let a cruiserweight out jab him in a fight? Can you imagine that ever happening?
Lennox Lewis, I want to add something about Lennox Lewis, right? As a heavyweight champion of the world, I have a lot of respect for him. As a man, I don't have a lot of respect for him, but that's a personal thing. However, the two people Lennox Lewis spoke to in their careers, two British heavyweights who think they know about boxing, have both got undone by foreign fighters when they have not been dedicated to this. In fact, three fighters, and I'll name the three of them. Audley Harrison, David Price, and Anthony Joshua. Three big men that Lennox Lewis told him what he needed to do, and he didn't listen. And I won't go too much into that conversation about what Lennox thought of, what he thought of Anthony Joshua, but they're definitely cut from different cloths. One is from TK Maxx, and one is a royal cloth. Right, Anthony Joshua. I don't know if you. I don't. Yeah, you know what option is it going to be this time, Anthony? Are you going to stick with option number 2? Is it military mindset? Is it stick with Robert Kraken? Is it go back to 1-2-3 management? What's the option going to be, Anthony? That's what I want to know. Are you going to stick? Are you going to twist? Or are you going to shake out, Anthony? What is the option going to be? Because ultimately, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's you know what I mean? No, I don't know what you mean, Anthony. I've got a clue what you mean. You said to us that you were training, you were working new things. I didn't see a damn new thing in my life. I didn't see nothing new. I saw nothing new. I think what I did see was your team. I saw 3 trainers trying to communicate with them, and you didn't listen to any of them. And then I saw your cheerleader going, "Brilliant, Anthony. Brilliant, Anthony. Great stuff, AJ. Great stuff. Brilliant, AJ. Brilliant, AJ." I mean, absolutely. The guy who said that should get flipping, I don't know, he needs to get sacked. McCrappen needs to get sacked. His management needs to get sacked, right? And good old Eddie's going to sleep well tonight. Don't worry about Eddie. He's going to sleep well because he still got paid. He don't give a damn. His ego's going to get a little hurt by it, but he don't give a damn, Eddie. Eddie doesn't give a damn. When he threw AJ under the bus against Anthony Ruiz, he could have fought Trevor Bryant. Do you know he could have fought Trevor Bryant? But because Eddie Hearn's ego is so freaking big, he didn't want to go to Don King. So instead, he went with Al Heyman. And that's the reason why AJ's career is messed up as it is. Eddie Hearn knows shit about boxing. Don't know about boxing. He's a great promoter and he's a great accounts man. He don't know shit about boxing and they don't know about matchmaking. I'm telling you now. But if you want to get paid fast and you want to get fast tracked and get your career absolutely tatters real quick, or you want to get knocked out and fast track to get knocked out, go with Matchroom. All them people, I'm looking down the camera, all those people that gave me stick down the years about Matchroom and he signed with the greatest promoter in the world, look what's happened now with AJ. And look at the Matchroom team. They were never that good in the team. The fighters were never that good in the first place. But because the promoter did an excellent job, and he's done a very good job, because he's done a good job, it kind of covers it makes an illusion that all these fighters are great because they're on Sky Sports. But the bottom line is these fighters are decent fighters, but they have been fast tracked. So I don't see. I know that you see. All the chickens are coming home to roost. All them years ago, where certain Matchroom people were coming on my channel and saying they hated my channel and hate what I was saying. If you'd listened to me when I was spitting the facts back then, you could have avoided the shit that's happening now. You could have avoided all the shit that's happening now. AJ probably still would be unbeaten. He probably still would be unbeaten because he wouldn't have taken Andy Ruiz's fight. And if Eddie has messed up 2 big fights. 2 big fights he messed up. He messed up the Fury fight and he messed up the Wilder fight. He talks too damn much. When he was going around telling everybody, oh yeah, AJ Joshua's going to happen, and there was an arbitration going on, he must have pissed the arbitration judge off so much that the judge went, you know what? Screw you. I'm the judge. He's going to have to fight Wilder. That's what happened. But you know what? Sing Sweet Carolina tonight. All you AJ fans, sing Sweet Carolina tonight. And AJ, I hope that you escort Usyk back to the airport on a red carpet and escort him back on the plane and wish him good luck. I really hope you do. And become his #1 cheerleader, because that's what you were doing when he was in this country. It was embarrassing to watch. Absolutely embarrassing. And I just feel so, I mean, Lawrence Okolie put on a performance tonight. I hate to say it. And he looked professional. AJ didn't. And that's not good.
Ingram, you
That's what
done?
it is. Yes, I'm done.
Brother, you smashed it. All right, man. Guys, that's it for today's show. Ingram's had the last word. I'm off. We're off. Listen, whether you agree with us or disagree with us, we don't always agree with each other. But one thing I can say is this: you can't ever say that we don't call it straight. Jesus Christ. You can never say we don't call it straight on this channel, man. You can never say that, man. You'll never hear it on any other channel. You know tomorrow the cover-up jobs are going to begin. You know, England, when we look at YouTube tomorrow, the cover-up jobs are going to begin by the usual. The cover-up jobs.
Wait. First cover-up job, AJ was injured. Wait for it. He was injured.
Cover-up
camps. Oh, and what it was, because AJ wants to become a 3-time heavyweight champion of the world. So what happened was he got beat by Usyk. He allowed Usyk to beat him. So now he's going to come for a 3rd time to become a 3-time heavyweight champion of the world. It's all set up for the rematch.
There you go. Ingram, thanks for having. Thanks. Like I said before, Ingram, if you, like I said, the offer's there for me. Like I said, if anytime you want me to do
Why
the
don't
job,
you jump? Why don't you jump on, if you've got time, on the show when I pull a Bashir in?
When's that?
Tonight.
What time?
I'm going to try and pull Bashir in the next 15-20 minutes if he's still about.
Yeah, okay. That's fine. Yeah,
all right. If I pull him up, then I'll pull you in as well.
That's fine.
All
Just you got my email. Send me the link. So, guys,
Yep.
looks like I'll be over at BWTM. I'm out my arse.
And even if I don't get Bashir, we can do something on the other side.
All right, that's fine. No,
all right?
you've done the job for me,
Either
so
way.
I'll do the job for you. That's fine. All right.
right.
So I'll be on BWTM Sports. I'm going to get a cup of tea. BWTM Sports on the left-hand side. Looks like I'll be on there. And looks like I'll be going in again and becoming even more popular than I already am. So join us on BWTM Sports, 15, 20 minutes. The coverage continues.
20
Peace
minutes.
out.
Absolutely.